Hi. Can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
I've been on the phone all day.
Why? How? Why?
Different things.
Yeah.
And last minute, I couldn't get hold of Elder Harry Kuti because he said that I asked him yesterday, what's the title of his presentation?
Yeah.
So I says to him, it doesn't matter what time, I don't go to bed early. So even if it's after 12, you know, you can give me a call. He laughed. He said, all right, guys, if not, then tomorrow. Yeah. I'll give you a call in the morning, if not later.
Yes, no,
trying to call. In the end, I had to call his daughter.
Yeah.
And not too long got hold of his daughter, and she said that he's on his way to her house because they're going to do it at her house.
Okay.
So that was a relief.
Okay.
Odaya said she couldn't do it at 7 o'clock. So Sister Ngozi, she's out, but she can't come, and she won't be joining us until about 8:45. So I said, all right, then the 9 o'clock. And she said, anything later than that, she'll be sleeping. So Rosanna will have to take over. I couldn't let, I had to give Elder Vasco a choice, either 7 o'clock, but I said, I don't really want him to go on at 7 o'clock because he needs more than an hour. And if he goes on, he's going to push everybody's time out.
Yes.
Because that means that Elder Harry Kuti won't be able to go on at 8 o'clock. What's her name won't be able to go on at 9, if you get what I mean. So I said, I've got 7 o'clock or 10. So he says his presentation would be an hour and 15 minutes up front. So I goes, yeah, then you got the question and answers.
Yeah, it's an hour and a half.
If not longer.
Yeah.
And I says, I don't really want you to rush your presentation. He goes, I don't really want to rush it either. So I says, well, good. And he says, oh, he will go on at 10. So I had to get back to Sister Hodaya now and say to her, well, look, he's going to have to be 7 o'clock, you know, no matter. Yeah. So anyway. So,
did you get through to her then?
Yeah, I got through to her. And yeah, I don't know how it's going to go, but yeah. Well, so in the meantime, I was trying to find some footage to play before we start. I found 2 small clips, but I can see it's nearly 2:15 now, isn't it? And I had Brother Simon on the phone ready to chat off me ears, and I'm saying to him, look, I've got to phone Elder Harry Kuti. I can't talk now.
Yeah, it's nearly 2:45. It's not 2:45 yet. It's nearly 2:45.
Okay, so I'm going to see if I can find some.
Do you want me to do anything? Do you want me to phone anybody?
Well, I've done all the phoning.
Okay.
I think we've got 3 people waiting. I think somebody's dropped out. But I'm going to see if I can. Okay, he's there. And I'm going to see if I can get another recording or something to go in. It's just been manic.
It's like that sometimes, and as you say, it's a test to see how you fare, to see how you do. You know, whether you allow the whole situation to take over, or whether you just stay in control and allow it to run.
Yeah. Remind me, just in case I forget, next week Friday to check up to see what was contributed monetarily, so we can give an update the next week Friday.
Okay.
I think it's a bit too soon for today, and it's not its platform.
No, I mean, the platform that they want it is for the Garvey Village, isn't it?
Yeah.
They want the update. So it's between now and, I suppose, now and Thursday you might be able to give a feedback on.
So we might as well do it on Friday. Oh yeah, let me put you co-host rights. I'm not letting them in yet. I'll see if I can find something.
Okay.
Nothing Freemasonry can program this to stop the woman.
I don't think so. We're all in this thing together. I did send myself 100%.
Oh, this thing is really mad. I know my battery's low, so I've just plugged it in and switched it on, and it's gone all dark. So I've got to come out in it and come back in.
I can see you still.
Yeah, but I can't.
You can't see.
My screen is blank.
Okay, you can't see.
No.
Oh, how long is this?
Okay, so I'm gonna go out and come back in. All right.
And I'd like to welcome you all to Pass the Light.
It's about 20 minutes. What's the time?
It's now 1:45, I'm sure. 47. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Huh?
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay. Ain't it? Okay. No, what's wrong with you? Okay. Okay. What's that way? It keeps on disappearing. Okay. Oh, what's her name? Oh no, it was okay. Okay, ancestors. Where's my water? I can get some water. Can you help me out here, girl? Boys, ancestors, everybody. Gotta help me out here. All right, stop screen share. Okay. Okay. Oh. A minute. I haven't, have I?
One thing that keeps me puzzled, despite having studied finance and economics at the world's best universities, the following question remains unanswered. Why is it that 5,000 units of our currency is worth 1 unit of your currency, where we are the ones with the actual gold reserves? It's quite evident that the aid is in fact not coming from the West to Africa, but from Africa to the Western world. The Western world depends on Africa in every possible way, since alternative resources are scarce out here. So how does the West ensure that the free aid keeps coming? By systematically destabilizing the wealthiest African nations and their systems, and all that backed by huge PR campaigns, leaving the entire world under the impression that Africa is poor and dying and merely surviving on the mercy of the West. Well done, Oxfam, UNICEF, Red Cross, Life Aid, and all the other organizations that continuously run multi-million-dollar advertisement campaigns depicting charity porn to sustain that image of Africa globally. Ad campaigns paid for by innocent people under the impression to help with their donations. While one hand gives under the flashing lights of cameras, the other takes in the shadows. We all know the dollar is worthless, while the euro is merely charged with German intellect and technology, and maybe some Italian pasta. How can one expect donations from nations that have so little? It's super sweet of you to come with your colored paper in exchange for our gold and diamonds. But instead, you should come empty-handed, filled with integrity and honor. We want to share with you our wealth and invite you to share with us. The perception is that a healthy and thriving Africa would not disperse its resources as freely and cheaply, which is logical. Of course, it would instead sell its resources at world market prices, which in turn would destabilize and weaken Western economies, established on the post-colonial free meal system. Last year, the IMF reports that 6 out of 10 of the world's fastest growing economies are in Africa, measured by their GDP growth. The French Treasury, for example, is receiving about $500 billion year in, year out. Foreign exchange reserves from African countries based on colonial debt they forced them to pay. Former French President Jacques Chirac stated in an interview recently that we have to be honest and acknowledge that a big part of the money in our banks comes precisely from the exploitation of the African continent. In 2008, he stated that without Africa, France will slide down in the rank of a third world power. This is what happens in the human world, the world we have created. Have you ever wondered how things work in nature? One would assume that in evolution the fittest survives. However, in nature, any species that is overhunting, overexploiting the resources they depend on as nourishment, natural selection would sooner or later take the predator out because it offsets the balance. One thing that keeps me
Okay. Sorry about that. I was just
What's that?
just letting everybody in.
Greetings, Auntie Jean. You have nothing to apologize for. Greetings, everyone.
It's just been one of those days. It's just been non-stop, and it's just so anyway, I'll be able to get to calm down in a minute. It's only that I wasn't able to get hold of some people, and then in the end I did, and yeah. But anyway, welcome everyone. We're not quite there yet. I'll see if I can find something to go on so I can actually get myself prepared, and hopefully the first presenter will be able to join us then. Okay. There is something else that I wanted to see if I can get in. So just bear with me a sec. Just bear with me.
It's a pleasure to watch a genius at work.
I wish.
And if that's how looking stressed looks, then I've got something. I don't look that calm. Sister Queen Patricia, right? She's got it she just looks so calm in the midst of everything.
No, I wish that the underlining that I was that calm.
We'll just
But,
talk among ourselves.
Yeah. So, Sister Patricia, I have given you co-host so you can let people in. So that would help. All right, while I find this other piece, it's a brother who's did a poem, and I can see if I can find him for you. And just look and see. No, cannot find him. Put that down a minute.
Can we say good evening to each other?
Yes, you can. You can speak. You can unmute your mics. Everything's so quiet.
I just wanted, like,
You soon hear the.
everyone's fascinated by watching you. I just wanted to greet.
Are you joking?
Sister Queen Rose from Sister Space. I saw her come on, and then I saw her go off camera. So, wanted
Okay.
to and acknowledge everyone else. Peace, everyone.
Okay, I'm just. How is everybody doing? Happy New Year to you all. Can't find my other self. So nobody had a good New Year's? No?
Sister Patricia speaking, but you're muted, so we can't hear you.
I would just say that looking forward to 2021. It's going to be a good year for us.
Now that we've got the 2020 vision of 2020, yes, I should be well and truly wide open to going into 2021. So, you know, so hopefully your eyes and your ears wasn't closed last year to what's going on and the conspiracies and everything else and what you think is conspiracy and what is not. But we should just use our gut instinct and follow that, rather than follow them what we're actually being told, because governments have never really done anything for us and they never really cared about us, but all of a sudden they care about us. But what is the caring? Because if you look back in history, their so-called caring was an experiment, wasn't it? And if they didn't get found out, they'd still be doing it.
Well, they are still doing it, but we don't necessarily know how.
They're doing it, experiencing in many different ways. It's only that we just are not aware of them. It's only when everything gets highlighted, you know, they put their hands up and they say basically they're sorry. But yes, it's the times that we're actually living in. So our eyes need to be peeled and open. So I am just going to play the anthem and then we can get started. If I can find him.
I haven't really seen you wearing those cool glasses.
I should, because I'm squinting, aren't I?
That's why I'm saying it. Why I'm saying it.
Okay.
Sister Hadai is present with us.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Okay. All right. Going to now put on the anthem and then we shall get started. So sorry about the delay. It's just been one of those days. So, enjoy the anthem. Our anthem. I can get it started. And then we'll get started. To all my people. Oh. What's happened there?
Bada. Hey yo, no matter where I go up and down the country, everybody's asking the same questions. After the marching and the protesting, what's next, bada? What's next? Well, all we need is one voice talking. We've been screaming for justice since the slave ships were brought in. Now the world's caught wind of what it's like when the system's racist and you're black and you're caught in it. No matter which patch I go, up and down the country, it's beautiful seeing black businesses grow. The same questions on everybody's lips though. After the marching, protesting, the what's next, father? That's why we need one voice, a nationwide collaboration, and really we got no choice. Cause they love to see us scattered and separated. But we know unity is where power's generated. Trying to line it up for the next lot who's melanated. When we get together, Lord knows we know they hate it. We've been on the ropes like ducking and we're weaving it. We can barely cope, but we just keep breathing. It's time to punch back, let's go. I'm flipping everything. Soul's on fire right now, I'm spitting everything. Every black business I know, I'm linking everything. North, south, east and west on these lists. No doubt, cause up until now we couldn't see a way out. If you really wanna fight to change the system around, this is what battle's about, don't need the time is now. One voice, one voice.
All we need to sow these seeds.
One voice, one voice.
We're marching through these streets, these streets.
One voice, one voice.
I swear, payroll.
One voice, one voice.
To all my people.
All we need is one voice for the youth. They ain't got many options if we're really gonna speak the truth. We're quick to say they're rude, but if you listen a little closer, there's pain in his attitude. My younger, you ain't gotta fight your brother. Let's take that energy and both fight the government. Young sister, you ain't gotta be no IG model. Don't you know the crew got you, sister? Give her a cuddle. Everybody gotta die someday. What's your purpose, Don? Mine's my kid's future to make sure the hurt is gone. Hot plate of truth is the platter I'm serving from. Think I'm standing by and watching these murders going on. Look, so all community leaders, all public speakers, all master teachers, anybody with influence, chat to your people. Malcolm X was the preview, this is a sequel. By any means necessary, fight for my people. Look how much Marcus Garvey did without no streaming. Then I'm steaming, ancestors no more dreaming. We gonna unite the whole of our people with one voice, one voice.
All we need to sow these seeds.
One voice, one voice.
We'll be marching through these streets, these streets.
One voice, one voice.
I swear, it's payroll seed.
One voice, one voice.
To all my people.
One voice, one voice.
All we need to sow these seeds.
One voice, one voice.
We'll be marching through these streets, these streets.
One voice, one voice.
I swear, it's payroll seed.
One voice, one voice.
To all my people.
It's time to start having them uncomfortable conversations. Time to take the initiative. Time to lead the way. It's all about coming together. One voice. One momentum, one people. Time to start the conversation.
Okay. And we're back. Welcome to Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. Hope you liked our anthem by Two Better, One Voice. And that is a voice that we need to start talking with from now on, one voice. And when we start talking as one voice, our voices will be a lot to be reckoned with. So welcome to Auntie Jean's African Culture Market, the first one for the year 2021. And glad that you was able to join us, and I hope that everybody's 2021 has started in good stead. And if it hasn't, we need to put things in good stead. We need to do something, you know, for ourselves and make sure that what we do is for our betterment, for not only for ourselves, but our family and also for the community. So we have to start putting those things into place. I'll have to do that afterwards. Anyway, I'm going to start as I usually start off and giving thanks to our ancestors. I give thanks to our ancestors who got taken away from the shores of our home and dotted all around the world. I give thanks for their tenacity. I give thanks for their willing to carry on. I give thanks for their bravery, for all that they went through, all what they've seen, you know, things that they witnessed that, you know, where they come from, it was nothing like what they've ever known. So I give thanks for the fact that their courage and their tenacity to survive all of that trauma and everything else, because if it wasn't for their survival, we as a people would not be here now. So for all those ancestors that took all that was thrown at them and some more on top of that, for those ancestors, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
I also give thanks for our ancestors, our leaders and our heroes and our sheroes, the ancestors that kicked down doors, the ancestors that said, no, we got to rise up, the ancestors that says that we've got to drive forward, we can't take this, we can't be subservient, we can't keep on being downtrodden and everything else. My favorite is the Right Honourable Marcus Messiah Garvey, who's actually given us a black print for us to actually follow. And would you believe it's over 100 years ago? And not all of us are following it. Not all of us has picked up that mantle. Not all of us has picked up that little piece of puzzle that is within us to do. We've all got a part to play, no matter how big, how small, we all have a part to play in this circle of life. And if you haven't picked up that piece, pick it up and move, because our backs are practically against the wall. We can't go back any further. And it's time to pick our backsides up off the ground as well. So for all those leaders, the heroes, the sheroes, those open the pathway, let us realize that we can rise. Let us know that we can just keep on striving forward and we can get what we want. It takes time, but we can get there. So for all those leaders and heroes and sheroes, names we know, names we don't know, and names that we'll never know, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
I also give thanks to my lineage. I give thanks to your lineage, the ancestors whose heads and shoulders we all stand upon, the good ancestors who has made us the people who we are today, the good ancestors that's been with us all the way from the time where we've been born, from right through, they're going to be with us until the time we pass over and become our ancestors, even though we are still our ancestors, because we do keep coming back, because we don't always fulfill what we are here to do. So we're going to keep on coming back until we fulfill that. So that's why it's time for us to pick up that piece of puzzle and move with it. So for all those ancestors, even though we believe that we're alone, we're not alone. Our ancestors are with us and they are guiding us. And sometimes we don't hear. Sometimes we take the wrong path. And when we do, our ancestors can be quite harsh as well. So to put us back on the right path. But it's for us, for our minds to be open and to hear. So for all those ancestors, our ancestors who's been with us and who guides us, we've got to also remember that they're there we can ask them questions, we can ask them for guidance. And when we ask the questions, their answers be as clear as this water, so that we can actually take in and heed our messages and let our minds be open so that we can receive these messages, so that we don't misconstrue what we've been told. And the messages, let our minds be open enough so that when we receive the messages are going to come in all different ways, all different forms, and different signs as well as a sentence or a line in a song, or somebody said something. You just turn on the TV and that whatever is said at that time resonates with you. Let our minds be open to receive our messages, especially when we've asked questions to get answers. So for our ancestors who's with us all the way, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
I also give thanks to the Most High. I give thanks to the Divine One, the creator of all things, creatures great and small, the creator for us, the creator for the air that we breathe, the earth that we stand upon, the sun that gives us the life, and also the water that we drink, the food that this earth produces. I just give thanks to our lives, everybody's lives, and I give thanks to the creator who's created our lives. So I say give thanks, and I say ashe.
Ashe. Ashe.
And is there anybody who you would like to say thank you for? As I said, there was a treacherous year last year. We have lost quite a few people in our lives, people who's been in our lives, people who we've known. There is a lot. So if anybody would like to say thank you, please do unmute yourselves and say thank you, even if it's to your own lineage who's passed.
Auntie Jean, as you have said, greetings everyone, first of all, greetings to everyone. And as you have said, we need to speak with one voice. So with the one voice, we know the beloved brothers and sisters that is in the other realm. So we give thanks, and we know they'll come back again strong. So with that, okay, we give thanks. Ashe.
Give thanks. Ashe.
Ashe.
Anybody like to give thanks? Okay. All right. I give thanks, as I said, I give thanks for life. And I give thanks that, yes, I woke up another day. And so when there's life, there's hope. And when there's hope, there's always something you can actually strive for. And without further ado, we're going to move straight on to our first presentation. And you saw a little glimpse of her, Sister Adaya. And Sister Adaya is going to be talking about the billion coin. And Sister Adaya, would like to introduce yourself? And the screen is now yours, so welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I'm going to be sharing with you generational wealth, okay? And first and foremost, I want you all to believe that what I'm about to share with you is genuine and it's real. Otherwise, I would not dare come here with it, okay? We haven't got much time, and I just want to say to you that what you're about to hear is real, okay? So I'm going to talk to you, right, about, well, the time. It is time to create generational wealth, all right? And this is coming in the form of TBC, acronym for the billion coin. I'd say TBC is a mission. We have created our own society. I should say, when I say we, I didn't, but the creator of TBC, all right, he created this society to escape the elite's monetary model, all right? The whole idea is that we need to get rid of this unfair system, okay? We actually say that TBC is our birthright. The person who created this coin, his name is Christy Crindle. Of course, it's an alias. That's not a real name. Like Satoshi Nakamoto, that wasn't the real name. All right. So here we have Christy Crindle. He's a very special foresighted genius, actually. Okay. He knew that this period would come when the elites, or should I say the Committee of 300, would want to control us, you know, with their one world government, one world religion, one universal credit, all right? That is supposed to be clearing all our debts, which are fictitious in the first place, right? The idea with that is that they would clear the debt, but we would owe nothing. This would be worse than slavery, the slavery that our ancestors went through. Okay, we know the Committee of 300 is fronted by Bill Gates and his wife, right? With his, or should I say their deadly vaccine, together with this, together with the vaccine and 5G, I should say, human beings would cease to be who the Almighty created us to be. We all know, and I'm sorry to be preaching to the converted, but we all know that coronavirus is nothing more than the common cold. And Christy Crindle from the get-go said, it's nothing more than the common cold. So why are we restricted? Why do we need permission to leave our home? It's not deadly. It's not, it's the common cold. We know that this is not law, but by being compliant, by not speaking up, we are giving consent to these satanic forces. We know Bill Gates is definitely not a medical doctor. We had the president of Tanzania, who is himself, or certainly practiced medicine. He was a medical doctor, right? He actually personally gave instructions, all right, for samples to be tested, and he ensured they were not tampered with. We know the story, the pawpaw, the goat, the bird, the chicken, whatever. Now, all these tests came back as being positive. So I've never known a pawpaw, a fruit, to have the common cold. They all came back positive, all right? History has borne witness that one of the very senior physicians, medical doctors, right, came out and spoke against these lies, deception, and conspiracies, all right, which simply create fear, okay? Asking people to wear masks, which ultimately affect their health, right? Again, this is not law, all right? So the president of Tanzania just told the World Health Organization to leave his country, okay? That was a very bold spiritual initiative. Okay, so, you know, we, since all of that, I have to tell you that from March, I have been waking up with a group of like-minded people headed by the creator of TBC. 6:30 every single morning, we have been having meetings and we have seen the results, right? That all these doctors, you know, decided, yes, you know, we're coming out, and they have come out. And we know that they even admit, right, that there's no COVID-19. Still, these evil people are persisting with their agenda, okay? We also have, Auntie Jean, you invited Judge Alfred on Zoom. I think it was about a week or so ago, right? You know, he and Seven has headed up peaceinspace.org, all right? Now, they have done a magnificent job. These are a group of barristers and lawyers, and also tribunal lawyers, of which I am one. I'm not a lawyer. I'm talking about tribunal judges. I'm not a qualified judge, okay? But I'm part of their team now, all right? And they have actually convicted Bill Gates, all right? That's another story, but I'm just saying to you that their agenda is to continue with this depopulation, with their depopulation agenda, okay? So I'm just asking you now, please, to listen and to hear, to be informed about the Crindle Society, TBC, the billion coin. I'll just quickly say just a little bit about my background, right? Because most of you are not aware, all right? Back in my plantation days, I call it, all right? I'm coming from a banking background. I spent many years in banking, and I left after about 13 years and set up my own financial consultancy that I ran alongside my property development business that I was conducting whilst working in the bank anyway, all right? And I did that for many years, all right? And then I joined an organization who returned to Israel after 2,000 years. Okay, I joined them and I went into into vegan foods, and I supplied a chain called Budgens. I don't know if anyone have heard of Budgens supermarket. And I supplied what is, so it was absolutely amazing. There was nothing like my roots, and I'm not just saying that, but people have said it, right? And I also did meat alternative, again, for years. I should not really be in this country, but an incident happened in December 2018, and that's why I'm still here. Okay, so please, I will now tell you about the billion coin, all right? It's about creating generational wealth. We call it our birthright, okay? TBC is a private, decentralized cryptocurrency created in 2016, primarily to save humankind from being, well, we say chip, but we know that it's more than being chipped. We know about the RDNA. So let me just focus on explaining to you what TBC is. That was basically the creator's, in small c, intention to prevent himself, his family, and humankind in general from being chipped, and to get out of the clutches of the elites, you know, unfair monetary system. All right? So I would say that TBC cryptocurrency is of the people, by the people, and for the people. There are 4 stages to cryptocurrency. There is the concept. After the concept, there is the production. After the production comes the distribution, and then the consumption. So I'm gonna try, and I love things to be absolutely simple. The concept. Imagine that we are baking a cake, all right? Or we are baking cakes. We decide on the ingredients, do we not? What type of cake it would be, all right? In this case, all right, the concept from the creator of the coin, Christy Crindle, right, was and is to eradicate poverty, scarcity, and to create abundance and generational wealth. Okay? That's part of the concept. Also, TBC believes in supporting the strong to train the weak. All right? Part of the concept, it continues that there would be 1 billion members around the globe, that there would be 1 million billionaires and 10 million millionaires, okay? I would also say straight away, actually, that TBC is not on CoinMarketCap, all right? Being on CoinMarketCap means that there would always be governmental interference, okay? So we are not on CoinMarketCap, or the stock market, if you like. TBC is I would say, I've mentioned before that it is decentralized. What is so special about TBC is that it operates in its own structure and formula, which depends on the total number of living men and women for its growth and its value. Okay? We could say it's pegged by gold or by any of the fine metals, but the creator of the coin believes that we as human beings are the most precious commodity on planet Earth. Okay? Through us, everything is possible. Okay? Right. Now, we also have the stewardship over the TBC coins in each of our members' wallets, which is protected from governmental interference through our multi-layered jurisdictional structure. The overarching umbrella of our jurisdiction is a powerful body called Pantera de Oro. All right? They have their own courts. They make their own laws. We have our own jurisdiction. All right? We cannot be interfered with. As a matter of fact, I would just hastily add here that back in 2018, the creator of the coin was actually called in, to the offices of the IRS to explain what TBC is about. Now, we all know where we are. We know we are in Rothschild country. We know that Britain is the mother and America is the child. Okay, so we know that they control the monetary system globally. Right now, the creator of the coin and I dare say his advisors explain very eloquently that TBC is not under their law. TBC operates under King David's law. Okay, so that's about the concept. All right, and of course, we have produced the coins and now we are in the distribution phase. Okay, TBC is merchant-based. As I said, our mission is to create our own communities, our own society, right? Therefore, we are merchant-based, the only crypto to be merchant-based. In other words, right, we, in fact, let me think of the African cultural market. Auntie Jean on a Sunday, certain Sundays would have, I call them tabletop traders. They would come and they would sell things. I still have some of them actually. For example, I even bought this. We know what this is from one of the traders. Shungite, for example, shea butter, whatever. Those are small traders. We welcome small traders in our community, right? So we have about 9,000 merchants internationally. Our aim is to have about 500 million traders globally, okay? And I would say that TBC, it's not a holding wallet. Bitcoin is a holding wallet, okay? You can actually spend peer-to-peer with the Billion coin. So I want to buy a Shungite. I just go to the merchant, the trader within my community, and I just use my phone and I can just pay for my item in a flash, okay? So we have about 9,000 merchants currently, okay? So TBC is fully aware. We're now in the distribution phase, I must say. We are, from the concept, okay, the production, we're now in the third phase, which is the distribution phase. The creator of the coin, Christy Crindle, is fully aware of the devastation that has happened and is still happening to businesses around the world. And he decided to assist by giving a free app, okay, to all merchants, sole traders, tabletop, people within the community, all right, small to medium-sized business, I should say, all right. Now, this app will help to market and advertise the merchants' businesses, okay? This app will also be placed on Play Store. All right. Yes, you'll also be able to put this on Play Store. All right. I have my app, and this is literally my app. Okay. Now, Google will charge $25 for a lifetime. Whereas if you've got iPhone, they'll be charging you $99 a year. This is nothing to do with TBC. It's out of our hands. But if you want your customers to download your app and to shop with you, it's entirely up to you. Okay? Right. So as I said, the app can be placed on Play Store. All right. Or when it's available, you'll have the choice of using it on your iPhone. All right. So I would say that currently we have just over 3.7 million members. Okay. Currently, each coin is valued at $12.5 million each. We still use the dollar, even though we know that it will crumble. We all know that they're coming out with a digital coin that is still an elite coin. All right. But right now I'm focusing on TBC. You know, one coin is valued at 12.5 million, and we have about we have just over 3.7 million members at the moment. All right. So I would say to you that in order to receive the full benefit of TBC, we must share with everyone. We need to get out of this monetary system. Okay. And we can do it. Okay. So please do not think you would come in and you'd pay $150 and you would just sit. We need to invite each other. We need to invite people in, okay, for the numbers to grow and for the wealth to be distributed. Again, TBC is about love and respect. The billion coin is a holistic approach to changing the world for a better one, all right? One that is good for everybody. So we need to support this cryptocurrency. TBC openly protests the depopulation agenda of the global wealthy elites. TBC is a non-violent movement in and of itself. Repetition is a good thing. I mentioned before that TBC is to create 1 million billionaires, 10 million millionaires, okay? And we're hoping to do that before we reach the billion members, all right? We currently have what is known as a rotator. Everyone who pays their monthly program fees and invite others to join them will be on a rotator. By the end of this year, all right, we work with Bitcoin, BTC. We hope to have 111,111 people on this rotator who should be getting about $500,000, right, dollars in Bitcoin, so we can begin to develop our communities, okay? And, you know, we are already getting some of these rewards in small amounts, but as the months go by and more people join, all right, it will be increased. When I say it will be increased, we will be getting more and more Bitcoin, okay? Bitcoin is serving as a buffer until when, you know, we reach a certain stage where we can literally go out there and spend our TBC. Currently, we can spend our TBC or our Kringles within our community, of course, okay? So, I'm just trying to think, for example, every one of you here on this African market, cultural market Zoom will be getting a gift. You will all sign up and you will get a gift of 250 Kringles. That's about £2,500, okay? So for example, if you were to go to Ghana, I'm going to come to that in a minute. You would be able to spend it there or wherever. Okay, so I don't know if anyone has got any questions at this moment, but I want to show you a few videos, all right, to let you know that TBC is actually real, okay? We know the history of Bitcoin. We know about this young man who had given 10,000 Bitcoins to a company called Papa John's, 2 pizzas, because he didn't know the value of the coins, or he didn't even imagine, no one could imagine that Bitcoin could rise to, it went to $30,000. Was it yesterday? Okay, that's the highest it has ever climbed to. All right, so just to recap, TBC was created in 2016 by Christy Crindle, okay? And it's not on CoinMarketCap. All right, we have just over 3.7 million members. Each coin is valued at $12.5 million. All right, the coins, our monies will not be interfered with by any governmental bodies around the globe. All right, now we have the largest merchant listing around the world. TBC is real. Okay, it is stable. It is pendable. TBC is abundant, okay? It's an abundance-based cryptocurrency. And we know abundance cannot be contained, all right? So that's basically it. I would take you to, I would share the screen and take you to see a few videos so you can see for yourself that it's real. Oh, Auntie Jean, you'd have to allow me to share.
You doing it or is your friend?
Oh, let me see if my friend is here. Let me have a look. Just 1 second.
Well, I've just given you
let me see if you managed to get on.
red pill, blue pill.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Oh, good. Now, he is the king of the wallets, okay? He knows all about the wallets, how we can actually spend our money. Trusted King?
Does he need to screen share, or are you going to screen share?
Okay, I'll screen share. I just wanted to acknowledge him. I'm glad he was able to make it. Okay, I'll screen share.
Okay.
This is the only place I've had incidents where I see all these little.
Yeah, you're on the whiteboard instead of the.
I don't know how this happens. That's the only time it ever happens. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay. Okay. Just bear with me a second, please. Just bear with me a second. I'm going to go and close down my WhatsApp. Let me close that down because that's nothing to do with us here. Okay, this will do nicely. This share, and this will do me.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So I hope Trusted King is there. So let me see. I'm just trying to think what I can actually show you, good folks, to prove to you that TBC is actually working. Oh, I forgot to mention. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Trusted King, greetings to you. Yes, I forgot to mention that TBC is operating successfully in Cameroon, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in the Philippines, in Dubai, in Bangladesh. In fact, I only noticed very recently a video because Bangladesh only joined. Trusted King would know exactly, only a few months ago, and they're doing great works in India, doing great work. So I will just show you a couple of videos, all right, to prove to you that TBC is actually working, okay? It's new to the UK, but it's up to us to, you know, introduce it to the community. Right. Roy Mackenzie, do you want me to let in Roy Mackenzie?
It's
Yes.
okay. You
Okay,
just do what you need to do.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so here we go. What is this? Is this land or is this the restaurant? I really don't know what this is right now, but it says TBC, and it's saying that it's accepting 40% TBC and 60% cash. I'm not sure what this video is. Oh, this is land. By the way, this is a person that we see every day. And I apologize for the wind. It's a windy condition. But he's actually bought land. Okay, I'll see if I can get one where the reception is not that bad. Let me try and see if I can get one where the reception is not as bad. Restaurant. Yeah, this should be a good one. Okay, let's do this one. Sorry, it seems very slow. Facebook. I'm not sure what Facebook has got to do with this. I didn't actually go, okay. What is this? No, I'm not going on Facebook. No, not at all. Okay. Okay, this will do. This is a restaurant in Ghana that is accepting 40% in TBC and 60% local cash. I think some of you might have seen this before.
And this is better enough.
Trusted King?
Yes, hello.
Hi there. I think I won't play all this video. I will just show our friends here how they can use their app, okay, to purchase the, you know, whatever the goods or services is. What do you think?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I think he just shared the Kringle Mall website on the chat. They can just copy the link, and then maybe they can register and see how they can purchase or spend
fantastic. Actually,
their Kringles.
Yeah. Yes, we have. I forgot about. How could I forget this? You can type it in the chats, actually, Trusted King. If you can.
I did. Yes, I sent already the link on the chat.
Fantastic. Yes, I was coming around to that. We have now, since I last spoke, have an amazing mall in Ghana where people can shop from around the world on the shopping mall. Okay, so basically it's working there, okay? So I will leave Ghana. Now, Nigeria is also huge. I'm not going to go to the very, very obvious ones where we already know it's working.
Sis, sorry to interrupt. I'm just letting you know you got 10 minutes. So if you want question and answer time incorporated in that.
Fine, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. I noticed Bangladesh, who have just recently joined, they are now selling land using the Kringles. Okay, in Dubai, Dubai is really expanding. And I would just quickly go to the Philippines because they are very organized in the Philippines. Moto. I would say with okay, in the, okay. I'm sorry, I forgot to show how the payment was made, but it's okay. I always, you know, I like to show the people that I see almost on a daily basis. You know, it's very real.
Good morning, Tibisyans. Narito kami ngayon sa Kawayan Isabela at nag-i-enjoy sa testimony ng isang Tibisyan dito kung paano nabago ang kanyang buhay. Ito po yung kanyang simpleng garahe ng kanyang mga sasakyan dahil sa TBC. Ayan. Kasama ko rin ngayon yung executive assistant ng Northwestern. Good morning, TBC. Ano masabi mo? Ano masabi mo, sir, sa mga nakikita natin? Ay, guys, hindi ko talaga inakala na totoo yung mga nakikita natin sa video. Pero ngayon, nandito na ako at nakikita natin. Tingnan nyo, yung mga...
I think we get the picture that, you know, they're buying and selling vehicles using the TBC, or should I say the Kringles, which is the lesser value of the billion coin. Okay. And quite frankly, we could be here all evening showing videos. All right. I think I should go to, just one more, just to show you how they pay for their items purchase. I'm going to say, let's say groceries, because we do have to eat each and every day.
Palengke ng Los Baños is may nag-accept na po ng finger. So as you can see sa guys, makikita nyo po sa is 50% cash, then 50% finger. So try po natin si Lisan. Okay, so atin magkano po ito? Dito po atin. So 6.25 po.
I'm sorry, I'm speeding it up because I think I probably have just about 6 minutes now. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you. And Trusted King will could expand on this. Can you see this?
Yes.
Right? This, okay, let me stop it. 1 second. Let me just quickly go back. All right. Now, Trusted King will explain how it's done here. Very, very simple. Trusted King, would you like to explain how the goods is paid for?
Okay, thank you so much, Modaya. Okay, so simple. If you want to spend TBC, you will need to have a TBC application wallet. It's an Android. And how it works with a quick response. The quick response is based on a barcode, a QR code that the merchant have to print out from his wallet. And then you have to, from the wallet, you can basically type the amount of the price of the product that you are displaying, and then like you can see on the picture, on the video, this is the QR code of the merchant. And then what you need to do as a customer, you only need to use your Android phone, and you have to scan that QR code. And then when you scan that QR code, the price of the good will display into your own device, and then you can simply pay and put the amount in your local currency, because the wallet will assist you to convert the value of your local currency in kringles. This is how we purchase the good using our device in TBC.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
How many minutes do I have?
Not long.
Okay.
You've got about 4 minutes.
Oh, okay. I want in our we have got 2 sites. One site contain a lot of information on how TBC works, and we have got a separate wallet showing our currency. The only thing that is contained in that wallet is our coins. Okay, you know, if anyone is interested in taking this further, which we should, all right, I will go through the wallet and all of that with you. Okay, it does take some time. When I say take some time, it's not difficult, but it will show you how everything can be converted, how everything is actually dealt with. Okay, so I'm open to questions, and you know, I have an expert here as well from Swaziland, you know, that will answer any of our questions, any of your questions.
Okay. One question that's come up in the chat is it a pyramid scheme?
Oh no, we don't go there. Okay, this is a cryptocurrency. This is a cryptocurrency. All right, we don't deal with a pyramid scheme. Okay, it's operating. You know, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. We just need it to be here. All right, it's working in many countries.
Okay.
And if we had time, I would ask that person what is a pyramid scheme, but we haven't got time for that.
No. Has anybody else got any questions? That's the only one that was in the chat that I could see, actually.
Okay. Now, I will just say to you that we all need this, okay? We hear what is happening, all right, about this universal credit. We need to be very careful and take opportunity when it arises. Even Judge Alfred has joined, all right? There's
a question that, do you provide training?
Yeah, there is training. We just will not leave you. You know, you come on board and we will show you exactly what to do. Definitely, yes. The answer is yes.
Okay.
This is network marketing, isn't it, Hodaya?
It's not typical network marketing, but we invite people because the idea is that we need as many people on board as possible. It's not network marketing. Network marketing will go wide and it will go deep. Okay, yeah. But we do invite people on board. You know,
does it make a difference if you have a number of people in your team? How does it benefit
the more the merrier? Okay. And you will also benefit, Patricia. You'll also benefit. All right. We can have a separate Zoom focus on that alone, because it's important.
Yes.
It is the simplest opportunity. I say opportunity, and then you automatically think, oh, you know, network marketing. It is a great opportunity to be involved in this coin, in this currency, because
there's a question. Are there any shops in the UK that is using this?
We're building. We have just started building here.
Okay, all right. And do you mean universal basic income, Sister Hodaya?
Do we what?
Mean universal basic income?
No, we're not into that. We are an abundance-based cryptocurrency. We're trying to get away from the elitist system and the system that they want to bring in.
The question was, sorry, can I interrupt? I mean, you mentioned universal credit.
Yes, I'm saying that's what the elites want to do. That's what they want to do. They want to bring in, you know, a universal credit system whereby even if you're a millionaire, right, that's what you will be getting. They are about total control.
Yes.
And we're the opposite to that.
Right.
We want abundance. All right, because we know what the you know, universal credit means. All right, you know, yes, they will pay off for your property. You'll never own it. You'll never be able to pass it on. You understand? So we are anti that. We are not interested in that. Okay, this will give you generational wealth. Okay, we are not operating under their system.
I dropped out for about 10 minutes, and so I missed quite a bit. My internet dropped out for 10 minutes.
So we'll arrange a session.
Yeah, there's a question in the chat. It says, how long has this scheme been going?
Since March 2016.
Right. Okay.
Since March 2016.
Okay, thank you. Have you put all the details into the chat so that people can actually get the information? And just the last final words to round up.
Okay, Trusted King, with all your experience, and we do value you within our community as the expert when it comes to the wallets and so on. Did you want to say anything?
Okay, because of time, I would just like to share this YouTube video.
We can always do this again. Sorry, we can always have a separate Zoom because, you know, it's important. We need to do more than surviving now. 7377 658 777.
Yes, sorry, I've been cut.
Oh, I thought so. Yeah. Sorry about that.
The internet. I'm back now.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back now. Okay, I was sharing on the chat because of time. I want you guys to see what is happening right now in China since 2015. China is a cashless society. They are no more using cash. I hope you guys know about that. So please go through the video and then it'll give you an idea about how the future, what the future is all about. So if you are still focused on the cash, the fiat currency, you better think twice from now because the world is shifting and China already positioned itself in the future. So now what we are doing in GBC, we are trying to save the rest of the world from what the elite plan for us on the future. So we are creating a private community cashless society who will only give value to each and every human being in this world. So this is what we are creating. We are creating an economic. This is not a network market. Okay? We are creating an economy from the base. And it's going to be based on the world is going to be. So I think I'll just end from there. Maybe if we have another training with Mama Odaya, with those who are interested, I will go in details. And thank you for giving me this privilege. Stay blessed.
Okay. Thank you, Trusted.
Thank you.
Yes, Auntie Jean, lastly, as I said, you know, this is so important. And the situation that we are all in is so urgent. A lot of us, you know, really don't understand how urgent it is. I will be happy to do a Zoom at any time. I've left my number in the chats, okay? And, you know, anyone can give me a call and we can arrange a meeting, you know, purely on the subject, the billion coin, and how you can join. Okay, and how you can invite others to join, and the benefits and so on. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm looking for, yes. So thank you very much, Sis Odaya. And no doubt, I said that if anybody is interested, Sister Adai has left her telephone number, and also her details are actually in the chat, so you can actually catch up. So we're actually move it over to Elder Herikuti, which I'm looking forward to.
Sorry,
Sorry?
Jean, before
Yes.
you, sorry, before, sure, shares. Before you go, can I just make a quick announcement?
Yeah.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. I don't know if you've seen, I've been posting quite a few things in the chat when I came in. We have now launched our raffle ticket for the Garvey Village. So please copy and paste the link, and you can enter it at your own time. You've heard many times what prizes are available. You can actually see everything. Everything is on that, is within that link, so you'll be able to access it. And I can see how many people have actually bought tickets. So you're going to be seeing a lot of me over these few weeks that's coming up. So so yeah, because I know that we've got over like 40-something people on the African cultural market at the moment. So I'm expecting to see at least some of, if not half, if more, if everyone on this Zoom can actually buy a ticket. That would be great. This, as I keep saying, it's not for us, it is a fundraiser for the Garvey Village. And that's it, Auntie Jean.
Thank you, Shez. All right, so we move swiftly on to our Elder Herikuti. Gives me great pleasure to introduce you back to the African Culture Market. Welcome. The screen is now yours. Would you like to tell people who don't know of you your name and who you are and what you do, and then you can go into your presentation. Welcome to the screen. The screen is now yours.
Greetings, greetings, Sister Jean. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. All about for seeing you now.
And greetings to everyone. You know, that's tuned in.
Greetings, Elder Herikuti.
Greetings, beloved. Yeah, it's funny, you know, because I didn't know this was the topic that's going to be there. But what has happened? This is a brief. My presentation today is a brief history of banking.
Okay. Okay.
You know,
that's how the ancestors work.
Yes. In truth, this is a fact. You know, let me issue and control a nation's money, and I care not who writes the laws. This was said by Amschel Rothschild. You know,
one of the great bankers.
Yeah. In the recent era, the story of the elite commences with the development of the modern banking system in Middle Ages Europe. At that time, a disposable wealth was usually held in the form of gold and silver bullion for safety. Such assets were kept in a safe of the local goldsmith, but he usually being the only individual who had a vault on his safe of the local goldsmith. He usually being the only individual who had a vault on his premises. The goldsmith would issue a receipt for the deposit and to undertake financial deposit again, frequently with the same goldsmith as this was a time consuming deposit. It again frequently, wait a minute, my sister.
Yes.
Yeah, did you ask me to say who I am?
Yes, I did. I was politely waiting. I was going to wait until afterwards and then ask you. But yes.
Okay, you can ask me. You can ask me.
Okay. I'd like you to introduce yourself. Who is Herikuti?
Herikuti, really and truly, Herikuti is the mouthpiece for my heart.
Okay.
when Mahat gets, Mahat has got a consort. Her consort is Tahuti, Tooth. He's the person that you usually see when they are putting things together, like they're burying someone. When they were burying Osiris, Tahuti is the one who takes the details, and Anubis is the one who try to make sure that he's given the proper weight and the proper timing and things like that, so Tahuti can take it properly and decide whether that individual is found worthy or not found worthy to go to the next level, which is to be a perfectionist within the scheme of Osar. We know him as Osiris.
Okay.
So the situation really is, I had no choice really. I came up in this situation through my grandmother, you know, and my grandmother, she was a very important person within the community. She was the head of a private school.
Wow.
And being that I was, you know, her grandson who lived with her, she had to make sure that everything I did was correct. So what she did is she told all my family, the other elders and so on, don't buy me guns and don't buy me those little silly toys and so forth. What she wanted them to do was to make sure that they buy me things like guinea pig, guinea hen, you know, and things like that, so that I could actually utilize them in a manner and breed them and come up that way as a finance person. Now, this was something that was really, I was only about 5 at that time. So what I'm saying to you now, you know, I'm going back a long time. Really. So she, when I got home from school, I just wanted, like any other child, I just wanted to go out and play with my friends.
Right.
But the situation is, my grandmother said, no, before you go out and play, she gave me back my slate, and I had to do certain mathematical work that she had set down for me to do. And with this, the situation was, I was very stubborn. I didn't want to do that. What I wanted to do was go straight out and play. So with that, she turned around and showed me that she was more stubborn than me. You know, so she made sure that I was in a situation that after 2 days, I realized she wasn't going to budge, and therefore I needed to budge. So I came up to the situation with the situation that it is time for me to start to evaluate what the situation is and move to the next level. The next level that I wanted to move to was to go out and play marbles with my friends outside.
Right.
You know, so the situation was that there am I with a lot of guinea pig, rabbits, goats, goat kids, and things like that. And I was breeding them because that's what I was brought up to do, to breed them and then sell them back to my friends and so. So with this, my grandmother, she turned around and showed me that unless I finish my homework, I can't go out and play. And she was very stubborn, trust me. You know, and in fact, it's through her why I am the way I am today. And what she did, she made sure that financially, that I would operate the cubs and the different things that I had around the house and what people would bring and give it to me, my uncles and my aunts and people like that. And what the situation was really is that I myself wanted to go out and play. So I had to work out a scheme, something that would, I had to read to her every night. And every night I had to read to her, I had to read from the Bible because she was a Bible person.
Right.
And this situation was a situation that I worked out a way of getting outside to go and do my friends when I wanted to play with my friends. I said to her, Grandma, I don't want to go to heaven. She said, why you don't want to go to heaven? Little boy, what's the problem? So I said, well, there's no woman in heaven, and I love women, right? So she said, oh, there's no woman in heaven because I read the Bible to you every day, and I don't see nothing like woman or anything like that in there. So that means God didn't have no woman up there, right? She looked at me, she said, listen, get out and go and play. And she ran me out. So when she ran me out, I was so glad that I went and find my friends them where they were playing their marbles, and I played with them. So different things like that happened to me all the time, where my grandmother was concerned. The next evening, right, I'd come up with something new, something else. So I said to her, Grandma, tell me something. Do you think that David is at the right hand of God at the moment? She said, yes. So I said, well, why is he at the right hand of God at the moment when he sent his close brethren, Uriah, to the forefront of the battle to get killed so he could have his ways with Bathsheba? She took on me immediately, get out. She told me immediately, get out, go and play. So I went outside and found my friends again and play with them. So these are the things that I went through, really and truly. I had to think how it is that I can actually go through this situation here and end up getting what I wanted to get out of it. And then she decided to send me to Sunday school. And when she sent me to Sunday school, the Sunday school teacher realized that I was not really ordinary, because what she did is she used to ask me to explain the things I was reading, and I would explain it to her properly. So she went and told the bishop. And so the bishop came in one day and listened to what I was saying and so forth. And he turned around and said, well, yes, he would like me to come to the forefront of where he's standing up. And he put a box there, one of those sardine box. And when he put that box there, I had to go and stand up on the box and then read from the Bible, and to the people. And when the people saw this, it's like they were shocked on their face. How could a little boy, not get 6, reading like that and carrying on like that, like he was sent here to do a job, So what they did, they put. I didn't know this was going to happen. What he did, after I finished speaking to the people, he turned around and gave me a big dish. And this big dish that he gave me, I had to go to the situation. I had to go to
the congregation.
The congregation, yeah. And collect. It was a collection bowl.
Okay.
And I was pointed to where the woman who I have to take the money to after was. So when I went to see this woman to make sure that I know what I'm doing, I was looking for the blind spots. Yeah, I was looking for the blind spots where there's a blind spot there, so I can actually do something, because I have Jesus, I remember that Jesus fed 5,000 people, or X amount of people. So I was going to feed my friend. I was going to take them up the ice cream shop, and I was gonna buy ice cream for them, malted milk, patty, and things like that. Because this was a Sunday day. So I went ahead with that. And what I did is that I would go and collect the money, and the people they were very generous. That time we had something called silver sixpence and silver threepence. I don't know if anybody remember that.
I remember them.
So while I was collecting the money, I took my hands and I dragged the silver sixpences and the silver threepences right over to one side. And when I did that, when it's time to go to the lady, to deliver the collection, I realized that all the sixpences was one side, and so where I put them. So I took that money up and put it in my pocket. And then afterwards, I went outside and I saw a couple of my friends was waiting for me. So I took them up to the place where the ice cream parlor shop, and I gave them. Who wanted patty, got patty. Who wanted malted milk, got malted milk. I was feeding everybody. So this situation, it took a while for somebody to like find out what I was doing, and it was one of my friends saw my big cousin who used to take me down there, and said to him, What are you doing with patty and malted milk and so forth? Where you get money to go and buy this? He said, oh, it's not mine, it's not me, it's Cosmo, Elder Recruiti. So what they did, he decided that I'm up to something. So he came down to the Sunday school, to the church, and he waited for me outside. And as I came out, he grabbed hold of me and went into my pocket and took out and saw a whole heap of silver sixpences and silver threepences there. And he took them out and said, so where did you get this? You know? So the only thing I could think of quickly, Jesus fed the people. So I was feeding. I was going to feed my friends and the people them that I knew. So I went with him, and he told me, all right, I'm going to forgive you this time, but don't do it again, right? So when he said that to me, the next week, I made sure I didn't go out that same door. I went out another door. I found another door that I could escape through. So, because I knew he would be waiting for me, you know? So every Sunday, I used to go and I used to feed the brothers and sisters around the area, you know? And this was me at about 5 and 6.
Wow.
You know? And
wow.
Yeah. And after that, they came for me to take me to England because my grandmother died. And when they came to me to take me to England, I ran away because I thought to myself, no, I don't want to go to England. I love where I am. So I escaped. And when I escaped, what happened is that they tried to make sure that wherever I was, my cousins, my bigger cousins came for me and found me and brought me back, you know? But I knew what I was doing, because what the situation was is that I kept on being sick on the ship coming up. So when that happened to me, I said to my father, you see, Dad, I'm not supposed to come on this trip here with you, right? And he never paid me no mind. He just carried on and done his thing, and brought me up to England. So when I came in off England, I said to him, I said, then Daddy, why is there so much factories here? Him said, factories? Where do you see factories? I said, well, in Jamaica, it's smoke I see come out of factories.
That's right.
Right? So, but every house was having smoke coming out of it. So he said to me, they're not factories, they're people live in them. I said, people live in factories? You know? And him look at me and laugh. And then afterwards, these white things started to fall from the sky. I didn't know what it was, but I said to him, then Dad, what is this? These things that's falling from the sky. So he told me now that it's called snow. And he started to explain what snow was to me. You know?
Yeah.
But that was my very first situation where I got involved with where England was concerned. When I went to school, it was a different thing, because while the teacher was actually writing the mathematics, the equations and so forth on the blackboard, I was writing down the answer. Because in Jamaica at that time, what I discovered is that we used to sing our 1 is 1 and 2 is 2 and things like that. So I knew all those things. And what he was writing about is less than what we used to do down in Jamaica, you know? So with that, what happened? He turned around and looked at me and said, boy, when you come here, you must work, because that's what you're here for, to learn. Well, it's not like where you're coming from. So I shocked him and told him, but I've done it already. He said, you done what? I said, I've got the answers here. He said, no, I don't believe that. Right? And he brought me out to the front. And when he brought me out to the front, I actually looked at him, and he was shocked. And he said, come here, boy. I showed him up, and he didn't like that. So he got a piece of stick and was going to hit me with it. So when he done that, I grabbed the stick and pulled it away from him, and he fell down. Who tell me to go and do that? You know, so he made for me wanted to hit me. And so I escaped through the classroom door and went home and told my father what happened. So my father came up to school the next morning and told him, well, then, that I really, in the school that I went to, you know, this is normality, that you can just do the things like that. You know, really. So this is anyway, that is more or less then. Eventually, when I came to school over here, I fought probably 10 times a day.
Wow.
You know, because the little boys used to come up and want to feel my ass, because they claim to really and truly, yeah, they claim to monkeys is monkey business, and I come from, you know. So me and them fight, and we fight, and we fight, and we fight, and we fight, you know. And that was the situation. That is how I come really and truly to be involved in this situation that I'm involved in now. You know, and from there I went to Goldsmith College, London University, and I studied music there. And in studying music there, I got myself, I ended up being the what do you call it, for the brother who was the head. They swapped a person from South Africa, and this person that they swapped from South Africa, they swapped him and asked him to come and they took the one from over here and down there, because what he did, he made a mistake as far as apartheid is concerned. He married, he was going out with a black woman, right? And he got her pregnant. And that situation didn't go down too good with them, so they wanted to get rid of him. You know, so I ended up being his psychiatrist.
Oh.
When I say his psychiatrist, he himself, really and truly, he was always looking down. So I used to ask him, why are you looking so down? And we started to talk. And when we started to talk now, I explained to him, listen, what must be, what will be, God will make sure that your children and your wife or your woman, whatever she is to you, right, will come and they will come up here, you know? So he used to love talking to me, you know? So that is just part of where I'm coming from.
You growing up.
Yeah, a part of my growing up, you know? But music was really my thing first and foremost, you know?
Yeah.
And what it is, I end up playing saxophone, flute, drums, and a bit of piano. So in playing those, right, I used to escape with my friend. He was an artist. He painted, and we used to escape and go into the music room. And he used to play piano, and I used to play saxophone. And he used to say to me, "Where are you going today?" So I said, "Well, I'm going down into Egypt." And that's how I got in touch with Egypt. And so while I was playing my saxophone, I would close my eyes and I would interpret what I was seeing going, and I was seeing the pyramids and all these different temples and things like that. And I was playing as though I was involved in that. You know, so this was part of my first, you know, entrance into the music scene. Okay.
Yeah.
No, the brief history of banking. What we have to understand is that the Rothschild, they used to lend money to people, and when they lend money to people, what they used to do, they used to charge a money, and then they realized that whatever they did in terms of money, they could actually end up paying. People would have to pay them to have that money within their cash safe. And in doing that, what occurred is that the people really used to lend money to banks, to kings, to governments, and things like that. And he was very smart. I thought so at the time, you know. And this was about 1700. And while he was doing that, he was lending. In fact, there was a black brother by the name of I will remember it soon, and I will explain to the people them what this brother was. His father was a pope, and his mother was a woman who came from Africa, but she was a priestess. And what happened? What happened? He used to use the information that he got from his father, and his mother, and he used to go and take that information, and he used to use that to make money, in terms of telling people how to control masses of people and things like that, you know. And this is the situation that he came up in. But I personally, I was just interested really and truly in making sure that I was able to control whatever situation I was in, you know, and but the situation was really and truly, when I really look at it, the goldsmith, now fledgling bankers, noticed that at any one time, only a small proportion of the gold held with them was being withdrawn. So they hit upon the idea of proportion of the gold, you know, and what they did, issuing more of the receipt notes themselves, notes that did not refer to any actual deposited wealth. By giving these receipts to people seeking capital in the form of loans, the goldsmith could use the money deposited with them by others to make money for themselves. And they did, but they got a bit greedy. And when they got a bit greedy, what they did really is that they used to lend money to different governments and different crowns and things like that. And by lending those money to them, what they did, they made sure that they at all times got a profit, a loan. You know, they would lend the money to them, and they would collect X amount of money back themselves as well. And this is how banking actually started. And the banking situation was something that when you looked at it, really, the people was in a situation that, for instance, war, the Second World War. Let's go to the Second World War, because with the Second World War, what the situation was, you know, is the Second World War. The Second World War, a conflict which cost the lives of tens of millions people, was entirely manipulated into being by the elite banking and industrial cartels. Hitler rose to power in a country so economically crippled by the reparation imposed after the previous war that going into another should have been inconceivable. But the industrial complex within Germany, much of the Standard Oil subsidiary, LG Farbin, came to manufacture the tanks, planes, arms, and different aspects of things that was necessary to wage another war. Oil pipelines and factories were built, lines of credit extended, and the war machine spent nearly a whole decade churning out weaponry, while the rest of the country remained in abject poverty, thus fueling the desire for war. The whole thing was a setup from start to finish, as even a cursory independent examination will confirm. The millions of debt that resulted were looked upon by the banking family as being the millions of debt that resulted were looked upon by the banking family as being simply a sacrifice necessary to achieve greater levels of European homogeneity and control. But what we have to understand here is that the money that was being earned by the cartel, the banking cartels, was something that they got too greedy. And when they got greedy, what they actually did is that they found themselves in a situation, for instance, the third world, conquered state, can be held by the conqueror in three different ways. The first is to ruin them. The second, for the conqueror to go and reside there in person. And the third is to allow them to continue to live under their own laws, subject to regular tribute, and to create in them a government of the few who will keep the country friendly to the conqueror. Nicole, this was the brother's name. Was I was trying to think of earlier on. Was anybody outside here want to read about this? They can go to and check out a brother by the name of Niccolo Machiavelli, the Prince, a little book called The Prince. Right, and if they go and get that book, they can actually check and see how Niccolo Machiavelli, his plan that he was doing was helping to see how it is that he could actually get paid for telling the people how to control the masses of the people. He was a professional at that.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I will now look at the banking families' ambitions in the Southern Hemisphere, or so-called Third World. All across Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America, the elite banking families have again pursued unrelentlessly the ambition of destabilizing a multitude of traditional cultures and creating in their place a series of homogenized trading blocks. What we have to understand really with this is something that really when you look at it, the people who controlled this money situation, they were, what you have to look at really is that France, the situation that France is playing now, that's the role that the bankers used to play. For instance, France, they have many states in Africa, Senegal, Mali, and those places where they themselves lend money or they control the economic structure of that country. And what they do is that they have people who they can utilize to make sure that whatever money is, in fact, you're forever in a situation that you've got to make sure that you're paying them, because if you're not paying them, what they're going to do, they're going to get their people who is in the Foreign Legion and things like that, because they used to get the people from the places where the people used to live. And like, for instance, Cameroon, they used to get people from Cameroon to come and do certain things. Like, for instance, what they used to do is they used to control the economic structure, and you have to pay them, because if you didn't pay them, they would get you overthrown. And so a lot of people, a lot of us, including myself, was going on. And when we see certain things happening in Africa, we said, well, those people are fool. Why are them still paying, what do you call it? Why are they still paying money to France and these different countries and places? But no, it's not fool. What it is, the people, they put them in a situation that they had to really and truly work that way, because if they didn't work that way, they'd overthrow them and get rid of them out of the situation that they're in. For instance, take Cameroon, take Haiti, take Senegal, and those places. And any one of you can go and look at the finance situation in those places, and you'll see, right, how they actually utilize that money, or they utilize the people who they were getting the money from to make them so scared of them that they themselves really and truly was in total control of the whole situation. But really, when you really look at it, you know, that was the Third World, or they used to they switch it from the lending money to bankers, lending money to factories and other places like that. And they started to utilize it in a manner and in a way that they would get money from the people, the country like the Cameroon, the Haiti, and those places, and they used to get money for nothing from them. They're still doing it now. If you check out any of the situation that is going on in France, in Africa, and so forth, they're still earning big money from that situation, really and truly. And we, as a people, don't understand how it's working, because we blame the people in Africa and the Near East and Latin America and the Caribbean. We blame them and don't realize, no, it's something that they've set up. They set it up a way that they have total control over it. And by having total control over it, right, it makes you think really that these people are out of order. They don't know what they're doing. They're greedy. And it wasn't that they were greedy. What the situation was is that the people who we thought was greedy, they were being used and utilized by, in fact, for them to go to school, it was the church that allowed them to come to school. And by the church allowing them to come to school, they could do certain things. They could do certain things really and truly, like places like France, Italy, and those places. They use this God complex situation to really squeeze the people,
right,
in a manner and in a way that up to today's day and days, what you're talking about there, that's why I said it's funny that that is the subject that you're on, because what they did, they used to milk the people, milk them in such a way that when you were talking about the different spending their own money and doing it, they wasn't dealing with that. What they were dealing with was being able to take control of the masses of the people, but using Machiavelli principles. A Machiavelli principle was showing you how to control the masses of the people. I said to everybody outside there, go and get a book by Machiavelli, and it's called The Little Prince. And by getting this book and you check it out, you realize that a scheme like what the sister is talking about, that means they're in control of their own country, own money, and you're able to spend these million Bitcoin in a way that you have control of it, rather than they're controlling you. So this is something that I want the people to come to terms with and learn and understand, that this is why it's very important that we ourselves need to control our own culture. Because if we remember our own culture and what we were doing and not just going for the money, but the situation is that our own culture teaches us to wheel and deal and do certain things for ourselves. We had that in common. Like, for instance, when we came over here first, one of the situations that I remembered was that a lot of people used to get partner money, what they call partner money, right? Everybody know what a partner money is?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So they used to use the partner money as a means to buy houses, because most of the places that they were dealing with was telling you no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. Right. So in order for them to rule and get something for themselves out of it, they had to go within the situation where they themselves knew exactly what it was they had to do. They had to gain some money to buy properties so that they could rent out to them their own self. This was a normality, So, because even banks would lend us money at that time. So, but by actually doing something that we could control our own economic structure was something very good. I see it work, and I know that it works, and it's something that I feel to myself, well then, that can actually go to the forefront and help the people to actually move to different levels by controlling their own economic structure and controlling everything belonging to them, you know. So I think that's a very good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the situation there with the banking or the banking system. But they got too greedy. They got greedy in the sense that they started, when they went into Africa and they saw the gold, and so they went mad. They went berserk. You know, the diamonds and all those different things. What they did, really and truly, they utilized that situation to control the money of the people, you know. But that is just one aspect of what I'm dealing with today. And why I'm coming up with that aspect is because what the sister before was talking about, you know, and about the brother named King as the wallet, and you know, and going in those on those situations, that is very good, because I see where we can control our own wealth and buy and spend from ourselves, and spend situations, spend things in a way that we were in control of it. And to me, that is good, very good, you know. So I'm gonna the only reason why I touched on that is because the sister before was talking about that, you know, and it is banking that caused that to come about, really, you know. But when you look at the situation that is happening, we have been fooled in such ways that we didn't know that we didn't know who we are, what we are, and what we're doing. Right, in the sense that, for instance, if you look at going to Senegal or any of those places there, even in Zimbabwe, while I was in Zimbabwe, I found a lot of the situation happening in those places. Right, we didn't have control of our money at all. Other people had control of whatever wealth we have. If it's diamonds, they had control of that. Whatever it is we were doing out there, they had control of it. And that is only because what happened, they took the situation to another level, and the level that they took it for, they were very greedy and immature within the way they thought about doing things, you know. And it's like, for instance, I heard people was talking the other day about Black Lives Matters. All life matters. When I say all life matters, instead of they utilizing things to do with the GM crop and things that is going to mess up the situation outside there, mess up the people, right? What they did really in this GM crop situation, they made sure that the GM crop was something that they could utilize in a manner and in a way that they themselves could take control of what it is that they were doing. Sister Jean?
Yes. Are you open for any questions?
Yes, I'm open to questions.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So the floor is open. If you can undo your mics, if you've got any questions that you'd like to put to Elder Erikuti before we wrap up. All right. Any questions, anybody? Let's see what's in the chat.
Hodiah, Sister Hodiah has raised her hand.
Oh, sorry, Sister Hodiah?
Yes, Elder. Even to this day, in fact, it wasn't that long ago that the 14 Franco countries in Africa, right? France was taking 85% of their wealth.
Yes.
When they wanted monies to spend, they had to take it in the form of a loan.
Yes.
In the form of a loan. And gradually that was reduced. I think it's gone down now to 65%. And we know when they were asked to leave a specific country, They blocked up all the pipelines.
Yeah.
France is very famous for burning down buildings. We know about Haiti. We know our story. And this is why we have got to take control now before it's too late, right?
Absolutely.
And you're quite right. We now have the opportunity because within TBC, there are clauses that gives us a lot of freedom to do what we need to do. Yeah.
Totally. I agree totally with you, that situation. But a lot of people don't even understand that's what's happening. That's what France is doing, places like Italy and those things. And they're doing it through the church.
Absolutely. Italy did give it to them when Italy said, France, you would be poorer than any African countries if you weren't stealing their wealth. The Italians made it clear.
That's right.
You know, and we need to start taking control, and I do mean it. Otherwise, let me tell you, the Chinese are even worse than the Europeans. The things that is going on now in Mother Africa, you have no idea, right?
That's true. That's true. We have another question from Sister Mimi. Sorry to cut you there, but then I have a sister from Sister Mimi. Would you like to raise your question? Mimi? Mimi? No?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm talking here and the mic isn't on. Sorry. Right. I'd like to support everything that the gentleman was saying. He's a bit slow in getting his words out, but everything he says is book. And what's more, the putting together the partner, I saw in a book, they said that the Africans who started that in Africa, and we call it a susu. Everyone clubbing money together every week.
Yes.
Yeah, that's an African thing. So you don't have to pay interest on big loans. And thank you for the contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sister Princess? Okay.
Gratitude.
Okay. Yeah, Sister Princess on the line there, Elder Rikuti.
Yes.
Showing her support.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions? I'm trying to look to see who else is unmuted. Anybody else got any questions? No? Okay, I think everybody's shy. So your final words to wrap up, Elder Rikuti. What have you got
Sorry,
for us?
Auntie Jean,
Yes.
could I ask, how did Marcus Garvey do it? Was it with bonds?
Was it with what?
She asked, how did Marcus Garvey do it? Was it with bonds?
Yeah, he did. He showed them, he showed the people how really and truly that if they can get the situation in a way that they can use the money to help themselves, right, and really a lot of the people, you know, they gravitated towards what he was saying, because what he was saying made sense to them, you know. And what he was actually saying was, if Africa can be, if Ireland can be for the Irish, both home and abroad, you know, and England can be for the English, and Italy can be for the Italian, then why not Africa for the Africans, both home and abroad?
So how could we go around? How could we go about creating some sort of bonds that we sell to ourselves, that people can buy into?
If you listen to the lady before, who was talking before with the brother who kept the wallet, King, you know, if you listen to them and what they're talking about and so forth, it's something very important that they was actually saying, because the question that you asked just now, that is the only way that we can actually do it. By going in that way, create our own currency that we are able to utilize it and buy from it for ourselves and sell through our own situation as well, you know. And that's why I said in the beginning that it's, you know, I mean, the ancestors move very mysteriously, because what the ancestors brought me here to, I didn't know that's what the sister was going to talk about. And when I came here, that's when I realized really that the sister, what the sister was saying made so much sense. You know, and it's for us to control ourselves. Yes, my sister.
So I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to, you know, I found your introduction in terms of your childhood experiences very interesting in terms of learning about, you know, what you did before you came to the UK. And you've done a lot, because I've listened to you on Galaxy Radio and, you know, your films, etc. What are you doing now in terms of, you know, in your later years?
I'm writing 3 books at the moment. One of the books is talking about Rastafari and God. And the other situation I'm writing about at the present moment is the complex situation of where women are concerned. That back in our days, really, women, we had women scientists, we had women women rulers, and things like that. But we ourselves is come and follow the patriarchal people outside here, and not realizing that is not us. We are, the situation where we are is that originally the women, when the men went out as hunter-gatherers, they went into the forest and things like that. And when they went into the forest and they came back with certain things, the women would domesticate those things like we're eating now, like wheat, you know, and corn and those things. They African women domesticated those things. And by domesticating those things, what it did, it put us in a situation that we are able to move to the next level, to respect our women. And we respect our women in such a manner that the women, they used to get the situation, they used to get the things that the brother used to bring back. They used to get those things, and they used to, because even now when I go to Africa, certain places in Africa that I go to, the women still control the food situation, the farming and things like that. You know, I see that strongly down in Africa at the present moment. The women control all of that.
Thank you. We've got the last question from Empress Judah.
You haven't finished the 3rd book, Jean. What's the 3rd book?
Pardon?
What's the 3rd book?
What's the 3rd book?
You're writing one on Rastafari. You're writing one on women. What's the 3rd book that you're writing?
The 3rd book actually is dealing with a situation where man really and truly in this time, you see, what a lot of people don't understand is that the situation that we're in at the present moment, we're in it because really we don't know and don't know that we don't know who we are and what we are capable of. Because the situation that I'm talking about now, when I say we don't know, is like within ourselves, you have the situation where the man and the woman, really, I call it God within man, God is within woman, in the sense that really and truly, I see women as playing an integral part of what we're trying to deal with. For instance, frequencies and things like that. They say we're too emotional. I hear brothers using that and so forth, that the women are too emotional. I hear brothers talking like that, and I'm saying to myself, where are these people coming from? You know, and because emotion, the frequencies, if you realize that one of the greatest individual outside there was Amen-Ra. Because why it was Amen-Ra is that everybody, Judaism use Amen at the end of their prayer. Islam use it. Christianity use it. They use Amen, but nobody knows, can't tell me exactly what is the role of Amen and what did Amen-Ra signify. Amen Ra, Amen signifies really and truly every subatomic particle within the universe is within Amen. And this is why he was looked upon as such a great person, such a great God, because he saw man as being not a symbol of the universe, but he saw man and woman as being the totality of all that there is, the unity that is of man and is of woman. He saw that as something that was beneficial for the whole. And this whole that we're speaking about is that really and truly, when you look at it, you see really our situation was different from theirs in the sense that God within man, God within woman, God is within woman. You add also the middle factor. The God within man was the highest factor in the man, and the lowest factor was what was called Set. We call him, they call him Satan, but we call him Set, right? And what the situation was really that where we are at the present moment, the situation is really something that we ourselves need to get back to our own situation, where it's like we're dealing with frequencies and assimilation. Because when we talk about the anthropocosmos and the pharaonic mind is something that is beyond man's wildest dream. When I say beyond man's wildest dream, because the way the Christianity teaches you to what they teach you to do, they teach you to come out of yourself, right? They don't teach you to be in charge of yourself. They don't teach you that Christ is the Christ within you is the middleman between the lower aspect of man and the higher aspect of man. You know,
Elder Erikuti, we're gonna have to call you back for that because that's a whole new session. We got one more person waiting to ask a question. Empress Judah.
Empress Judah.
You have to unmute yourself, sis.
Yes. Greetings, Elder Herikuti. Thank you very much.
Beloved.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was actually at the PACM meeting, which was 6 till 8, so I didn't get to hear your word right from the beginning, but I think I got the most of what you were saying. I think like most of us on here, we're aware that we're in very perilous times. And in that regard, what book would you recommend in respect of Marcus Messiah Garvey? I say that because there was a sister just now, and perhaps later on when other speakers speak, I will be allowed to elaborate further. But suffice to say, she said she was afraid. There's a lot of people out there, well, she's worried about the vaccine. She's worried about the fact that the vaccine has got all sorts of dangerous chemicals in it, and the list goes on and on and on. So my immediate response as well, if you've read Marcus Garvey, well, hopefully that will take away some of the fear factor. So I'm asking you with great humility, is there a particular book, because you rightly referred to a book in terms of the finances, the European bankers have been doing it for centuries, but for those of our people that are still perhaps, realizing the depths of this, they need to hear from those voices, those prophets that came before us, Marcus Garvey being the most eminent one right now, who told us this was going to happen. Even I'm in a bit of a shock. I never thought I'd be alive to be in this matrix, but God is good. So please, can you advise us, is there a book, because we know Marcus Garvey also dealt with economics, but he also said that the battles of the future will be fought on physical and scientific lines. And it is the race that is able to produce the highest scientific development is the race that will ultimately rule. That's what he told us. So please, yes. Elder Kuti, is there guidance from the prophet Marcus Messiah Garvey that you can share with us today that we can have as, if you like, a source of direction, instruction, and something to share with other people that are not aware of the great wisdom of the Right Honourable Marcus Messiah Garvey? Thank you.
Yeah, give thanks. Give thanks. Yes, Marcus Messiah Garvey. there is a sister out there by the name of Marimba Annie.
Yes.
She wrote a book called Urugo. That book is a book that everyone should really have in their library, really, because what it's dealing with really, it goes beyond normality, and it goes. She addressed the issue in such a way that most people don't really understand or understand. I should say understand, because where we are at now is we should be in the level of understanding, right? And why I say that to you is that Urugo is a book that I found. I was in hospital for 4 weeks, and this book here, I read this book 3 times, right? And I kept going over it and going over it again. And when I saw that, when I read it, it's like it learned me a whole heap of things about the situation of how it is, of even how Christianity started in terms of in Europe, right? And how they utilized it as a means of controlling the people. Yes.
Elder Herakuti, that is, you're right. And I was blessed to meet Professor Marimbrani, and she signed one of my books that she wrote. But I'm just thinking in terms of our people, right? They could be our age, they could be younger. They're just getting a realization that, you know, this thing is serious. And I particularly focused on Marcus Garvey, because at least with Marcus Garvey, that perhaps may not be too difficult for them to get their brain around, because whether they've heard of Marcus Garvey through the music they listen to, or hopefully somebody in their family has at least mentioned Marcus Garvey, you know, I think we need to get to the root of this, yeah? And we know that Marcus Garvey is the father of Pan-Africanism. There is a lot of cultural confusion going on. I don't know if anybody's been looking at some of the social networks. I went on there the other day. I saw 2 homosexual men, black men, under the guise of Pan-Africanism. So I need to get a book title, please, of Professor Tony Martin, in order to share that, because otherwise our people are going to be confused in terms of Urugi, because it's deep. That is deep. And I'm grateful for you sharing that. But is there a particular Marcus Garvey book that you like, that you could recommend, please?
All the books that Tony Williams
Tony Martin
is brilliant.
Tony Martin.
Yeah, it's brilliant, because when he came over here, the situation, what happened is that you have certain people that they put to the forefront to that look like us, but they put those people to the forefront to really Tony Williams to bring him down to a particular level, as though, well, then that he wasn't really, how can I say it? He wasn't really he wasn't really putting across Marcus Garvey to as how they would like to see him do it, as how the European would like to see him do it. And this situation, when I saw that situation, I said to myself, my brother, trust me, you need to come back again. But they ban him and try to do all type of things with him.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elder Erikuti. We're going to have to, obviously, definitely have to invite you back again. So thank you very much for your time. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for all the information that you've given us just in this little section here. So Elder Erikuti, thank you.
Give thanks, give thanks.
Thank you.
Perfect love to everyone.
All right, give thanks.
Will he be staying with us, or is he leaving?
We're to see. We're moving swiftly on now to Sister Ngozi and the Sister Space. Sorry for the time delay, but Sister Ngozi, let you please introduce yourself, and also Rosanna, who's your right-hand man, your backbone, your everything as well. So Sister Ngozi, the screen is now yours, and welcome.
Greetings, everybody. Give thanks. Sister Rose, do you want to unmute yourself? Blessed love, everybody. Give thanks, Auntie. Auntie.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and Elder
Erikuti.
Give thanks.
Yeah.
Can I also hail up my blood sister, Dr. Sandra's sister? Sure.
You let me get tongue-tied. Sister Sandra
Richards. Yes. You know.
Greetings, family, and respect.
Bless up.
Thanks.
Yeah. Rose is going to lead part of this. I think maybe she should start, just so that you know, we are the only African heritage charity supporting women who have been affected by domestic and sexual abuse. And after Rose has spoken, I'm gonna get real with our family up in here. Yeah, really real, because I think we need to have a difficult conversation, as Sister Dr. Sandra always talks about, the difficult conversation that we have to have. And we have to be real about it, because there are things that are not being addressed, and we're going to address them today. So, Rose?
Yes, hi, greetings, everyone. Thank you to the two previous speakers. Very good information that we really do need to think about, even though you're not versed in those conversations. So thank you very much indeed. Auntie Jean, give thanks again, my sister. Give thanks again. You've been a supporter of ours right from the beginning. You've been there when we called you. You know, we've used the bus, everything. So we give thanks to you again, and thank you for the invitation. So very quickly, I'd like to make a few points when it comes to domestic abuse, sexual abuse, and domestic violence in the African community. This is some of the stuff that we just do not talk about it enough. We do not address it. We find it difficult. We know that part of it is also to do with our enslavement period, although that's, you know, not the first period, but there's a lot of history in that. But right now here currently, we find it very difficult to have a conversation. It's very painful when we speak to the sisters, when we have lectures and so on. It's very, very difficult. But if we do not talk about domestic abuse, sexual abuse, and domestic violence, we are failing our young people. Our young people will continue just to go along, live, get involved in situations that they know nothing about. Because I would imagine 9 out of 10 of them maybe do not even know that maybe their auntie, their mother, their sister, their niece have been sexually abused or have experienced domestic violence or domestic abuse. So now we're going back to our mother's generation. If we go back to our mother's generation, we know when they were back home, so many things happened to them. They then come over here, they have families, patterns occur, and a lot of them haven't been asked, so a lot of them really don't know how to talk and express what has happened to them. We have what they call the Windrush generation, and it's way beyond the Windrush. But like right now, when any of you know that there has been a big conversation about those from that generation, that we ourselves have initiated conversations about it. That doesn't happen too much. We have the young people now who are coming from households where they're being abused. And again, when have we, even in the Pan-Africanist community, when have we initiated conversations to talk to the young people about how they feel, what's happening, what's going on in that world? But also, what about us? Those of us here right now,
come on,
may have experienced sexual abuse, who may have experienced domestic violence. How many of us here talk, have a conversation about it? We're not saying just come out and do it, but there are forums and Sister Space. This is what what and why we have created the sister space for, just to let you know that we are there to initiate those conversations, to ask questions, to try and make policies, to change policies, to have our own space, our own safe space. This is what we've been fighting about, to have our own safe space so we can talk and we can do what we need to do, how we need to do it, when we need to do it, if we need to do it, and every other do it. Yeah. So those are just a few of those questions that's always up in my mind, that we're always talking about, that we're always having to, we actually spend a lot more time speaking to other cultures about that than we do with us. And there are some fabulous brothers and sisters out there who work in organizations, in their workplace, in their workspaces. But for us having conversations, we need to fix up, because it has the impact that it has on our sisters is so huge and it's so immense. You know, just very quickly, one other thing we talk about is about the Rastafari community and what's happened to a lot of the sisters, particularly back in the day.
Yes.
About the domestic abuse. The abuse is about emotional abuse, financial abuse, psychological abuse, etc. It's not always just about the domestic violence, but it's about all the other abuses that's happened. We also have in our community where our children are abusing us. Children are abusing their parents.
That's right.
And once again, so sometimes we make it all lovely and breezy and airy fairy, that, you know, that we got lots of other things going on. But this is a subject that we need to speak about. And I'm going to say, fortunately for you all, we at Sister Space, we don't stop talking about it. So that's just my little piece.
Give thanks. You know you're coming back in, Sister Rose,
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
So for those of you who are not clear, Sister Space was formed in 2015 after the vicious murder of Valerie Ford and her 23-month-old baby. Now, Valerie, dreadlock sister, did a 9-to-5, used to work in a community group, very community-minded. And Valerie went, now we don't like to go to police. We don't like to do that. But Valerie was so afraid. She went to the police and she said that the guy threatened to burn down the house with her and their children in it. The police put it down as a threat to property. Are you hearing me? A threat to property. Consequently, that thing came back. 31st of March she gave him 3 months to leave the property. 31st of March was the deadline. So on that day, she said, look, I'm going to work. You need to be out by the end of the day. He said he hasn't got anywhere to go. So it went back and forth. She phoned her daughter and she left, the daughter was at work. She left the phone open so that the daughter could hear what's going on. The last thing Valerie's daughter heard is her mum making a kind of a sound and her 23-month-old baby screaming, and then the baby went silent. He used a machete, a screwdriver and a hammer, and he took them out. You see, yeah? And used a machete on his child's throat. Now, I'm not going to sit here and past all of that. I listen to us conscious and our culture, and in Africa we did that, and tomorrow we do that, and we're not dealing with what's going on right here and right now, okay? And I'm going to say respectfully, because Rosanna, you mentioned there may be among us those who have gone through domestic abuse, but there may be among us those who are perpetrators of abuse. Yeah. And I say to those people, I don't care if it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago, 40 years ago, you got a title and you're someone different now. If you are a perpetrator, your time is coming, because there is no statute of limitation on bringing perpetrators to justice. Now, let me talk a little bit about this police thing. I don't like police, but I don't like perpetrators. And if a so-called brother is sufficiently unconscious enough to abuse his partner and therefore his children, yeah? If you are in any kind of problem, you ring 999 fast as your fingers would let you. Yes, I said it, yeah? Rather than you sit down in a room and you think, oh, the community are gonna frown on me. So when you are no longer here, where's that community? If someone is hurting you and you need to get out, use any method you can, yeah? If we are saying to our community, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that, and we are not taking steps to support our family, then all we are is mouth. And I've been in this community for some long years. And one thing I will tell you straight up, because I'm not looking for no friend. I've got family. I'm not looking for no friend. So I'm about the truth. A lot of us got mouth and no action. Holy per mouth, no action. Some people know my sister, my uncle, the next door neighbor, somebody's going through domestic abuse, but it ain't nothing to do with me. I'm gonna look this way. If you know about it and it's your brethren or your father or your brother or whatever, and you don't call it out, you are also guilty. You see, that's the kind of language we need to be having now. All right? Now, it's coming on for 6 years now that we run the Sister Space. We ran Sister Space after the death of Valerie Ford. Since this COVID-19, whether it's real or it's not, yeah? Because we got so much conspiracy theories out there and people are saying it's not real and the government are doing this and all. This may well be the truth, but the bottom line is people are still dying. That's the bottom line. And the other thing is women, I can only talk about Black women, are stuck in the house with the perpetrator. And when you try and come out to go to housing to get help, they're sending you right back in it. You go to the police, sometimes they send you right back in it. Where do you go? Who do you talk to? A lot of the community men, and I have nothing but love for my brothers, to the point where I'm told the truth. That's love. Talking the truth in my community, I see that as love. And I'm told, yeah, some of these brothers with the biggest name and the fanciest title are the worst perpetrators. Did you hear me? Yeah? And I'm not talking about I think, I'm talking about I know. Okay, because I've been doing this for so long, I've been talking to so many people. I know some of the perpetrators. Confidentiality means I can't talk, but I know not all of us are who we claim to be. I'm not talking about anybody on this platform. I'm just saying generally. So let's open our eyes. Yeah, you cannot unsee what you have seen. Well, I can't. I know what I've seen. I know what we're going through. We have had in the last 8 months a 300% increase in Black women coming to Sister Space for support from Black brothers. Is there anybody who's not hearing me? Am I, like I said, it's nothing but love, yeah? But right now, I don't think being nice is gonna save anybody's life. Yeah. So this is what I'm gonna say to the sisters, first of all, yeah? There are not many who have not got a story to tell of abuse. Some of us may not even know that it is in fact abuse. A, we may be so used to it, we don't see it for what it is. B, we come up seeing our parents take 2 licks and stuff like and just think that's the way it go. Yeah? Let me break down abuse for you. Let me break it down for you. It doesn't have to be a slap, a punch, or a kick. It can be you're fat and ugly. Nobody don't want you. That's abuse. Yeah? That can be I need that money there. Yeah? No, you can't have it. Women want it. And you take it, not only is it abuse, it's theft. Yeah? Let me have this difficult conversation right here now. Yeah? Sexual abuse and rape are not always the same thing according to this law. Okay? So if I'm in a relationship with a brother and he says to me, I'm going to ask you some questions now if you don't mind, yeah? And he says to me, come we forward. English is not our first language, so you know what I'm talking about, yes? Right, come we forward. And I say, I don't want to. And he says, you're my wife, yeah? And he goes, true. Is that rape? Just with a show of heads or no?
Yes,
or,
it is rape.
Yeah? Rape, right.
Right.
So I just want people to be clear, right? Because certain people have to understand if you're a parent or you're a sister or you're mother or a father, you have to understand that in the Crown Prosecution Service, I didn't know ain't going to help you. Yeah? So be clear. But okay, suppose the brother comes and he give me two cups of vodka and I'm drunk. Yeah? So I haven't said no. But he goes through anyway, but I didn't say no. Is that rape?
Yes.
Why?
Because you've not given your consent.
There you go. That's it. That's the key word there, consent. Hear this now, yeah? I'm in bed. Brother's trying to check for me, yeah? I don't really want to, but I didn't say no. But I'm not engaging, but I didn't say no. Is that rape?
It's rape. If you don't agree, if you don't consent, it's rape.
I want everyone to be clear.
Your own body.
Yeah, right. There are so many of these young, because we do a lot of these court cases, and a lot of the younger guys still, and even some of the older ones, she never said no. The absence of no does not mean the presence of yes.
Exactly.
You see, right? I'm not talking to nobody with no kid gloves. Everybody here is big people, yeah? So, and I'm not trying make anyone angry, or if they're angry, I don't care, to be honest, yeah? It's about the truth. I'm seeing too much damage. And you know, a lot of the women that come to us are over 50, 60, 70, 80.
Wow.
The rape and the sexual assault, right? And let me just be clear on that. If you go past me and you grab me, yeah? I didn't give you permission. That's sexual assault. Do you understand? Yeah? Just so that there's a distinct difference, which we don't have the time to go into now, right? But I want, yeah, I spoke to the sisters just now. Now I'm speaking to the brothers. Yeah? With love or without love, I don't care, right? To be honest, yeah? If you know of somebody who is an abuser and you stay out of it, but he's your friend and he can come around you, you need to check yourself. Because by your silence, you're condoning, and it's okay. When we talk about what other people are doing to us and all this kind of thing, it's a valid conversation, yes, but a greater conversation is what we're doing to ourselves. It starts at home. It starts within, okay? Now, I don't know if at this point anyone wants to ask me anything, or if there's an area you want me to cover, because we are experts. We are not.
Yeah. It's not a question, just a comment. Yeah. When it comes to sex, which is supposed to be emotional, it's not always is, then there's two people should be doing it, not one person imposing upon another person. Absolutely. So if you say yes or no, or you can't talk, it still don't give consent to someone to abuse you. Because if you're not taking part in that, you're being abused.
Yeah. But you know what protects that? Thank you for that. You know what protects the perpetrator, and they are perpetrators, is that we don't talk outside. We don't report, right? For several reasons. We don't report, number one, is because our community, as much as we say we love each other, we can be our own worst enemies, yeah? Because I know, and Roseanne can testify, and Sister Dr. Sandra can also testify, so many members of our community would challenge the victim for going to the police before challenging the perpetrator.
Yeah.
You see, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, we also got a lot of men in the community who like to speak for women. I'm sorry, I don't know where that comes from, yeah? There is no man born of a woman who can speak for me. I can speak for myself. You see, right? You know, like I hear, oh, the sisters should do this and the sisters need to do that and the sisters need to do. The brother needs to check himself. That's what he needs to do. Yeah. There is no harm in you making a suggestion, a warm one, right? But making a suggestion or sharing a view versus telling us what we should wear, what we should cover, what we should and shouldn't do. Listen, I don't know where that school of thought comes from, but I don't subscribe to it. Yeah, I don't. I'm not telling other sisters that they shouldn't. If that's your thing, go for it. But I'm just making it clear, brothers, it is no more your duty to dictate what women should do than it is our duty to dictate what you should do. We should be a partnership. We should be a partnership. There is no way on this earth that I should fear a brother. If there's any time in your life that a sister has cause to fear you, yeah, take off your African hat and your African garment. It don't mean nothing. Change back your name. No, hear this, right? As I said, don't want to hear me? Mute your mics, yeah? I'm saying to you, there's more than being an African man. And of course, by virtue of you even being here means you probably, this doesn't apply to you, but it still needs to be said because the message needs to be out there. And a lot of you brothers have more access to other brothers than we do. Therefore, it is for you to take our message forward, all right? It is not okay to put on African garments, call yourself an African name, speak to a piece of scripture, and then go home and disrespect your woman. Jah don't sleep. He don't sleep. I'm gonna wait for questions.
Can I say something?
Yeah, and can I say something as well?
Yes. You take turns. Marlene's I got first, and then I got you, Shaz.
I've got my hand up.
Yes, both of you got your hands up.
All
right.
All I'd like to say is, listening to you, sister, it reminded me of the situation where that girl exposed that guy that's been over 3 decades being abusing in our community. A lot of us had no clue that it was going on, and other ones of us, as you said, knew and was complicit.
Yes.
And I just, when I did hear the story, I was horrified, like most of us must have been. And I just couldn't believe such things was going on in our community, because I don't know. I know I'm a strong woman, but can you explain to me, are these weak women or something? Because I wouldn't let a man touch me, and if he did, he would be gone immediately. So when I hear of women putting up with abuse constantly, I just can't get my head around it, because, unless you're completely dependent on someone, I don't see why anyone should put up with a person abusing them in no way or no form. So I don't know if these people are vulnerable or they're lacking self-esteem. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. Thank you. But let's not make the mistake of victim blaming, because that's what that is. Yeah? It isn't about a matter of her being strong or the other one being weak. It isn't that. Let the guilt lay where it needs to be, yeah? On the perpetrator. If I was a victim, and I call myself quite a very strong woman, yeah? But I can think of 1,000 situations where I might not be able to support myself out of something. Knowledge is a wonderful thing. So luckily for me, I have enough knowledge and foresight to see something before it's going to happen. Let me tell you about a perpetrator. They're the most smooth talking, trickiest bastards on the earth, yeah? And I'm not sugarcoating nothing. Some of these people will do what they need to do to get where they need to be, yeah? They will get in your psyche. They will be the nicest person, they will whatever. Circumstances for everybody is different. If a woman, and many of the women that we deal with don't have secure immigration status, therefore that person can threaten, if you don't do this or that, or if you don't comply, if you've got any problems, I'm going to get you deported. Yeah. It could be, I don't have nowhere to live. It could be sheer fear of violence. It could be ignorance. It has nothing to do with the woman. It has everything, unless the woman is the perpetrator. It has everything to do with the man. So we need to we need to really be clear about victim blaming, yeah, and laying the blame squarely where it belongs, with the abuser, yeah. With the sister that you mentioned that came forward and spoke of the abuse in the community, powerful.
Can I just say something to you,
No,
young
no,
lady?
not yet, Mimi, not yet. There is a queue. Shaz is next, so if you could wait, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Shaz.
Sister Shaz.
Greetings, Sister Ngozi.
Blessings, beloved.
Can I just say before I start, I've done the domestic training program, yeah, and I have put something in the chat. I'm asking what online support are you offering in these miserable circumstances to women that can't get out to a domestic violence group.
All right. So
and there's other things that I've written in there, because I think you're talking about the brothers abusing the women, right? But from my own personal experience of many years of being a volunteer, yeah, and also a survivor, yeah, it's not just black brothers who are abusing black women, and you haven't made that clear on this chat. And they are very, very.
To be fair, she has made reference to women as well.
And
yeah, but not just blaming. It's not just black brothers. It's not just black brothers. There are a lot of white men that are doing that as well.
Yeah, but what sister is doing is a sister space,
and they equally need to be called out as well.
It's a sister space for us as Black African Caribbean.
I hear that.
We know it happens across the board. We know it happens all over.
Those women haven't got any support.
What we are dealing with is with us, because we're the ones who don't have the support. We're the ones that need the support.
All right, Auntie Jean, let me just make something crystal clear.
Yes.
Yeah, we are called sister space, not brother space. Number one, we deal with African heritage women and girls. Number two, and number three, at this precise time, we haven't. I don't think we've come across two women yet who have abusers from other cultures. Not to say it doesn't happen, but I know what I'm dealing with, okay? So there are 1,000 organizations out there that deal with everybody else. The reason we had to start a sister space is because no one is focusing on us, and I am focusing on us, okay? Now, I would assume that I didn't think that I'd have to go back to basics to make it clear to everybody that abusers are men, they're women, they're black, they're white, they're Asians, they're everywhere. That's just a given, all right? So it's interesting what you've picked up, yeah? There are so many things I've said, and I'm very interested in what you've picked up. I have a short time on this platform, and there are messages that I need to get out there. The most important ones for me is covering African heritage people, okay? So that answers that. But I am an independent domestic violence advisor and an independent sexual violence advisor. And I've got 2 colleagues on this platform as well. So we're not speaking, we're frontline. You don't hear about us. You don't hear about us 24/7 we work. I don't get Sundays, Monday, I don't get any day off. I can be called at any time, okay? I am frontline. And when I turn around, right, I very rarely see people that look like me backing me, yeah? Auntie Jean, Brother Andrew Muhammad, there's a Kebula, there's quite a few of the family who we know are there regardless. But when it comes to on the ground, it's us, myself, Rose, are the women who are usually on the front line, okay? And we are speaking from our experience. Can't speak from anybody else's, but we're coming to tell you, in answer to your question, we are, you can contact us, and Auntie Jean can put the email out how you can contact us. And if you need us, we'll find a way to get to you. Trust me, yeah? That's how much our community means to us. We will find a way. Now, you may or may not know that right now, Hackney Council, for the last 8 months, have done everything in their power to kick us out of our venue, yeah? Because we are we work for or with the London Mayor's office. They've given us a 2-year contract to deal with the whole of London. They've paid one member of staff to deal with all of African Heritage London. Yeah, can you imagine? So there's 9 of us now who volunteer with that one wage. So we all get a little chew and we all get transport, because there's so much wrong in our community. Their violence is off the charts. The rapes, the serious beatings, all of that stuff is so rife and dirty in our community, you wouldn't believe it, but it's not being talked about. So here I am, without apology, telling my community, we need to fix up.
Yeah. You got a question from Sis Dr. Sandra.
Love you.
Yeah, greetings everyone. This is less of a question and more of a statement.
Ma'am.
The work of Sister Space is critical. It is saving lives. And some people will know me and some people will not. But I'm very, very observant and I listen very carefully. It is of great interest to me that where the most energy is coming from right now is from sisters wanting to jump in and defend something that is indefensible. This work is being done daily, 24 hours round the clock. So for ones to come and say that they have seen it, been part of it, or anything of that nature, almost seems to me that they are dismissing what is happening in real terms at this time. This presentation is not intended to suggest that other people have not been through it, or that other people have not been trained, or anything like that. This presentation is intended to highlight a situation that is happening in our community now. And so if a sister comes out, this one happens to be my blood sister, but if a sister comes out and knows she's going to get this kind of heat from a sister, it's a very interesting temperature of where we are.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone coming out of Sister Space is specialist trained, culturally sensitive, compassionate and cultivating compassion, tired and brave, because we belong to this community. It is this community that we love and we support. So if we can't say to our one another, something is wrong, something is wrong, I think if the least that we do is to go check out who Sister Space are, the least we do, go and find out if the people in Sister Space are for real, if they're trained, if any of them have experienced abuse or anything themselves. If you, just before we start to attack our one another for helping our one another, can we just take a moment to cultivate some compassion? Because we are dealing with a situation that is bad. And in a COVID context, it is worse. It is worse. And those statutory organizations that we may have been associated with and we would want to hold up next to Sister Space, we really have to check ourselves, because the funding that they get by virtue of the color of their skin or who they know is not afforded to us.
That's right.
We're too black and we have historically been property. And if the police tell us when we go to them that it is a threat against property, doesn't that hark back to a situation that many of us should be aware of? It's not about accusing anybody in this gathering, you know. It is about raising awareness. The least we can do is listen to the call, listen to the plea, and stop attacking the messenger. It is the message that we are trying to get out. And many people on this platform and beyond this platform, man and woman, are supportive.
Yes.
I think it has already been identified that a number of people, including Al Kabulan and a number of people, we don't have to name everybody, But there have been people who have been of great support, and even before Sister Space, many of the people involved in Sister Space, and I would challenge, and this is very unusual for me, I challenge everybody in this and anybody who can hear my voice to go and check out the people in Sister Space, and you will find they have a history before Sister Space of supporting the community, man, woman, child, elder. That is our history. So please listen to the message. The message is being made, the plea is being made on behalf of the voiceless. There are women and others, but right now, there needs to be a focus on a particular situation. There are women who are being attacked and assaulted in front of their children. We are bringing up another generation. The elders are tired and scared. So when something is being brought to our attention, can we please suspend that stuff and just say, well, let me just go check out who they are? Because some women are relying on us doing something. Please let us listen to the message. Please let us listen to the message and not attack the messenger. Give thanks.
Right, I'm very clear that maybe, and I give thanks, Sister Dr. Sandra Richards, who, as I said, is also my blood sister, my senior sister, so she's going to come out. And she's also a trained, qualified member of Sister Space, okay? But, and with, if you see her history, is longer than mine, right? So we are old heads in this war. I don't take anything anyone said as an attack, even if it came as one. I don't care. As I told you already, I've got too many things to do, too many things to worry about, too many of us are dying. I want to just end by saying the amount of historical child sex abuse that's in our communities is something that take time, yeah? So many of the women are saying they're not only suffering domestic abuse, they were suffering abuse from the uncle this, you know, the man at the top of the road that, you know, when then back in the day when both our parents are at work, so they didn't have a system like today. Today's a little easier. When mum and dad had to go to work, they left you with uncle table or back home and all them kind of things there. And it's only now, those of us who are in our 50s and 60s are telling stories of what so-and-so did. And some of us had I never went through it, but some of us had, I speak collectively, had tried to tell their parent. And the parent either didn't believe it or, well, you know, he's my boyfriend, and if I don't, you know, where am I going to live with everybody? So it's almost like a sacrifice thing. So when we're out there, you know, I don't take it light, but when I hear the whole tech message going through and through and through and through, it's beautiful. And when you're looking at our culture and our history and all that, it's very beautiful. Look what's happening now here. Some of you in your own house, you don't understand, yeah? Your daughter's online. Online abuse is sick, yeah? You're gonna hear these stories 15 years, 20 years from now because we're not focusing on what's in the room, we're focusing on what happened, but you can't do both. I've spoken.
Thank you. You've got another question from Jacqueline. Jacqueline, you'd like to unmute yourself and ask your question?
First of all, thank you all very much. Brilliant presentation. And Auntie Jean, I can't thank you enough because I actually asked you to raise this topic and you did. I also knew Valerie very, very well and worked with Valerie. Valerie also worked in the NHS, and there's another colleague on the platform who also knows Valerie as well. So in terms of what was actually mentioned earlier on was that why do people stay with abusers? There's different forms of abuse and people's got to recognize that. There's coercive abuse. There's people that's actually so frightened, the person can be nice to you one day and horrid the next. So a lot of people go through these things. Valerie was a strong person. So there's lots of things that form abuse. This organization, it's named after Valerie, it's so needed in our community. There's a wall of silence here, and we all have to come together and to support this organization. And if it's a safe platform for us to come together, it's much needed. And lastly, what I was going to say is as well, if you're going to leave an abuser, don't let the person know when you're about to leave.
That's right.
You've got to leave. And that was part of the key. Don't let them know when you're leaving, because that's a danger.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you for all that you've said.
I know you as well. I'm working for years.
Okay. I mean, one of Valerie's children are one of our trustees now. Yeah.
Tariq?
I won't say who
Yeah.
it is. It's enough to know that a family member is a trustee. I wanted to end with thank you, Jacqueline, because I wanted to end with some tips. Yeah. And the number one you mentioned it. If you plan to exit, have a plan. The plan may take some time. Most women are killed, as was Valerie, at the very time they decide to leave the relationship. That's when nobody thinks that they're going to be murdered. Nobody, Valerie kind of tried to get hope for herself, but people think it happens to somebody else. It doesn't. Yeah. So if there's somebody that you trust, and I would strongly advise you don't go to the perpetrator's sister or family, no matter how close you think you are. Try and better you find the next door neighbor. This is what I tell people to do. If you're planning an exit, get a small suitcase or something with your essentials, including your passport and a little £20 we call Vex money or whatever, and have that somewhere else. Have a room with a lockable door. If you can't get out, or you've had reason to believe that this person may become agitated, violent, coercion and control, all that kind of stuff, you need to have a mobile phone, a little cheap one, $9.99, that's always charged and hidden in that room, so you can always go for help. The list is long. If you want to know, get in touch with us on sisterspace1@gmail.com. Auntie Jean.
Where are you getting your funding from then? This is part of my concern, because I try to circulate it amongst our community as much as possible, and I know that you're actually finding difficulty. So where are you at the moment getting your funding for your?
I'll be honest, yeah. So right now we've got one paid worker, NOPAC, and 4 days and that contract ended on the 31st of March 2021, so in a couple of months. But then they just contacted us 3 days ago. They're extending it for another 2 years, yeah. But that's still only one paid worker, and we're Pan London. But even though we're Pan London, we don't stop at London. Come on, yeah. We're going wherever our people are. We put out a GoFundMe. We put it out 12th of June. We're getting some serious support at the moment. But when people see the number, they get confused. It seems to be a lot of money. Right now, we're paying 33,000 a year for the venue that we're in, which means in 2 years, we won't have anything. So when you look at the GoFundMe, it looked nice. It looked fluffy and everything, yeah? But when you're paying 33,000 a year, that money isn't a lot. So we need £5, £10, £100, £1,000, whatever you can put into the GoFundMe. It means that we'll be here for another year or another 5 years. And that Sister Rosanna and we told them, Sister Rosanna, about a year ago, I think we were coming from a Kevlin family have a radio station, and we went to do an interview with them. But just over a year ago. And me and Rosanna were very, very excited because we found, I think between us, we found £3 or something like that. We broke them time then, man. Yeah, serious. I don't feel no way to tell people. Yeah, we went and what did we get? A bottle of coconut water and 2 packets of crisps or something like that. We was chewing. Yeah. Now things are a little bit better because now we have a contract with Marks and Spencer. 7 days a week we pick up food from them, and we deliver to 150 people a week for the last 2 years. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we do that people don't know. We don't have to put it out there, but we do need people to reach out and help the person next to you. Please don't.
Are you actually doing any joint up working with any other organisations in any other areas? That
we have the violence against women and girls sector, the VWAG sector, the statutory agencies. We do a lot of work with, because they keep calling us names like BAME and Afro-Caribbean and stuff like that.
Oh, that's another subject. I'm involved in things like that. Yeah,
we're dealing with them. Yeah.
Oh, that's another.
But the community, We are.
Greetings, sisters.
Yes.
Is it possible for me to interject for one moment?
Yes, go ahead. You already done it.
This is Brother Huey. Yeah.
That's it.
From Aggie Source. Yeah, Black Power. There's a sister on board. Her name's Sister Akua. She's a sister that initiated that first video that went viral. She's in from abroad. Is it possible that she can just give a few moments to the group and explain what she's doing and her work and her life and what she's been involved in? Would that be possible?
Can we just conclude our because I'm going to finish now. So
yeah, not a problem. I'm just saying if that could be done. That's all, because I know.
Love to hear from her.
Beautiful. Okay, that's all I'm saying. No problem.
Give thanks. Auntie Jean, just to say thank you to everybody for listening. You know, and just give thanks. Give enough thanks.
Can I also just say that right now it don't matter how old you are, your nieces, your nephews, your neighbors' friends, your grandchildren's friends and relatives. Just a couple of things that we should be looking out for, a couple of things that we need to do. Always speak to the young people and give them guidance about sexual abuse, domestic abuse, talking to people on road, talking to even their brothers' friends, finding out how they feel if somebody's around them. If they're speaking to you, listen to them, take note, make sure you keep them away. If it's your boyfriend's friend or what have you, don't leave your children with them, watch them. Yes, you may have to go to work, etc. You know, work something out. Sit down, have groups. If you got, quite a few children, sit down, talk about it. That's all we at Sister Space ever say. Talk about the subjects. There's also the whole thing of the gang, young girls and young boys in gangs, and there's gang rape and gang violence and gang this and all. We as elders have to learn about that side of it as well. It's not always about us talking to them, but it's about them talking to us also. And so let's go back to when we were young people, as was Ngozi mentioned, when the uncle was there or the uncle's friend was there. He wants you to sit on your lap, or he has to come and kiss you, or you have to go and greet him and hail him up and all that. All that has got to be, you got to bun all that. That just should not be happening now, knowing what we know and knowing the damage that has been done to the sisters and the brothers as well. We don't leave out the brothers, but we are primarily about African heritage women and girls happening. So talk. And yes, it may be difficult. And also, just my last point is, I know like there are women and sisters in families who report that this happened to me, that happened to me, and that happened to me. And then there's big family divisions, and this one don't want to talk about that one because you should leave it alone and not get to it and all that. We're becoming mature. We are the mature. We are going to be the next generation. And if we are not able to speak about our truth and what happened to us, and our children don't know certain things that happened to us, we are bound to continue that cycle of abuse. Yeah. So, and even within the abuse, some of us may not know that you were born of rape. Right. You have other brothers and sisters that are out there, and now you got your grandchildren who don't know who ABC is, and maybe going to have relationships with other people. So we got a lot to talk about, and we just need to open the conversation. If you can't speak about it, write it. If you can't write about it, sing it. If you can't sing about it, there are so many different ways to talk about the subject. But contact us at Sister Space. We're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we have a website. You can find us running up our mouth everywhere. Come to Auntie Jean if you don't think about us, but there's so much works that we're doing that is going to be amazing work, where we are recording our story ourselves, not nobody else doing it, and it's going to be wonderful. So give thanks to Auntie Jean.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, and thank you, Sister Ngozi, for all the works that you're doing. It's tireless, and it's 24/7 as well. So thank you for being you. Thank you for being there. Quickly, Chairman Huey, you said you have somebody there. But before we move on, Elder Vasco Stevenson, because it's Elder Vasco Stevenson's time we're going to eat into, just for 5 minutes we can give you. Elder, is that okay? Elder Vasco?
They should have to wait.
Yes, that's fine with me, Auntie Jean.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I look at my watch and time you.
All right, okay. Thank you. Huey, quickly, would you like to introduce the person you have?
Yes, Sister Kira, I think she's
It's Sister Afua, Huey.
Afua?
Afua.
I don't want to take up any time at all, my sister. Brother Huey called me and invited me to join, but I didn't realize that there was time constraints at all. So yeah, I had no idea that the web was taking place or anything. So I don't want to kind of impose on anybody's time. I'm happy to listen. I'm glad I've kind of discovered this space in the sort of couple of minutes that I've been listening. I can feel already that it's a powerful space, and I recognize some of the people involved. So I'm happy to just listen at this point and perhaps join again, because I wasn't aware of the sister circle. So we can talk again, sister. I don't want to eat into elders.
That's beautiful. I mean, I have put the email address for the sister space in the chat, so you can actually get in contact personally. So basically you could let them know what skills you have and how you can help as well, and what you do.
Absolutely,
and also if you can give me your details too afterwards, and then we move it on from there.
Sure, I'll leave my contacts in the chats. Maybe you can DM me, because actually I think it's really important for the work that I'm doing at the moment, particularly with the things that have transpired since the video, that there is a safe and robust Black female space for victims. So that's something that I've been kind of collating, building with people that have reached out. And as I say, I had no idea about your space. So yeah, let's talk.
Sorry, can I just get clarity? Is this Afua, are you the sister that came and told us about is it the video that was a few weeks ago?
Vincent Wright.
That's right.
South London.
That's right, yeah.
You know what, sister? The way Rose and I were trying to find you, just to number one, just big you up for you're just everything. And just to say that any support you need, you got it. You got it. Yeah?
We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk definitely. I'm gonna leave my details in the chat. Sorry, I'm not turning the camera on. It's like 1 a.m. in the morning over here. So I'm gonna kind of keep it off. It might get scary. I'll leave my details in the chat, and then if you DM me with your details, whoever wants to, then we'll hook it up from there. That would be great. And yes, sis, I'll take the email out of the chat as well and email you. All right, blessed love, my sisters.
Give thanks. Give thanks. And give thanks, Huey.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Right. And with this now, we're moving on. Thank you so much again, Sister Ngozi, for the work that you're doing. Thank you, Rosanna, also, because I know your work is endless. And it's not only that, it's heart-rending, and words can't say, but thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So with this now, we're going to move swiftly on to Elder Vasco and Elder Vasco Stevenson. But before I introduce you to Elder Vasco Stevenson, Elder was on the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market a couple of weeks ago, whereas to give you a little bit of the background of the story, he wasn't able to get internet access. So just before we started, I had to find out telephone numbers for so that he can actually join by telephone and not by his data. So both of us was new to that part of that anyway. So anyway, he joined us by telephone. And when I introduced Elder Vasco to make his presentation, Elder was asking questions to a judge, Alfred Weber, who was on with Mark Steele. And I must admit, it's the first time we've ever had any Europeans or Caucasians actually on the African Culture Market. But to get a different point or get a different side, that was invited to talk about the COVID and to talk about what was actually happening behind the scenes. Also, Elder is a regular. He's been on the African Culture Market doing regular updates for the current affairs of what's actually going on. And he does a lot of research and he puts a lot of work and a lot of effort and time into his works. And after the questioning, it got a little bit heated and I did mute Judge Weber on a couple of times while Vasco and Elder was, Lord Weber was actually speaking. So, and then Elder's phone was on mute. So I was wondering how comes he hasn't come back in. Elder thought that I muted him, which I didn't. That's the technology side of it. But all in all, what I am actually saying and apologizing for is how Elder Vasco was made to feel, how he left that session. He felt hurt, he felt disrespected, he felt like all his work and effort didn't count for anything. And what I'm apologizing for is how he felt. I'm showing that I respect all the work that you do, Elder Vasco, all the research that you put in. And I suppose in Elder's eyes, it looked as though, because the audiences all didn't really support either. So it looked as though everybody's gone on to the European side and not picked up on Elder Vasco. So I'm apologizing for how Elder Vasco, I'm apologizing to you and how you felt when you left that session. So I'm not saying it from the bottom of my heart, the top of my heart, I'm saying it from the whole of my heart. Please forgive me if I played any part in making you feel away. So Elder Vasco Stevenson, please, I'm asking you for your forgiveness for that.
Well said. You got to forgive you.
Very humbling. Wow.
Elder Vasco? Are you still in the room?
Can't see him, Jean.
Sorry?
He was here, but he's not here at the moment.
Has he gone?
You're going to have to say that all again now.
Gone to the other screens and I can't see him.
Okay, he must have dropped out.
He's coming back
in.
He's
coming back in. Okay. Oh, well. I suppose it's going to be a bit of a deja vu for everybody else.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll make a cup of tea.
He can listen to the tape and hear what you said, Auntie Jean. You said it already. You apologise.
No, he didn't hear. Elder Vasco?
He's muted.
Elder Vasco, could you unmute yourself, please?
I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know how
I
much
have
did
done
you?
that. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry
I
to
didn't
butt
hear
in.
anything.
Big
My
up.
system went off. It said someone was trying to join and it knocked me out. I don't know why.
Okay. I don't know what you heard, but what I was actually saying is I apologizing for how you was made to feel the last time you was actually here on this platform, the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market, because I know that you felt you felt hurt, you felt like all the work and effort that you've put in has been basically wasted on us. It has not, I'm telling you, it has not been wasted on us. I am apologizing for how you felt and not putting, as I said, the Europeans before us, because I know that you said that there wasn't very, there was, I think there's only one person who actually, who mentioned you and said, what about the other fella? So I, as I said, not from the bottom of my heart or the top of my heart, from the whole of my heart, I apologize for how you felt, was made to feel leaving the African Culture Market a couple of weeks ago. So I'm asking if you would please accept my apology.
Yes, Auntie Jean, I've accepted your apology from our conversation, or two conversations, and that's the reason why I'm here tonight, okay?
Thank you.
But at no time did I think that the work I put in was not appreciated. I know it was appreciated.
Thank you
So
very
I'm
much.
confining any sentiments I have to the incident itself. I'm not going beyond that.
Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. And so with that, sorry.
It's understanding is supposed to come with maturity and experience. So I think I have both of those, and that's why I'm such an understanding person.
And I'm grateful for that.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for that. So with
And
that,
thanks to Patricia as well, I must say, who's one of my favorite people.
Give thanks.
So with that now, we'll move on to Elder Vasco Stevenson, is going to give us the current affairs. Elder Vasco, welcome. The screen is now yours.
Thank you so much. Screen share, yes?
Oh, yes, sorry. Okay, you got it.
Right, am I there now? Can you see me?
Yeah.
You can see everything, okay?
No, I can see you. I can't see screen share yet.
Well, you can't see screen share yet.
No.
Okay. Let me minimize that. Here we go, screen share. Got it?
Yes.
Yep.
The show. Right. Yep. I'm learning as I go along.
Excellent. Okay. Well done.
Okay. You want to make it big screen as well?
Yes.
That would be good.
Okay. Better, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. This presentation is called Behind the Scenes. And really, there's so much going on in the world at the moment that about. And I think it's incumbent upon people like me who do a lot of research and digging behind the scenes to bring it to the fore so that everyone can actually understand that nothing is as it seems. And a lot of this is shadows and mirrors, okay? But before I actually get into that bit of the presentation, I'm going to bring you a little bit of what brought us to this position at the moment, okay? And it says here, since the arrival of George H.W. Bush in 1989, the United States of America has been sabotaged and has been sold to the highest bidder at the expense of the American people and for the benefit of a few privileged individuals secretly helping each, I can't see the bit, but both sides of the political spectrum. That means Republicans and Democrats, okay? They both, no matter which party they were in, they were helping the other side. We lost the trade war not because we were not fighters, but because the leaders we trusted sold out America, okay? And we don't lose anymore. We are winning, 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 right?
Right.
Now we talk about the Rothschild cabal. Okay, I've got something covering it up here again. And their Illuminati bloodlines have attacked mankind in the most vicious, violent, and pernicious way, using big pharma and the planetary industrial fabric they control. They have been administering to us and our children harmful chemicals through food, air, and home cleaning products. Their purpose is more macabre than just to kill us. Okay? To take the energy, or in simple terms, for them, we are food. I think everybody's understood that by now at this point in time, yes?
Yeah.
We are food because they are not totally human. With the help of prominent puppet politicians who had our trust and government agents lurking in the shadows, they took control of whatever that word is and the banking system and have plunged the majority of the planet into poverty and misery. All right? So that is what's been going on for over 200 years. And as you can see, under the current president of the United States, humanity is at war against the demonic Rothschild cabal. Right? Yes, we are at war, and it's not only about the United States, but about all humans from all countries. As a species, and the United States military is leading the charge against our invaders. This, unfortunate, means he is going to take the Fed, that's the Federal Reserve, the central bank in America, which was owned by the Rothschilds, and the president has now brought it into the Treasury Department. In other words, it's been semi-nationalized. Okay? Right, I'm going to skip this. That's what the Fed, the Federal Reserve, it's neither federal nor a reserve. I don't know why it has those names. And the international banking system, which is owned and run by them. And to them, we are slaves, okay? And they are the cabal masters. So the question is, how do we break free? By taking down the demonic system through knowing what money really is. So we think of money as something you just spend or use to buy things with, but money is more than that. Okay. And President Trump said, I recently regained control of the markets, and in a few days, I will put an end to their control of our money through the Federal Reserve and their bogus international central banking system. I have identified all the dangers they've exposed us to over the years, whether they are visible to the naked eye or not. That's important. All the dangers are not visible to the naked eye. Okay? And he says, I have used our best brains to help project. I don't read, you're covering, your pictures are covering some of the words there. And he has built a wall. Now, whenever President Trump talks about a wall, people assume that he's talking about the wall between America and Mexico. That's not what he is talking about necessarily, okay? He talks about a wall between humanity and the other people, the other entities. And that's what he has done. He has built what he termed a spiritual wall between us, the people of the world, not just Americans, but the people of the world and entities from elsewhere. And he has had the help of this man you see on the screen, who was protecting us before Trump came along. But the media wouldn't tell you that. Both this gentleman, Vladimir Putin of Russia, and Trump have been vilified. Okay? And when Trump was first elected as president, even before that, there was an attempt to stop him. Why? Because he was standing for law and order, and other people who had their snouts in the trough were not going through that. Okay? Right. Now, some of the stuff he has done is so amazing in those 4 years against all opposition. There's an organization called Planned Parenthood, and Bill Gates' father was part of that. And they encourage people to have abortions, especially low-income people, many of whom, or most of whom, are Black. And then those aborted babies are used for very, very nefarious and satanic purposes. And the American government was funding that organization to the tune of 15 million every year. Well, when Trump found that out, he just put a block on it. Cut off funding completely, because he's not into abortions. And he is a very, very godly person. Okay? So he's saying here, and here's a beautiful picture. I love this picture. He's saying here, the maestro is essentially saying the darkness they want to plunge in America into has been reversed. Now, 5G, we were talking about 5G, and we were saying it's going to be rolled out. It's got connections with the COVID virus, and 5G is going to give off radiation and all of that. Well, I bet you didn't know that Trump has taken over 5G. Okay? And 5G, using the Nikola Tesla system, is going to be used in the future to roll out free electricity for everybody. That is part of the plan. Okay. Bet you didn't hear that, never heard that before.
Yes, yes, I said, okay, okay.
Yes? Right,
yeah.
Okay. Now, and he says at the bottom, I have built the wall, which is the spiritual wall. And we've now, you said you wanted 5G, so we've got 5G now. And everything that
What's happened?
He's frozen.
Yeah, his voice gone.
Oh, he's dropped out. Let's see, has he gone completely? I think he's gone completely. Okay. So what do you think of what you've heard so far?
It's very interesting. I never thought of Trump.
Can somebody give him a call just to see how things
are? No, you'll get back on. This is calling.
I never thought of him as a godly man, but anything is better than what we've got, you know?
Exactly.
It's hopeful, isn't it? Yeah, because even though Trump is not for us, but what he's doing is hopeful.
To be more for humanity.
Yeah, he's a loose cannon. I know he's a rogue, but you know, I'd rather him than the cabal, you know, the globalists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I was listening to Vasco this morning, you know, on his program on One Harmony. He was talking about essentially the same thing.
Okay, that is good that you tuned in.
Yeah. So, but I'll tell you something, Jean. I didn't say anything at the time when you were apologizing.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks. Okay.
Hang on a minute. Sorry, carry on, Bryant.
Yeah, but as you was apologizing on behalf of Alfred, I thought Alfred was rude to me. I thought when I heard Pasco talking, Vasco was very mature and very reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Alfred was rude.
He was. That's why I muted him.
Yes, he was rude.
Mm.
I mean, this is our panel. This is our platform. So you should have more respect. Because Mark didn't do that. Mark still he didn't behave that way.
No.
Okay.
No.
Can I just say that I've just spoken with Vasco and he's reconnecting.
Yeah. I gathered that he would be.
Yeah. I did. Sorry, Patricia.
No, carry on, Brian.
No, I was just saying that I thought Alfred was a tad rude, rude. Yeah, he was rude. That's what I've got to say.
Thank you. Empress Judah, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, greetings, Auntie Jean. I don't really want to go over the issue concerning the apology, other than respect, because I was at the meeting. I did wonder why those two guys were there, but it's your show, Auntie Jean. So, I didn't raise it as an issue, but I always value what Elder Vasco's got to say. It's always educational. And I think if any of our guest speakers come on there, Auntie Jean, I think us as participants, we should also, even if we don't agree with what they say, we should be respectful. So I hope if there's anyone from last year that was equally disrespected, they'll get that apology as well, without going into any names, because we all need the healthy advice. But I just wondered if there's any way that Vasco Stevenson could address the issue around Mummy Abu Jamal. He's a political prisoner now of nearly 40 years, and his campaign tweeted Trump, and I will hail Trump as a hero if he will pardon Mummy Abu Jamal. So, I respect, Vasco as an elder, very intelligent and so on and so forth. But I just, this issue around Mummy Abu Jamal, people who've taught me about Mummy Abu Jamal many years ago, he was a former Black Panther at the age of 15. And then he was wrongly convicted after leaving the Panther Party of murdering a police officer. The black guy who actually murdered him finally stepped up to the plate and admitted he did the murder, but obviously won't go to court, which is why Mummy has still been in prison. They tried to give him the death penalty, but thank God the campaign saved his life. But he's very ill at the moment. So he should have been out of prison a long time ago. But really, if Vasco could, address the whole issue, because I'm sure he'll know who Mummy Abu Jamal is, I'd be most grateful. Thank you. Peace.
Thank you. That seems like that's another topic, a separate topic. So yes, we can address it after he's made his presentation once he comes back.
Can I just say something, please, to do with this?
Yes, go ahead, Mimi.
Up and down with the two men. Well, I don't believe in hypocrisy. I'm not accusing anybody of being hypocrite. I think both men are very valuable. I did learn a lot from both of them telling us whatever they told us. And with that other man, I won't say he was rude. The man from Canada, I would say that he's got a bit of a temper because he wanted to get his point over, and he was just being a bit pig-headed, not listening to what Mr. Vasco had to say. But I wouldn't put him down in any way at all. Thank you.
Thank you. See, Marlene, I see you unmuted.
All I would say, I will agree with Mary. I thought the man wanted to put his point across. Vasco wanted to put his point across. So they both got into a heated debate, and they just had to agree to disagree. And that's where it had to end. And somehow Vasco didn't realize what took place. But I think they were equally as heated as each other regarding the debate that night.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. That's what I saw when I was watching what was going on. But they both had their point, and they both got heated trying to put it across, and they both had different points, and that's what it boiled down to. But they were both as equally as valuable with their points that they were putting across. You either agree with one or the other.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it. Aurora?
Yes.
Have you got a question? You're unmuted.
Sorry, I mean, I just interjected just to say Vasco just telephoned him at the time earlier on, but not at this moment. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not very good at this. I can't see my mic, so I can't see how to be unmuted. Let me touch
Okay.
it.
All right. I'll mute you. I can mute, but I can't unmute, unfortunately. Let's see. Where are you?
Auntie Jean, you know, when I used to hear of Sister Space, I didn't realise it dealt with domestic violence. I only thought it was somewhere where a group of sisters met up and just socialised with each other.
No.
Well, I didn't have a clue. So if I knew of anyone in that situation, I wouldn't even have thought of directing them to there. Because I just hear the name Sister Space and it doesn't really, you know, say what it deals with. I suppose if I Googled it, I might have found out. But I've always heard the name and just thought is where a group of women just met up and socialized and they were Rasta ladies. That's what I always thought. So it was good that you had them on to let us know a bit more about them.
Okay, they have been on before, but you probably wasn't on the one of the sessions where they've been on.
No, I don't. This is the first time I've heard of them. I've seen them in the community because, you know, I go to a number of things in the community. So I have seen them, but I've just heard the name Sister Space. I had no idea it was anything to do with domestic violence.
Okay. Thank you, Marlene. Vasco has returned now, so we can
My
go.
sincere apologies. Everything was connected, but for some unknown reason, the computer went off.
Okay.
Everything was in order.
Technology.
I think it's beyond technology myself, but
yeah.
There you go. I think there's someone listening in.
As always.
Okay. Right. Where was I?
Free electricity for everyone.
The 5G, 5G.
cheap electricity.
Cheap electricity. You were hearing that, yes?
Yeah, Mr. Vasco. Yes.
You can still hear. You can still see and hear me now, yes?
Yes, clearly, 100%. Yes, indeed.
Okay, good show. Right.
That's right.
So that was what President Trump has done. Okay, you can still see and hear me?
Yeah, we can see and hear you.
Do you need to screen share?
Oh yes, sorry, I need to give you back that option. There you go.
Sorry?
You've got the screen share.
Okay, right. Now, I want you to hear something. This is only going to last for 6 minutes, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And really what it's going to do is going to give you an idea of what is going on, some of what's going on behind the scenes. And then I'm going to launch into that to give you a full idea of what's actually taking place. Okay? Listen to this gentleman, and it's only 6 minutes. His name is Michael Matt, and he is from Remnant Television.
Have you shared the screen, Vasco?
I'm sorry?
Have you shared the screen?
Nothing's happening at the moment. Are you waiting for your computer to fire up or something?
It's frozen.
Is he frozen?
Yeah, it's frozen again.
I don't think he's meant to do this talk today.
He's got to persevere. He has to do this talk today.
It's about the third time he's dropped out. I think I'll be dropping out in a minute.
He must do it today. He must.
Yes,
I'll be dropping out in a minute.
We need to hear.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Well, let's see if it's fourth time lucky, eh? Let's see. Oh, dear.
Let's see. You got a poem, dear?
Yes, I could do one of my poems for you.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah, let's do I call this one The Divine Spirit of Creation. While we're waiting for Vasco's question.
Yes, entertain us.
The divine spirit of creation. It is not seen by the naked eye. It is not heard by the naked ears. It is not felt by the impure in heart. No, in this world, the blind dominates those who can see. The deaf dominates those who can hear. The impure in heart dominates the pure in heart. Know for yourself what you see. Know for yourself what you hear. Know for yourself what you do. In the light of life, day and night, in the darkness or in the light, give thanks.
Oh, give thanks.
That explains reality. This explains reality, that poem. That's nice. Very, very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
In fact, it's excellent.
Thank you, Brian.
He's not back yet.
I've got another one, but another one that I did on Friday, and I think I'll do it again.
Okay. Yes.
It's called Silent Love. And I think just going back to Sister Ngozi and Sister Roseanne, in terms of what they do, it is about loving self and loving our people and caring enough for our people to be doing what they're doing. Mm-hmm. But there's also, I also think of another member of our management committee, Quentin, you know, and the work he does with our young people.
Yes.
And work that we do generally, those of us who are working in the community, supporting our people in one way or another. I think it is about the love we have for each other. And because we're suffering the injustices, there's so much of it, it's very painful. Mm. Anyway, this is called Silent Love. I shared last night with you, spiritually. Did you know that? I danced with you, I drank with you, I laughed with you, I sang with you. We were together in our silent embrace. We were pure love. Together it felt great. Now, let us get closer. Let us blend our essence. Let us forget about the pretense. Let us celebrate and be content, honestly and gently, tenderly and softly. I don't need to wait. Why hesitate? Let us demonstrate our love openly and physically, not silently in our shyness, not quietly in our politeness. Let us not worry about disgrace. Let us create peace and love this space. Our link has already been made, naturally, unconsciously, inborn, universally, by the greater force. Let our nature take its course, respectfully and diligently, courageously and confidently. There is no need for you to be nervy, distant, curt, or panicky. Being with you is joyous. Let us fulfill our purpose. You and me, a company of one, enjoying together in our freedom. Feel my love, it is really strong. Together, I know we sure can strengthen this very special bond, creating vibrations, pulsating generations, all day and all night long. Let us share this human love song.
Wow.
That was said to Royston, wasn't it? Yeah. I remember that one. Yeah.
She's never going to forget that now.
No. That stuck with me because I saw Royston was behaving in a particular way when she said it. Yeah.
I could call anybody's name. I could call, Sister Hodaya.
Oh yes.
Dr. Sandra Richards. I
Yes,
could Marlene.
Yeah.
It's about us as humans and
Yes,
how
yes.
we experience our life and our attempts to connect with each other.
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember that poem. Yes, definitely. Very nice.
That's pure love.
Thank you. Is Vasco back?
No, not yet.
Oh gosh.
Not yet.
Okay,
Not
can I
back yet.
hear you ladies?
Yes.
Just one verse of a poem. Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Women of all nations, or rather, women of my nation. Whatever your rank, status, or life station, once you have aspired and have tried to live righteous and industrious, I salute you as such. I can go on, but I won't at this moment. I just want to salute you for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's lovely.
You might have to give him a call and see what's happened.
Yeah, but is he on his phone? He's trying to get his data is on his phone, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's trying to get through. So I noticed that Radical Ra is in the house. I don't know if you can give us a spin with your guitar. Oh, that rhymes.
Radical rhymes in the house. Give it a spin with your guitar.
Yes, I am in the house.
Yes, would you be able to do us a
right.
little spin with a guitar and it'll be all right? How does it go?
All right. Let's do that then.
Yes,
Since
lovely.
there's this opening now.
Okay.
You hearing me loud and clear, yeah?
Yes, we are.
All right. As special request on Popular Demand.
Thank you.
Here we go. Hold on. Okay. It's all right.
Like his internet is a bit funny as well.
All right. I'm crying no more because everything is okay. Please wipe the tears from your eyes because everything is all right. No worry now, do no worry. Well, worry never solve no problems anyhow. No stress yourself because the storm is over. And right now, it's time for a calm. Oh, well, long cut, draw sweat, short cut, draw blood. Which one is your choice? Say where you make your bed, say where you lay down on it. Who you gonna blame? No one else. The bigger the challenge now, the more you knowing. The bigger the challenge now, the more you're growing. More you experience, the more you knowing. Please do no cry no more, cause everything is okay. Please wipe the tears from your eyes, cause everything is alright. Well, even on a cloudy day, the sun is shining. Look out, some clouds have a silver lining. See yours and surely you'll be finding. As long as you don't give up, just keep on climbing. Just count your blessings and then you will see that things aren't so bad now. You'll feel better. Just count your blessings and then you will see that things aren't so bad now. You'll feel better. Please do no cry no more, cause everything is okay. Please wipe the tears from your eyes, cause everything is alright. Life is such a beautiful wonder. Let joy fill your cup until it runs over. And when your expectations are not fulfilled, this may lead to some disappointment. There's one constant now, and that is change. If you're flexible, then rearrange. Love is always there, right in your zone. And remember, you never walk alone. So please do no cry no more, cause everything is okay. Please wipe the tears from your eyes, cause everything is alright. Alright, 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 it's alright, 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 alright.
Thank you.
That was great, great.
That was brilliant. That is brilliant. Thank you.
Put me on the spot.
No, sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. Spur of the moment.
It's a good job you can do it off a camera. But unfortunately, I can't get hold of him on the phone, and he hasn't come back yet. So I don't know. We're gonna have to probably give it a couple more minutes and see how we go.
Say a silent prayer.
Here we are.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
So it was meant to be, I hope.
Hi. Okay. Elder Vasco? Oh, he's still connecting. Are you okay? You can unmute yourself. You're back.
Hi.
Okay. I must apologize. I don't know what's happening.
It's okay.
But it said I should join from my browser rather than going through the system. But I think that this is more than just a technical glitch.
So
Yeah.
do
Anyhow.
Yeah. They don't want you to give out the message, you see.
Anyhow, let's listen to what this gentleman was saying and see if we can get through this 6 minutes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And as you know, I'm having the system change on the 21st of the month.
That'll be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't forget, you've got to share screen. How do you share screen?
Nothing's happening, Vasco. Elder Vasco, nothing's happening. Can you hear it? We can't hear anything on this side.
He's not sharing the screen.
Elder Vasco, can you hear us? Elder Vasco, he's got the headphones in, isn't he? He probably can hear it, but we can't. Elder Vasco. Elder Vasco.
He's using his phone, isn't he?
Elder Vasco. Those who's on camera, if you can give him a wave, and maybe you'll be able to get his attention, because he's not seeing us. Don't wave back. We can't hear you. Unmute.
He's
Unmute.
waving back. He's waving back.
Can you hear me now?
No, yeah, we can hear you now, but we can't hear what's supposed to be going on. Have you put something on for us to hear, to listen to?
Is that it?
We can't hear anything. We can't hear anything.
You're not sharing the screen. Have you given him sharing permission?
Yes, he's got sharing rights.
Does he read the
He's
chat?
co-host. Sorry?
Oh, that's good. He's doing it now. He's doing it now. That's it.
Yes, it's on. Perfect.
Can't hear it though.
You can't hear it?
No, we can't hear it. You might. Are you on your computer?
Yes,
You're gonna have
it's
to
showing
go-
on the computer.
Yeah, go to the top, and if you can see the sound for shared computer sound.
Hold on a minute. Share computer sound.
Yeah. Click on that.
I'm trying to find it.
Have you got the bar at the top? You got the bar at the top, or is it at the bottom where you're sharing your
There's
screen? If you put your
There's one at
cursor,
the top.
put your cursor around that, and it should draw down. It should draw down options. View
Okay.
options. Click on view options.
I don't see it.
You need to go to
Come out of the shared screen then, and then go back in.
Okay.
Stop sharing. Press stop sharing.
I'm trying to find that button, but I can't find it.
Move your cursor to the top or the bottom, because it's usually at the top though.
It's usually at the top.
Yeah, and then you're gonna see like
New
little green-
share security.
stop share.
Nope.
Is it video tools, Jean?
Oh, stop share, yes.
Yeah, stop share.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now go back
Right.
into share screen. Go back into share screen.
Yep.
And at the bottom left hand, you're going to see two things that you can click on. One says computer share sound, and one is optimize screen. If you click on both of those before you click on the what you want to highlight and share.
Okay, computer share screen.
And click on the two, the two left at the left-hand
I've got
side.
share screen.
Yeah, click on that, and then go to, once you're in the shared screen, go to the left-hand side and click on the computer sound or share computer sound and optimize screen. Can you see it on the left-hand side at the
Okay.
bottom?
All done, yes.
Okay, now go to what you want to highlight and then share.
Can you see the screen at all?
No, just
Oh
see
my
you.
God.
After you've clicked on the two things at the bottom, go to the screen that you want to share and then press share. So you highlight what you're sharing with us and then press share.
Well, I'm trying to do that, but it's not doing anything.
Okay. So did you see the two buttons at the bottom?
Yes, I've optimized them. Yes, share screen sound and optimize. Yeah.
Right. And then you've highlighted the part that you're going to be showing us, yeah? Is that highlighted?
No, I've
Just
come
click on
back to
it.
share.
Just click
I've
on it
clicked
to
on it.
highlight. Just click on the part that you want to show us. Click on that to highlight it.
Okay.
Right. Now go to share. Click on share.
I've done that.
And nothing.
Nothing.
Sorry, Auntie Jean.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Brilliant. See, just as I talk.
You got the magic touch. Magic voice.
Everyone's in on the Great Reset. You have Entree to the Vatican, friends. Sachs supports abortion and contraception, but that's not a problem for the Vatican. For the Vatican, for Pope Francis, and for his friends at the UN, Donald Trump is the problem, obviously, friends.
Clearly, I consider the Trump administration a danger to the world, but I regard it as a purely temporary phenomenon that will disappear in 2020.
Do you get it? Do you see why there's so much hate for Trump? Because with all of his faults, again, he's the capitalist. He's not the globalist. He never will be one of them, which is why he pulled the United States out of the Paris Climate Agreement. Donald Trump pulled the United States out of the World Health Organization. That's Bill Gates and company. And now he's threatening to pull the United States out of the World Trade Organization. People say, yeah, well, Donald Trump got married twice. He's a bad guy. Really? He's right in the face of the demons on this, friends. Nobody ever said he was a saint. He's knocking the sacred cows of the United Nations down all over the world right now.
The General Assembly routinely votes 185 against the United States on almost everything right now.
And you remember, speaking of the United Nations, in November of 2019, again, right before COVID landed, Trump went to the UN, on the floor of the General Assembly, and he declared war on globalism.
Wise leaders always put the good of their own people and their own country first. The future does not belong to globalists. The future belongs to patriots.
And shortly after the speech at the UN, Donald Trump delivered, what do you think happened? The coronavirus was unleashed on the world, and Trump's booming U.S. economy went on life support. Do you think that was an accident? So when they tell all of us to stay home, wear your mask so grandma doesn't get sick, please understand what's really going on here. They don't care about your grandmother. They don't care about old people, these people. They don't care about babies. They want them aborted so that they can save the common home. Abort babies, millions of them all over the world. They don't care about babies. They don't care about old people. In fact, if you want to save your grandma, tell the globalists to stay the hell away from her. You remember how some of them, like Cuomo and characters like this, were running COVID recovering patients through nursing homes? That's how much they care about grandma. And the name of the game now is to bring the United States economy to its knees, get it out of the way, so that everyone will want the Great Reset. Make the new normal so intolerably abnormal that even you and I, maybe, at some point in the near future, will be begging for the vaccines because we'll be driven crazy by that point. Begging for whatever else is going to keep us safe according to our jailers and our handlers and our zookeepers. You see? That's what they want. That's why they keep using this term, new normal. You know what we do to fight back? Go to work. Go back to school. If you're healthy, take off the mask. And for heaven's sake, go back to church and pray that Trump wins in November. That's what the reset was all about. That's what the Russia hoax was all about. That's what the impeachment hoax was all about. Don't you see? For 4 years, I've been trying to stop this man because if he strengthens America, if he makes it great again, if he brings the economy back again, the reset won't happen. The New World Order is going to be set way back. Who knows when they're going to have another COVID opportunity like this one again, and they know it. So ask yourselves why they hate this man. These folks, these men, they hate God. They hate the unborn. They hate the traditional family. You say you don't like Trump. I'm sorry, friends, but who cares? That doesn't really matter anymore. What you think of Trump's personality or his tweets. Look at the big picture. The choice is simple, friends. Stand with America right now, or fall with the New World Order in the not-so-distant future. There's no other choice. I'm Michael Matt for Remnant TV, and we'll see you next week.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Now, he was talking about the Great Reset and what this coronavirus was all about, because there's no such thing as a coronavirus, and it's all one big, massive scam. Okay? What it is that behind the scenes, there is a battle going on to take charge of the world's economy. That's why he mentioned the Great Reset. That's the new name of the globalist scheme. And that has in it one world government, one world religion, one world army, one world cashless society. And what they're also planning on doing is crashing the housing market, because the COVID has largely failed, although we still see idiots wearing masks, people wearing masks. The riots have failed as well. The next step is likely to be a food crisis or a crash in the housing market. And what they've got planned for the housing market is that when it crashes, you will have a lot of people with negative equity, people who will not be able to pay their mortgage. So the mortgage companies, which are mainly the bankers and owned by them, will then repossess those houses. And the idea is that people will have no homes of their own. Nobody will be able to make money out of property. That's part of their plan, okay? Did you hear that?
Yes, yeah, loud and clear.
Just give me an acknowledgement from time to time.
Okay, we'll do.
Because the system is up and down, and I could be talking to myself.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Here it is: coronavirus, the Great Reset. The elite's Great Reset doctrine is considered an advance towards a new type of political globalism and fascism. Fascism is all about.
Vasco. Could you make
I'm
that?
sorry?
Could you increase that, the size of it? It's small. Make it bigger, please.
I was about to say change your lens, but I forgot I was speaking to you, Patricia. Okay, is that better?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Wonderful. Okay, right. So they call their system, this new financial system that they want to introduce, they're calling it the Great Reset, so that people may not see it for what it really is. Okay. Now, running it against this is Trump's economic system as well, which is called the quantum financial system. And I'll show you that. In Trump's system that is competed with the globalist system, there are two things called Nesara and Gesara. Nesara relates to America only. Gesara relates to the world. And let me get to that section and tell you a little bit about what Gesara and Desara really are. Okay, let me see if I can find it, because that is extremely important. Okay, let me see if I can find it. So I'm way ahead of myself, apparently. Nope.
Yeah,
No sign of it?
I'm sure I saw Nasara.
That's it.
What was it? That was it, wasn't it?
What are you looking for?
Nasara and Jasara.
Yeah, you went past it. You have to go back. You have to go back.
I went past
Go
it?
back. Yeah. No. Keep going. Bit more.
This one, yeah? Okay.
No, keep going. That's it.
There it is.
Stop.
Yeah, Nasara and Jasara.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is Jasara necessary? Okay. Planet Earth and humanity are experiencing the great shift. You heard a lot of people talk about the great shift of consciousness, going to 5G and all of that, 5D. Right. Well, what has happened is that the whole universe has shifted position and has gone into a part of the galaxy called the photon belt. And what is happening is that there's energy coming down in this photon belt that is going to increase our consciousness on this planet, okay? And that's one of the reasons we have to do a little bit to help ourselves by eating right, meditating, and connecting with this energy that is coming down from these photons, okay?
Yes. Yep.
Right. We got to get in touch with Mother Earth and put our feet on the ground and all of that stuff.
Right.
Right. And
Bit hard at this time of the year, though.
Well, if you can't do that, you meditate indoors. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Right. And one of the reasons why we have to do this is to raise our vibrations, because the world is splitting in two, not physically, but demographically. You're going to have two lots of people. Those who refuse to take the vaccine, okay, and may come under pressure.
Yeah.
Yes. You may not be able to get a job. You may not be able to buy and sell. So you'll be under a lot of pressure. And those who will take the vaccine and become slaves.
Right.
Okay. Because that vaccine, it's so nasty. It's got so much stuff in it that is going to destroy your whole DNA and turn you into a controllable person.
Object.
Yes, right. So the earth is, Mother Nature is waking up, and we've got to wake up as well. All right?
Right.
Now, the quantum financial system, this is Trump's biddy. This is his stuff, yes?
Okay.
It is going to run on a quantum computer, and it's based on a satellite, and it's protected by secret space programs to ensure that it cannot be hacked. And in actual fact, the globalists tried to hack it 9 times already without success.
Right.
And the information is that the technology was provided by benevolent extraterrestrial beings. At one time, I used to be very skeptical about this, but when I do the cross-referencing and the checking and all these kind of different things, there have been, we call them aliens, who have been involved in human development and human evolution from way back in time. And they're still here helping. But the idea is that we have got to help ourselves by raising our vibrations as well. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. So that is part of it. And the purpose of the new financial system is to put an end to the cabal's corruption, usury. Do you know what usury is?
No.
Yes, go on, sir.
It's like a form of interest. It's like a kind of tax.
It's extortionate money lending.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Vasco.
Yeah. Yeah, lending money at high interest rates, yes? In actual fact, none of us should be paying banks or mortgages or income tax or anything like that, all right? And that is part and parcel of what GESARA is about. So when Trump is re-inaugurated on the 20th of January, which he will be, all right?
Okay.
Then
You said
later on, sorry?
I was going to say, you said the 20th of January, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the inauguration day.
All right.
Right? And what we are seeing played out now in America with regard to the election is really to see who the bad guys are, to make some of them expose themselves so that he can deal with them now and not later. Okay?
Right, right.
And there are three important dates to look out for. One is the 6th of January, which is this Wednesday coming.
Right.
Okay. The next one is the 20th, the inauguration day. And the next one is the 15th of March. Now, according to the reports that are coming out on the 15th of March, this is the Ides of March, IDES, that's when Brutus is supposed to have stabbed Julius Caesar. Yep, your best friend stabbed you in your back.
Okay.
And that is probably one of the reasons why the vice president, you know, the vice president, Mike Pence. You've heard of the vice president, Mike Pence?
Yes, I've heard. Yes, I have.
Right.
Yes,
Well, he will be stepping down after Wednesday.
Okay.
Right. And
So that'll
the
be
rumor,
after the 6th.
and I cannot, after Wednesday the 6th, he will be stepping down. Okay, because something big is going down on the 6th, and Trump will probably have about 1 million to 1.5 million people in Washington supporting him. That's when Congress and the Supreme Court and all of those will have to pass judgment on whether Biden goes into the White House or whether Trump goes into the White House. Now, let me say quite categorically that there's absolutely no way that Joe Biden will go into the White House because Joe Biden is under arrest at the moment. Okay.
Okay.
He's wearing an ankle bracelet with a tracker device on it.
What's he under arrest for?
The big word is treason.
Okay.
You see what has happened in America with this election. Trump passed an executive order on the 12th of September 2018 because he knew that the globalists were going to try to rig this election, you see. And that executive order states that anyone, even if you are just a lowly person counting votes and you counted a Trump vote for Biden and that can be proved, you are guilty of treason because you're trying to depose a duly elected president of the United States. You with me?
Yes, yeah.
So all of these governors who are shutting down their states and all these kind of different things, they're all guilty of treason. All the directors and owners of the big tech companies, your Facebook, your Twitter, and all of that, they are in the same boat. The editors of the newspapers and editors of CNN and Fox News, they're all in the same boat. And a lot of people are being arrested as we speak. But they say that on the 15th of March, that's when they'll be taking down the big names that we've been hearing about and looking out, you know, to hear these big names go down. All right?
Okay.
If push comes to shove and the Congress or the Supreme Court rules against Trump, Trump will immediately declare martial law. Okay?
All right.
So there's no way that anyone else is going to run America. Now, what will happen in the future is that after a couple of years, Trump will introduce what is known as constitutional law. Over here in the UK, it's called common law, okay? And has been running on for quite some time now, constitutional law. So the old admiralty law or maritime law is a thing of the past in the United States. And once Trump gets in, then we're going to see that happen here. If Trump doesn't get back in, you can forget your common law here. It will not work because you have to clean up the judiciary system and get proper judges and other people in place, okay?
Right.
Right. So Trump's system of Jessara and Nessara will mean that mortgages and loans to banks and all of that will be paid off. You're talking about a debt jubilee, okay? Not if you owe your brother 100 quid, but if you owe the bank money or mortgage or anything like that, that will be cleared off, right? There's lots and lots of very good things coming out. Technology, all the hidden technology will be rolled out. I talked earlier about the 5G. Yeah?
Yeah.
All of that will be brought out to help humanity. And there are 6,000 hidden patents at the moment that could be rolled out for the benefit of mankind. And that is what Trump and his team are doing. Despite the fact that others will say other things. On the 25th of September last year, 2020, Trump unveiled a $500 billion economic empowerment plan for Black Americans.
Can you
no
repeat
other
that,
president
please?
has ever done that.
Can you repeat that, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat it? You went a bit funny. The sound went a bit funny.
Are you watching the screen at the same time?
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, it's written. He's reading what's on the screen,
Sorry.
Patricia.
Sorry. Carry on.
Right. Trump unveils a $500 billion economic empowerment plan for Black Americans. Right? The Ku Klux Klan and Antifa are designated as terrorist organizations. Now, when people talk about Trump, the first thing they say, he's a racist, he's a racist. Let me say that the Republican Party has been the only party in America that has done anything to help Blacks. Yet Blacks believe that it's the Democratic Party that helps them. So if you
like
tell
Labour,
people,
huh?
if you tell people a lie over a prolonged period of time, they believe it to be true.
True.
Okay.
Malcolm X said that, yeah.
Right. So let's have a look at the American election. And then I'll find Nessara and show you the details of it. It is not just an election to determine the president of the United States or a contest between Biden and Trump or even Republicans and Democrats, but it is a pivotal election that determines the fate of the world. If Trump does not get back in on the 20th of this month, then it's been nice knowing you guys, right? You'll all have to have, we'll all have to have mandatory vaccines if we want to go out or if you want to do anything. And from the vaccine, you'll get a barcode, so it'll become just like a commodity in a shop.
Mm-hmm.
That is what is sitting there waiting to happen within the next few weeks. And in some parts of the world, it's happening already. Some places, some people are taking the vaccines and feeling, you know, oh, I can move around, I can just tap my wrist here and I can go anywhere I want.
Those are the ones who survived the vaccine.
Those are the ones who survived the vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay. Now what Trump is doing in one fell swoop here, and this is not just in America, but across the globe, including here in the UK, he's taking down the big pharmaceutical companies. He's taking down the big tech companies. He's taking down the mainstream media, and he's taking down the Democratic Party. All in one swoop, okay? Mm-hmm. And it's happening. Now, if Biden wins, the globalists will win. You'll have mandatory vaccination, one world cashless society, one world government, one world religion, and the central control of all resources and the elimination of people of color. Now, I came across a report a couple of days ago that Britain has sent 4 million vaccines to the country of Zimbabwe. Yet, Africans in Africa did not suffer from COVID like the rest of the world. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
If Trump wins, people will regain power. In fact, if he wins, he will only stay there for a couple of years, and then the whole system will change. There will be no more presidents. In the UK, there will be no more prime ministers. The country will be run by a collection of people. All right? Common law here in the United States, constitutional law in America. That's what it's called. Let me see if there's anything. Right. And the globalist scam was to get Biden into the White House by any means necessary. So they decided to rig the electronic voting system, which was also used here on the 12th of December last year to put Boris Johnson in power, because the evidence is showing that Jeremy Corbyn actually won the election. Biden will get his foot soldiers to play their part, and he's a foot soldier for the globalists. Okay? All of this will happen that you can see here on the screen. All right? This is the scam. Now, on the 21st of December 2017, a year after he was in office, Trump passed an executive order blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption. And even before he became president, he tweeted out about the pedophiles. And he talked about the perverts. And he said something about these perverts, and they should all be rounded up and shot. And Jeffrey Epstein was staying at his hotel. He heard that Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile, and he immediately gave him notice to leave his hotel. So most of what you're hearing out there about Trump is not correct. It's the opposite of what. Okay?
I hear you, yeah.
Good. Just make a noise so I know the system is still running.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that the election took place under a national emergency. So it was really a trap for all the people involved in rigging the votes. Okay? So not what they call it, not martial law itself, but almost martial law was declared by Trump. And that's why you have the flights going in now from into Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. They've gone up from 250 a day to 600 a day. And in America, you've got soldiers all over spread out all over the states, just to protect people in case violence breaks out. Okay?
Okay.
Right. Now, the executive order of the 12th of September 2018 imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a United States election. Now, there's a fellow called Robert David Steele, who's an ex-CIA director, not director, he was a trainer. And he talked about the foreign countries that were interfering in the election here of the 3rd of November to get rid of Trump. And guess which country came top of the list?
Go ahead.
Britain.
United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Followed by China.
Wow.
Yep. So Trump said sometimes you cannot disclose information because it might lead to a war. Okay, so that bit of news, it was leaked out. Now, this is what I just said about the National Guards and the Marines. All right?
Okay.
Right. There's lots of evidence of voter fraud. I mean, Trump got 80% of the vote and won 406 um, seat houses. And Biden only won 128. But yet, when the system was rigged, it showed that Biden had won.
Right.
This is Nasara. This is what I wanted to show you. Have a look at this closely. It's the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. And this is what Trump is introducing. In actual fact, I've been told that some people have benefited from it already. Okay.
It's blurry to read. So I don't know how it is on your end. Are you able to read it out?
I can read it quite clearly, yes.
Okay.
Forgiveness of all credit cards, mortgages, and other bank debt. Abolishes income tax. Abolishes the Inland Revenue Service. And the employees will be transferred to the U.S. Treasury National Sales Tax area. Creates a 14% flat rate, non-essential, new items only sales tax. We know that as VAT, okay?
Okay.
Increases benefits to senior citizens. Returns constitutional law to all courts and legal matters, not maritime law, under which we've been living for 200 plus years.
Yeah.
We're talking now about constitutional law. As I said earlier, in the UK, it would be called common law.
Mm-hmm. You still with us? He's gone?
Frozen.
It's frozen?
It's frozen, yeah.
He's there, but frozen.
He's yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's frozen.
Okay. He's either going to drop
Leave.
out or come back, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's still registering as being there.
Yeah, there you go.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Okay.
What I was wondering,
yes,
whatever occurs in America, does it mean that it will mirror here?
Yeah, because he was saying that it's, I think, constitutional law in America and it's a common law over here. Because you know, a lot of people with the, I think it's with the straw men, it's more like the common law. But even though we're supposed to be under the common law, we're under the maritime law. So even the courts, you go to court, and if you take like the common law into court, they're not really listening to you.
Okay.
But
because I suppose, yeah, because with constitutional law, I mean, it actually, it can change at any time. It allow leeway for change.
Yeah, because in America they say constitutional, don't they? Over here it's common. Which I suppose it means the same thing, but whatever country you're actually in.
Yeah, I suppose if you're studying law, they will say constitutional law.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
In general, it is perceived as common law.
Common law, yeah.
But you know, when you look at what's really happening, it's like a smoke screen. There are the incidents of the George, what's his name? A lot of things occurred. It's almost like it has been staged to, you know, from what Brother Vasco is saying.
Yeah.
It's very concerning. When you think of how a lot of people had been moved out of, low-income people had moved out of into the countryside because the government wasn't allowing, wasn't going to pay more than £400 maximum a week or whatever for anyone for their rent.
Right.
So everything, when you think of how all the banks have everything already in place, everything seemed to be in place for this corona and this one world order that is now almost upon us. But this
We're
is
in
something
it.
Pardon?
We're in it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the Bible have predicted that for years. I mean, it's been predicted. The one thing is going to happen, as you say, we're not going to be able to buy and sell because the money, you have to have that, whatever, whether it's the mark or whatever, before you can't sell your house, you can't buy your house. And it is interesting because the talk about food, this is, whatever is, have you noticed there's no seeds in fruits? You can't replant. Africa have had to buy all its, some places in Africa has had to buy seeds from America, and then they have to buy the fertilizers.
And that's the fault of the paid off leaders.
Yep. The thing is, once their crop die, they will
They
not
have to keep on, but exactly.
They
They have to keep on buying. Every year they have to keep on buying.
Seeds, fertilizers, and whatever else, So, I know you can make the good man look bad, but it is rather confusing for those of us who really, we don't know, because government have always said what they want us to hear, not what they want us to know,
Yeah.
Read between
But
the
if you remember the words of Malcolm X, those are his words. He said he will make the good seem bad and the bad seem that good, vice versa. And they've got the wheels of the media as well, churning in their favor as well, because all of these people are underneath their pocket. Newspapers, everything that you hear out there, as I said, it's just one-way traffic.
Yeah.
Could I say something here?
Yes, go ahead, Sire.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, greetings to you all. I just spoke with Brother Vasco. His the thing keeps cutting out, so he's
just come in, but carry on.
All right, he's okay. It's all right then. If you just come back in, then brother, we're ready for you again. Vasco,
unmute yourself, Vasco.
Yeah.
Go back on screen sharing, yes?
Yeah. Okay, hang on a minute. I have to get, because you've just got back in. I've got to get you back. Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay, you can, it's okay now?
Yep.
Good, all right, okay. And the other one was return constitutional law to all courts and legal matters. And right away down the line, you can see all the different changes that he's bringing to benefit humanity. All right? Good. Let me make the screen a bit bigger for you.
Thank you.
Right, you can see that a bit more clearly, can you?
That's much better.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
It's legible, yeah.
Right. So if you go onto Google and key in Nasara, you can actually get a copy of this, yes?
Okay.
Right. Nasara is for America. Jessara is global. Right? Now, here is a bit of interesting news. Vice President Pence is to step down from politics after the 6th of January because he's suspected to be a cabal's foot soldier. That's the vice president. And somebody is likely to take his place. Who do you think that person is likely to be?
JFK Jr.
The lady?
Yeah, JFK.
No.
JFK Jr. Kennedy Jr.
Yes.
Wow.
That's what the torque is, yeah.
That is
The dead
allegedly
man.
part of the big surprise.
Wow.
He's been in hiding from 1999.
And he's going to appear on the 6th, you said?
He may, if he does not on the 6th, he may appear on the 20th or maybe before then.
Inauguration, the big
Maybe
time.
on the inauguration, yes, but maybe
Okay.
before then. We don't know, right? But that is what the buzz is all about.
Okay.
And I tell you, imagine the effect this would have across the whole globe.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Just
Now,
the name Kennedy.
well, just the name Kennedy, yes, yeah. Okay, well, I'm sorry about the toing and froing, but I'll have to come back to this next time round when I get the system up properly. But I want to have a look at an astrological perspective, and I know that Sion is in the room, and he will probably have something to say about this as well. But this is an astrological perspective of what is going on down now on Earth. Remember, the planets and the stars influence human behavior, yes?
Yeah.
Right. The Yuga cycle, which is the Hindu cycle, talks about 24,000 years. Others talk about 25,960 and all these different figures, okay? But if we use the Yuga cycle, which is the Hindu cycle, what happens, we have source, which is the creator. And as time goes on, we move away from source, right? And our behavior changes. It becomes poorer and poorer, more material, more carnal, and we lose our spiritual well-being. And that's how we come down from the gold age down to the silver age, to the bronze age, and the iron age or the dark ages. Well, what has happened now is that we are at the point of awakening. This is the shift to 5D, or what religious people call revelation.
Right.
And we are now entering into another golden age that will take us back spiritually, back to source. So over a period of time, human behavior is going to change. It's going to be less materialistic, more loving, more compassionate, more empathetic. And that's what the 5D shift is all about.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Now, what is bringing about this shift? Here it is, another version of it. So we descend and then we ascend. And this is the point where we are at the moment, entering into the golden age, which is likely, they say, to last anything between 2,000 and 4,000 years.
Okay.
I hope it comes in full before I pass on. Right? Okay. Here's another version of it. This time you read from right to left. And here it is. Yes. This was written by a religious person, of course. That's why he puts Christ returns.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see it there. It's the same principle. Yes. So
Yeah.
this would be 12,000 years. Yes. Because each sign of the zodiac is 2,000 years, right? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're in the age of Aquarius now. Right?
Right.
Good. Do you know the story of Uranus and Gaia?
No, go ahead.
All right. In mythology,
yes.
Uranus was the original son of heaven. S-U-N, of heaven. When you go to the Bible, anytime you see the word S-O-N, cross out the O and put a U. And then the Bible makes a lot more sense, okay? Because it's all about astrology.
Right.
Uranus was the original son of heaven, and he was married to Gaia, which is Mother Earth, okay?
Right.
And they had some children, and one of those children was Saturn, or Satan. Okay, and he didn't like the marriage between Uranus and Gaia. So he got hold of a sickle, which represents time, castrated Uranus, and took Uranus's place in heaven as the son of heaven. Well, along comes Venus, which is love, working in tandem with the Cyclops. Remember those with a single eye in the middle of the forehead?
Yeah, Cyclops.
Yep. Which in the human being represents the pineal gland, the single eye, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So along comes love and the pineal gland, Venus and the Cyclops. And working together, they were able to throw Saturn out of his usurped position and reinstate Uranus. And that is what the age of Aquarius is all about. Controlled by the planet Uranus, which is now back in vogue. Okay? And
okay.
Remember in the Bible, Jesus called himself the bridegroom. I don't know, you don't read the Bible, do you lot?
No.
Yes, brother. I hear you. Yes, Vasco.
Yeah.
Right. And the bridegroom is coming back for his bride, yes?
10 virgins.
Right. This is all happening now, yes? The bridegroom is coming back for his bride. So when religious people talk about Jesus and his return, and what did Jesus say? It will not come by fanfare. You're not going to have any bells and thunder and lightning and all
Might
that
come
stuff.
like a thief in the night.
Right. So when I extrapolate and I read and I put it together, the planet Uranus is what religious people call Jesus.
Okay.
And Uranus has returned. So Jesus is here. And religious people are still looking for him because in the Bible, he's always coming but never arrives.
Right.
Okay? And if you look at the word Uranus, right, and put a hyphen there, U-R-A-S-U-N. You get it?
Yeah.
You are a son.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And whenever you see a picture of Jesus, look behind him and you'll see an image of the sun.
Yeah.
That's what they're telling you, that it's really this is a representation of the sun. Okay? So that's a part of the astrology. And here's an image of Uranus. Uranus is the planet of change or an awakening. And Uranus is putting down some serious energy on us now. And that's why the cabal started putting fluoride in the water and chemtrails and all of that stuff, yes?
Right, yeah.
Which have already, incidentally, been reversed by Donald Trump. So if you see chemtrails in the air now, what is coming out of those chemtrails is things that will benefit your body, not the old polluting stuff that the globalists had up there, okay?
Okay.
So they're now good chemtrails rather than bad ones.
So when did the good chemtrails start then?
A little while back now, quite a few months back. You notice that in the major lockdown, you didn't see any at all because people were indoors.
That's right. The air was a lot clearer.
I tell you, it was brilliant.
Yeah, and the sky was very blue.
Yeah, yeah, never seen it like that before.
No, for
remember the 70s, that's as clear as I used to remember seeing it.
So let's have a little look at Uranus, the Awakener. The energy of change deals with spiritual understanding, can destroy the ego, because what stands in the way of people's spiritual development is the ego. So you have to suppress your ego, yes?
Well,
right. Uranus brings with it a new way of looking at things, and its approach is best met with an expanded consciousness. So that's where we should be striving to get to, higher awareness and higher consciousness. And we can only do that by meditating, praying, you know, all those kind of godly things, those good quality things, having no animosity towards anyone, no matter who or what they are. Uranus also has 27 moons, and when we do a little bit of geography or arithmetic, 2 plus 7 equals 9, and 9 represents basic human consciousness. It controls the spiritual age of Aquarius.
Okay.
And remember at the feast of the Passover, when Jesus allegedly told his disciples that he was going away and he wouldn't be coming back.
Right.
And the disciples asked him a question, well, how will we know when you're going to return? What did he say? Go into the city. City in antiquity meant higher consciousness, not a town, right? And a man will meet you carrying a pitcher of water. Pitcher of water?
Aquarius.
Thank you, thank you. Follow him, and he will take you to an upper room, and I will meet you there. The upper room is the right hemisphere of your brain, the feminine intuitive hemisphere. So when you meditate, you bring that hemisphere into play. And you then don't rely on logic. You get your gut feeling, you get your inner tuition and inner sight. You get ideas coming into your head, yes?
Right.
And when you get a sudden thought about something, you act upon it.
Okay.
Right. Now, also in the play is this dog star Sirius. Okay, and here it is. When it's far away from our sun, it is usually red. When it gets nearer to our sun, this is our sun and this is Sirius. They're in a binary orbit. Okay.
Okay.
And when it comes near to our sun, it goes a kind of whitish blue. And I had the pleasure of seeing it twice in the early part of this year. And if you look out sometimes at night on a clear blue sky and you see the brightest star up there looking at you, that is the dog star Sirius.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Right. Absolutely brilliant. And here it is when it comes a bit closer and they dance around each other, our sun and Sirius, and then it goes back to where it belongs because the whole universe has changed. As I said earlier, we are in a different place in the universe than we were 10 years ago.
Okay.
For heaven and earth shall pass away, yes? And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, yes? That's what it's all referring to, astrology. Okay, let's see some more. Oh, and you remember I spoke I spoke about this, and 2 Sundays ago, someone was quoting from Matthew, talking about the gates of hell.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
Well, here's my answer to the gates of hell. This is from Revelation 11, 15 to 18. When the last trumpet sounds.
Right.
And the number 7 is important as well. Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably the most important book in religious texts. And if you remember the walls of Jericho, when the priests marched around it 7 times, and then on the last day, they went around it 7 times 7. Yes?
Right.
And then the walls of Jericho fell. Now, we're not talking about a physical town that people walked around. It all comes back to the human body, right?
Right.
But I'm highlighting this to show you something else. We have 7, and we have the trumpets, yes?
Yeah.
Well, put this together and tell me if this is a coincidence. Can you read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
On his inauguration day in
777.
2016, Trump was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. Do you think that's a coincidence?
Mm-mm. There's no such thing as a
That's
coincidence.
coincidence. That's exactly.
It's no coincidence at all, okay? Right. When the galactic summer returns once again, so does the light within mankind, and the presence of our divine creator is experienced through the elimination of divine man and woman. And this is what we are beginning to experience now as we move into the new part of the cycle, the Yuga cycle. And the element of ether is returning, and with it, the Christ light. That's where we are at the moment. So we have to prepare ourselves like brides for the bridegroom. And here's how we do that. We meditate. We do a bit of introspection. We look at ourselves and see how we can improve ourselves. We start living from the heart. We eat mainly a plant-based diet. So that chicken leg you had for breakfast, for dinner later today, isn't going to raise your vibrations at all, right?
Right.
Simplify everything you do. It's called minimalism. You don't want all these material things around you.
Mm-hmm.
Release negative habits. So when somebody screws you up the wrong way and you feel like throwing a brick at them, just forget it. Right? Do your sun gazing, do your earthing, do your positive thinking, and do a bit of fasting, intermittent fasting. All of these will raise your vibrations, make you healthier in the meantime, but help detoxify your pineal gland and help you to connect with this energy that is being poured down upon us. Okay?
Right.
And Mother Nature, like Mother Africa, is waiting for her children to return home.
Mm.
So we have to connect with nature. And when we do that, we are at home. We are home.
Thank you.
Right.
I'm sorry about the toing and froing, but this is actually the last slide.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And can I just play a tune for you, please, before I
Yes, yeah, go ahead. Make sure you, oh, you clicked on the optimum sound already, haven't you?
Yeah, we're talking about freedom, aren't we?
Yeah.
Liberation.
Sorry, can you hear it?
No, I can't hear anything. Have you clicked on the computer sound?
Sorry?
Have you clicked on the computer sound? Joint sound? You've clicked on that?
It's playing on the computer, yes.
We're not hearing it. Have you clicked on the join computer sound, those two buttons at the bottom left-hand corner?
Yes, I did, yes.
You did?
Yeah, they're meant to be on. Hold on. Let me check it again.
Because remember you came out, so did you re-click them back?
I didn't come out, did I?
Yeah,
you dropped out. You dropped out.
I dropped out, yes. Okay. Well, I have no icons here at the bottom, so it looks as though I may have dropped out again.
Yeah.
There's nothing here at the bottom.
Just re-highlight them. You might have to come out of share screen if you can't do it. Or at the top, if you go to the top where it says share screen, go to view options and click on the computer sound that way.
View options?
Yeah. It should be at the top, the bar at the top.
What, those three little lights?
Yeah, click on if you've got three little lines. I can't see here because you're the one who's doing the screen sharing.
Share computer sound?
Yep, that's the one. Click on that.
Okay. Right, I've clicked on that.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see if I can get this back to you.
Hey.
He hasn't frozen again, has he? You still there, Vasco? Elder Vasco?
I think it's frozen.
Frozen.
Oh, he's gone.
Just made it as well. The sound just about came out.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Oh, well.
It's gone.
Any quick thoughts? Hopefully you'll come back soon to just finish off. Or Siam, you're there.
Uh-huh.
Right. The astrology side of things.
Yeah.
What can you tell us?
Well, it's interesting because I wrote a little article up today and I posted it. And I suppose I'll just read it for you. So what Vasco was saying about Uranus and Gia, there's a deep metaphysical aspect with that relating to us.
Mm-hmm.
Uranus at the moment is in an earth sign. It's in Taurus right now. Okay.
Right.
It's been going retrograde for a couple months. It's now going direct. It's starting to go direct. So anyway, what I wrote was that Mercury will be going retrograde in Aquarius soon, which is, it's going to enter Aquarius by January the 8th. Yeah. It enters Aquarius on the 8th of January when we will, and then we'll also be making a square to Uranus, right? Mercury is the lower octave of Uranus. Uranus is the higher octave vibrational frequency of Mercury, right? Mercury is the mental process, how we process information, but it's based on a concrete thinking, rational, intellectual mind. Whereas Uranus, as rightly is connected, associated with the intuition. And last time when I was on here and I was talking about the super consciousness,
yes.
Remember? Well, your intuition comes from your super consciousness. And as I explained, that super consciousness is super being above and consciousness being the consciousness above the physical and mental plane. All right, because you're dealing with the divine realms, the spiritual realm, when you start dealing with your intuition or the super consciousness, right?
All right. Vasco's come back, just to let you know.
Okay, well, Brother Vasco, your return. Could you put your
come off of mute?
Off? All right, it's just that I was going into a little of an explanation, seeming you came offline just now. So I would continue it maybe after you finish talk, or is it okay to finish what I was saying?
I think he was just rounding off. He was just rounding off. I think he just had a tune or something that he wanted to play.
Yeah.
And then,
so if you want to round off.
Yeah, then we can do a question and answers, and then you can start. Elder Vasco, I've given you co-hostmanship, so if you'd like to unmute and continue where we left off.
I have asked him to unmute. I've given him, I've asked him to unmute.
Okay.
So
can he see it? He must can see it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what I would have thought, but
it comes up in your screen.
Yeah.
Unmute Vasco, Elder Vasco. Unmute yourself.
He's speaking, but he doesn't realize he's on mute because I can see his mouth, his lips moving.
Elder Vasco, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Can't hear you.
Unmute yourself.
Right, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna
call him.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Because I've asked him to unmute and he's still.
Because I said we don't have any control of unmuting
them,
Yeah.
And that was a problem the last time. He thought I muted him and he couldn't get back in, but I haven't got no control to unmute.
He's frozen again anyway.
He hasn't.
Yeah. Oh, look, he's moving.
Oh, no,
again.
no, he's moving.
He's moving again.
You need to unmute yourself.
How come you can't hear the chairperson?
Something's
Sorry?
going on. Something's
How come you
going on
don't
his
hear
side.
The chairperson.
Does he not know how to do that yet?
What's that?
Unmute himself, Auntie Jean. He should be a bit of an expert by now.
He should be.
No, he's still going. He's still going.
Is he chatting away?
Yeah. But I've asked
Hang
him.
on, we're talking now. He's just trying to unmute it. But
Okay.
that's a can you hear him? Say what you're saying.
Click on the unmute button, Elder Vasco.
He's trying his best. Something's up with the.
Can you ask him if he can see me saying to ask him to unmute?
He can hear you through the phone, right?
Okay.
So what you're saying.
Send him the unmute request again, please.
Yeah,
All right.
he's
I
on
think
mute.
he's on mute.
Oh my
We
God,
got
he's
you.
on mute.
Yeah, we got you.
Just
All
do
right.
what you're doing, Brother Vasco, please.
All right,
you there?
this is the last slide. I hope you enjoy it, right?
Okay. Don't forget to
All right.
click on the computer, the sound.
Can you hear it?
Don't forget.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Just click on. Don't forget to click on the computer sound.
But that's what I did earlier.
Yeah, but then you dropped out.
Oh,
So
Jesus
everything
Lord.
has to restart, or as you said, reset.
This is, I hope this is the last time this happens, right?
We too, but
Yeah.
still.
No. Getting those icons to come back up. Sorry? It's gone again?
No, you're still there.
No, you just carry on doing what you're trying to do, please.
Yep. I'm trying to find a little taskbar that I can't seem to find them. They're not coming up at all.
Have you gone into share screen?
That's what I'm.
Is it at the bottom?
I got it.
You got it. Brilliant. Yay.
Lovely.
Right. If I click on it now, would it play?
It should
Right.
do.
You should do. If you've clicked on the both of those things to optimize the screen and sound, then yes, it should play.
Can you hear it?
No.
Try and deal with the volume.
Have
Move
you?
the key over to the end?
Did you
Here,
click
wait.
on the computer sound? Did you click on the computer sound? It's not playing.
I did.
Press the volume key. You see inside.
It's
you
not
see inside
playing.
the bar.
It's not playing. Have you clicked on the computer share computer sound?
I did that earlier, yes.
No, when you've gone back in, have you redone that? Is it highlighted?
Nope.
Go to the top. The
And
view
click.
options, what you did the last time. Go to the top and click on the I think it's the 3 dots or view.
Okay, I've done that.
And you've done the sound, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Any joy?
Yes, we can hear it. Thank you.
We were talking about freedom, yes?
Right, yes.
Born free,
I remember this.
as free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free, and beauty surrounds you. The world still astounds you each time at a star. Stay free where no walls divide you. You're free as a roaring tide, so there's no need to hide. Born free, and life is worth living, but only worth living 'cause you're born free. Stay free where no walls divide you. You're free as a roaring tide, so there's no need to hide. Born free, and life is worth living, but only worth living 'cause you're born free.
Right.
Thank
So the
you.
next time I come on, I shouldn't have any of this dropping in and dropping out of the internet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't
That
wait.
would be.
You should have an assistant. You deserve one.
You volunteering?
I'm no good at it, or else I'd run to it.
Okay. All right. You're gonna stop screen sharing now. Do you have a question from Empress Judah? El Vasco?
Is he still there?
I don't know.
Oh, he may have been frozen out again. Okay.
I believe there's
Can I
some
just
kind of
run-
intervention.
Oh, he's coming back. He started to. He's saying here, Vasco Stevenson has started screen sharing.
Oh, he's gone.
Please drop out.
Please drop out again.
Because I was going to ask Auntie Jean whether he had, because I know he's provided some natural remedies, and that's brilliant, because I feel like I've been on an event marathon today, and I'm so glad that I'm managing to still stay with you, because, as I said, some really important information was shared at a meeting 12 till 2. They had the health representative from the NOI in America join, and then PACM, sister, I can't remember the sister's name now, she gave a presentation. And one of the things that is, and Vasco Stevenson, again, with his excellent presentation, one of the things that is coming over is that there is obviously so much information out there, and it can be difficult at times to keep a track of the sense from the nonsense.
Yes.
Now, Bojo has recently said, and I read something today as well in between the meetings I was at, that Tony Blair has now joined into this whole argument about ramping up the speed at when the vaccinations should take place. So much so that Tony Blair has gone on to say that there shouldn't necessarily be this thing around dealing with certain groups first, i.e. the elderly or those with vulnerable underlying health issues. But then, of course, there's a major contradiction there anyway, because they're now admitting that if you have any allergens, you shouldn't take the vaccine anyway.
Right.
So really what I'm saying is that in light of what Vasco Stevenson has said, and we'll hold Vasco Stevenson to this whole thing about Trump being the new president again, re-elect, because I have been observing some of the, not too much because, you know, it's nonsense anyway, but I have been keeping an eye on some of the news stories around the American election. So Vasco will be held to account on the 20th of January if we don't see Trump back in the White House. But really what I'd like to ask him is, what can we do right now? Because you were there, Auntie Jean, at Kujagulia Day, which was a tremendous show of resilience and resistance to the vaccine. I mean, I couldn't get there because I'm in North London. It was freezing cold, and I'm not going to apologize for not being there. If I was in South London, I'd have no excuses. But I would like to know, what is the thing that we can be doing now, i.e., even if it's just a WhatsApp group, Auntie Jean, where people with valuable information that want to talk about why we don't want the vaccine, we can go in there without feeling that, you know, we're going to be bullied into, like, for example, there's one group in North London, they are so for the vaccine, and there's Black people in there that are getting led astray, right? And they're all for it. Oh, the people that have died, we've got to have it. Disproportionate numbers of Black people are dying.
Have you put your views in there? Have you put in any?
I have indeed, and I've been told that they are not prepared to take any more views that are anti-vaccine.
Okay, all right. If they're not prepared to take views, what about videos?
Yeah, I've even tried that. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, Auntie Jean, that,
well, you know something, we can't help everybody. You know, we can't save everyone.
We can't. So what I'm saying is, for those of us that are on the same page, and there will be other Black people, I think, if they had compelling evidence from those of us that have it, all we need to do is have a WhatsApp group for the anti-vaxxers.
Well, the NXG have a WhatsApp group, and they're part of the main reason why we had that anti-vaccine rally. There's no point making new groups.
I wasn't aware of that then, Auntie Jean.
Okay.
So if you can put that in the chat, then I will contact them, of course.
Let me see if
I can share that with other people.
1 minute. See if Junior is still online. Junior, are you still there? Are you still online? From the NXG?
I haven't seen anyone from them in the party in the list of guests
Junior,
that are still
Yeah,
there.
I'm still here.
Okay,
yes,
fine.
I am.
I didn't see his
quietly.
name.
Thank you. As I said, there's no point setting up a new one if there's something there already.
Definitely not. I had no idea if I wouldn't have put that in. There's definitely not. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. Time is against us. We need to seize this because, as I said, our people need to know
Junior,
the
let
arguments
Junior
they
say what he has to say about the group.
Yes, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Junior.
Sorry, you caught me at a situation where I was just kind of like wasn't really listening, but I was on.
No, I was mentioning the NXG group, that you have a WhatsApp group.
Yes, we do.
And you was the instigators behind the actual anti-vaccine rally. And
absolutely.
So what Empress Juju is asking is that we should set up a WhatsApp group that's people who's against the vaccine. So I was mentioning that you've got a group, you're in a group, or part of the group, the NXG, that's already there. So I don't know if you have a link line that people can actually link into so they can actually join. Or just tell us a little bit about the NXG.
Well, yeah, the NXG, we're against the vaccine. And we had a rally not long ago on the 27th of December, Peckham Rye. It was called the Unity Rally against the vaccine. Now, we at the NXG, we're against quite a few things. if I'm honest
Junior,
with you,
sorry to interrupt you, Junior, because I was just going to say, if you've got a contact detail, because for example, I'm here in North London.
Yeah, he'll get to that. Let him explain who he is and where they're from and what they do.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Right, so where was I? NXG, yeah,
NXG.
Against the vaccine. So we had a rally on the 27th, as I said, I was saying on the 27th of December at Peckham Rye, where we had a number of speakers come down to talk about about how they felt about the vaccine. Auntie Jean was there herself with her crew, and it went off all right. So yeah, the NXG, we're about liberation first. We're about our own people. We always say what we do today is for the youth of tomorrow, and that's one of our mottos at the NXG as well. So yeah, we're open. We have a WhatsApp group where people who are part of the NXG come along and say what they've got to say, any issues they have regarding not just the vaccine, but regarding our race also. So yeah, sorry, you caught me by surprise. Actually,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. So what I'll do, I will type some details in the box below, and some contact details as well for the NXG, and we can take it from there. I'll put the email address in as well.
Thank you very much, Junior. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah. Sister Adaya, so you have your hand up.
Yeah, indeed. There is a dedicated private website dedicated to the CV only. The only information you'll get on there is about I choose to say, the coronavirus. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This has been going on since March of this year. All
Okay.
right, so you will get all the facts, nothing but pure facts about coronavirus. We call it knowitYouLover.org, but it's really revolution spelled backwards. Okay. Now, another thing about WhatsApp groups, we know that everything that's done on WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook, we know it's common knowledge. I think Telegram is a good group, but I'm not suggesting that, you make any changes, but to get factual information and the things that we need to do. I've left it in the chat here, actually, knowitYouLover.org, and I've given you the complete site. I would say before you get registered, please just get in touch with me, all right? Because there are a few things I need to tell you about, okay? But it's amazing information, all right? We're taking a lot of steps. We have gone leaps and bounds, all right? Because, this is all about depopulation. Coronavirus is nothing more than the common cold, okay? The COVID-19, that's something slightly different, okay? But to get factual information, I'd refer you to that site, and I would certainly give you a lot more information. I know time is pressing.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's getting pretty late
Yes.
right now, going up to 12:30. But yes, I've been dedicating 3.5 hours from 6:30 in the mornings, all right, and late. A group of us have been doing that. So yes, I have got a lot of knowledge on that. But we know that their aim is about depopulation.
Yes.
And of course, our people, is first, because they want all our resources.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the main thing. And this is why they want this complete, world set financially, all right, where you're just living on the breadline. And this is why, as you heard the elder spoke earlier on, all right, this is part of the reason why we are into TBC, because we want to avoid all that catastrophe, all right? And I'm not selling you anything. I've already got billions, but I want a lot of us to have billions and for it to be spendable, all right? Yeah. So I'm just saying I've left my details.
Yeah, so I don't know, I know you put it in already, but I don't know if you can copy and repaste it back.
Sure,
so you don't have to keep on typing it all out. So that would be make it a little bit easier for you.
I will do that.
Okay.
And, we will, I can certainly get assistance, all right, to tell everybody about this, because our lives depend on it. We are making plans, right? But our lives depend on this. When we talk about Marcus Garvey, all right, he talked about having our own ships, our own aircrafts, our own farms. We need to reconstruct our educational institution. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of work, but if we're dead, how can we do that?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Sister Hadaya. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my sister. You're welcome.
touch.
And you know me, right?
I do.
Just
So
keeping
I
it
will be in
real.
touch with you, sister. Thank you.
We've got
Okay.
Naomi waiting to feedback.
Sorry?
Naomi waiting.
Hmm?
You're waiting, aren't you, Naomi, to read out what you're.
Mimi.
I mean,
Mimi.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Mimi.
No.
Right.
So-
Hi again. I wanted to ask brother or Mr. Vasco if he ever heard during the past during the 70s and 80s, end of the 70s, about a television station called Out There TV. All the things that he's speaking about, including genetically modified crops. There was a husband and wife team, scientist and a doctor, who used to come every Friday on the radio and talk about all these things. But that was a very long time ago, so maybe no one took any notice.
Well, he's not back yet, but we do have science.
I just spoke with Vasco while the
Yeah.
sister was speaking, and he just said to tell you all good night.
Okay. He persevered until he got his message across, which is the main thing.
And
Okay.
one more thing, please. I just want everyone to think of this and ask this question, which I'm curious to find out the answer, is the vaccine, is it preventing you from getting coronavirus or is it healing coronavirus?
It's giving you it.
So why is people making a fuss
you-
instead of just sticking
give
two
you
fingers up to the whole lot of them?
Sorry?
I said, why is people making a fuss about it? Why not just stick two fingers up to the government and everybody else?
Because a lot of people have already been brainwashed. They've just been listening to the media. They've just been listening to the TV. They've just been reading what's in the newspaper. And basically everything that's on the TV as news, in the newspapers, they're spoon feeding you propaganda. They're spoon feeding you what they want you to hear. That's all part of the brainwashing.
But
So
they're
you've got to turn
relying-
off your TV, don't read those newspapers, and look for alternative, the information that what the NXG put out, information that you can get, you control yourself on the web. Don't just listen to the mainstream media.
The thing is, I don't want to take up everybody else's space. The whole idea of the way the world is controlled, all the continents, is because the same people and their ancestors before them were spreading similar propaganda, because they put the Africans against everybody else who left Africa, and they put us against the Africans, and they
And
managed
if
to
we
make.
know that, they say knowledge is power. If we know that, then basically we need to band together. It's for us to bring together.
I'll tell you something that is disturbing to me. I mean, I used to learn the German national anthem when I was at school and the Canadian national anthem, just a way to occupy our time and to corrupt our minds. And when I heard the German national anthem being played in the Grand Prix, when Lewis Hamilton didn't win and one of the Germans win, I was shocked to see that I knew the words of the music.
You've been indoctrinated.
To the music.
It's
When
part
I
of the
think about
indoctrinating.
it,
We've got a
yeah,
sister,
it has.
we've got a sister, Angie, has got her hand up for a question or a statement. Angie, sister Angie.
Yes, it's actually not Sister Angie, it's Brother Huey.
Oh, Brother Huey, forgive me. I'm going to say, Angie, your voice has gone a bit deep. Okay, Brother Huey.
Yeah, just to let you know is that one of the things that we've got to be careful of is that when we tell people about not taking the vaccine and not taking the test, we also need to complement what they need to do to take it. So on the government's position, they've always said to just wash your hands and have a distance. But we need to emphasize that people need to take zinc.
Yes.
People need to take vitamin D.
Yes.
People
I
need
hope
to
you're
take
making notes, Mimi.
People need to take.
Well, I've
build up your immune system.
Well,
Yeah.
well.
Carry on, Huey.
So there's four main things that you need to take, and I probably put out a video about it probably in March on YouTube, but YouTube took it down. But then when I looked at what President Trump took that took him out of hospital within 2 days.
Yes.
He took zinc and vitamin D and another drug. I can't remember the name of the drug, but we need to focus on zinc.
Hydrochloroquine.
If you can get the zinc, there's a brother called Basil down in Brixton Hill. He does the zinc in the liquid form. You need to get vitamin D. You need to get the high grade, not the normal, the high grade vitamin C. You need to get iodine, and also get garlic, lime, and lemon, and those things. If you can have them on a daily basis, that will be your precursor, where you will never ever catch the corona, or we'll never say catch, but never have the symptoms of corona. So these are the 6 main things. So I'll repeat it again. You need to get zinc.
Yes.
You need to get iodine. You need to get a high grade vitamin C, comes in a powder form. You need to get vitamin D. You need to also take garlic, lime, ginger, and also lemon. So, and also be on an alkaline diet during this time. So these are the things that are preventatives. And if you take those things, you have nothing to worry about. And even the doctors and nurses who want to talk out, they will also say that because Black people are deficient in this country and in America from vitamin D, is very, very vital. If you're not going, like myself, 2 or 3 or 4 times a year into the sun, you need to get an alternative for vitamin D. So you need to get your vitamin D, because even if I go to a regular doctor right now, and I normally go for annual checkup, he will tell me about my levels of my vitamin D. And every time I've gone, my vitamin D's been at a good level, because I'm always in the sun.
Yes.
But other people, he's always said to me that it's probably 2% of patients he sees in the Black community that their levels are where they're supposed to be. So because of our lack of vitamin D, we can be suspect to the corona, because it's targeting people. So that's why the effects of corona is not really happening on a big scale in Africa, because the vitamin D and the melanin is great. So it's not attacking them as much as it is. So if you saw the figures for Barbados, they probably have about 200 people, 250 people at the most. You see what I'm saying? Jamaica probably has a few thousand people at the most, but they're not suffering like England and America and other countries. So what I would suggest is that when we tell people not to do it, we need to also give people the alternatives, because the government have never given the alternatives. But we have responsibility in the community to give the alternatives of what people are supposed to have, on top of washing hands, on top of social distancing, which, if you believe that, that's up to you, whatever. But I would say those alternatives: the zinc, the iodine, the vitamin D, the high grade vitamin C, also the ginger, the garlic, the lime. These are things that will safeguard you through this period of time.
Absolutely brilliant. And to top of that, I sell the alkaline tonic as well. So if you want some alkaline tonic that you just take a little cap in the morning, that helps to alkaline your body also.
And
But
it's imperative that we drink a lot of fluid, but hot drinks as opposed to cold. We like a lot of ice and things, but we have to put those things aside. And he's already alluded to sunshine. So whenever you see the sun out, please go and take even half an hour in.
Yes, that is good advice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Siam? Thank you, Brother Huey. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay. Yes.
You want to round up and finish off what you were saying to round up?
Yeah, I suppose I can. I mean, I wasn't really.
I know he wasn't prepared, but I mean, I know you just started saying something about I think the alignment. So if you just round up on that.
Yeah, I mean, because I wasn't really booked to be talking here now, but didn't want to take up time. But what I'll say before I go into it, firstly, there is a statement, right, in scripture that first, right, we wasn't given a spirit of timidity or fear, all right? We were given a spirit of power, love, right, and self-discipline.
Okay.
So how this correlates with what I was saying with the Mercury retrograde that's going to be taking place in Aquarius. And as I was saying about Uranus being in Taurus now, how when Mercury enters into Aquarius on the 8th of January, the retrograde doesn't begin until the 30th, until up to the 21st of February. So it's going to be a long one. But as I said, that Mercury is the lower octave of Uranus. Uranus is the higher octave. This is when we're dealing with intuition, which comes from the superconsciousness. I explained that the superconsciousness in these words, what we're using as identifications just to comprehend, is the consciousness higher above the physical and mental plane. Yeah. So the theme of what's going to be coming through is, can you allow yourself to expand your mind beyond the limited parameters of your thoughts? This is the question. Can you allow yourself to expand your mind beyond the limited parameters of thought? Can you change what you think? Can you change what you believe? Can you change what you feel? These are the questions, because through a retrograde, Mercury, as I said, it's about the mind and how you process information. And a retrograde is where you are going inward to reflect in order to process various things about your own thoughts and feelings and how, what you hold on to. But anyway, I'll continue to read the thing that I wrote up as a post. So it would, and if you have any questions, you can ask. So this is the theme. It's around the way you think, right? How can you, can you allow your mind to expand beyond the limited parameters of thought? Can you change what you think? These are questions. Can you change what you believe? Can you change what you feel? Nothing is quite as it seems to be. If you're not too set in a certain sense, or if you're too set in a certain sense of belonging through a story to a particular allegiance, it will be difficult for the pseudo self, termed your ego, right, to let go of such limits, or to even see, or to be able to see and say, hey, I was wrong, okay? Which is necessary to make adjustments to expand one's awareness beyond the barriers of limited earthly perception. So this theme, as stated for this Mercury retrograde in Aquarius, with Saturn and Jupiter also there, because we've had what they call the big conjunction, which is of Jupiter and Saturn in Aquarius, which hasn't happened between 2000, for about 2,800 or 800 years. This conjunction has been taking place only in earth signs. But what's unique about this conjunction is that it's taken place in the first time for around 800 years in an air sign, okay? So Jupiter is an energy representing our belief systems, the way we grow, our growth and development towards expansion of consciousness, how we seek truth. And Saturn is being associated with faith, structure, definition, authority, time, law of cause and effect, which is why Saturn is usually associated with karma. and karmic cycles, which is what karma is. It's cause and effect. You reap what you sow. Yeah. So Saturn is associated with that. So the question is just to mention a few of the qualities of these energies associated with the heavenly bodies. But you have a lot of help and support with the heavenly bodies, the celestial cosmic energies, because of Uranus. Because as I said, that Uranus is also linked to your intuition. It's the higher mind, okay? So the intuition comes from the super consciousness, as I explained what that is, not to kind of get lost on these words and labels, but understanding the essence of what's being said. So there's a lot of things people are holding in their minds, what they believe. A lot of the things you're watching on the mainstream media, all of this stuff is not true. However, you cannot convince people who are buying into what they are believing to be true to tell them, hey, yo, this isn't, this is all part of a smoke screen. There's a deeper, there's a deeper situation going on behind the smoke screen called COVID. And because many people are polarized in their mentality, you can't even, many people can't even entertain just a different point of view without it turning into, life or death, us against them, anti this, pro that. And the thing is that with what's coming in, as Vasco was explaining about what's been going on, that you're not hearing on the mainstream media with the deep state. And people are now, all of this stuff that's coming out about the corruption and how, it's not like we didn't know this before, but you don't expect to have it so blatantly put in your face. But so much that isn't blatantly put in your face is due to how the media is also in cahoots with controlling people's perception through the force narrative that is being spread out there. And then you have to understand that a virus, you cannot die from a virus, but you see, the thing is, all of a sudden, we have a lot of different perspectives, which is motivated by fear to do with death and life, you see? And this is all human thinking. It's not the reality. If you say, look, there's no such thing as death, well, the human mortal will hold on to such beliefs, believing this is a universal truth, when it is not. But as one thinketh, so shall they become. The scriptures are very metaphysical and they're not literal in the way it's being interpreted. It's all about the cycles of consciousness. So as we're moving into this new cycle, and you have cycles within cycles, in astrology, you're dealing with the 12 signs, but it's the origin of where you get your 12 hours, your 12 months, or your 24-hour clock, okay? And when you're dealing with the cosmic cycles, one day is 24,000 years. That's one cosmic day, right? And you hear in the scripture where it talks about creation, 7 days, on the seventh day, there was rest, completion. That's the symbolic meaning of what 7 represents. 6 represents work. So hence, on the 6th day, man, woman, and the animals and so forth was all created. All of this is about the cycles in consciousness and what gets manifested through these different cycles, because God is consciousness and all of creation is consciousness made visible. But what's happening, as I said, with this retrograde in Aquarius, Aquarius is about individuation. With Jupiter conjuncting Saturn, we're talking about you have this neutral point where you have the opportunity to create whatever, something far greater, right, which you desire. All karma has just been neutralized, right, through this conjunction in Aquarius. And Aquarius is about the liberation of the soul from wrong thinking, because this is really what it means when it's about saving your soul, is about saving your soul from wrong thinking. Because even when you hear, as I said, about repent in the scriptures, and folks wouldn't repent, the word repent simply means to think again. Because based upon the destructive thoughts, people gather, generate fearful thoughts. These vibrations are creative currents. So when you generate these vibrations coming from erroneous thinking, you're going to create, draw to one's manifestation that destruction to experience, which is why when in the scriptures it says that, you know, the will of God, the prophet, yeah, which is representing it represents those who have risen to divine awareness, to realize their awareness of being as God, the divine will. They've aligned their will, okay, their personal will, with the divine will of their soul. So when they're speaking to the people to warn them by just telling them you need to change your thinking, but the trajectory you're on, based upon the universal laws, spiritual laws, which governs all of existence, what you sow is what you reap. So if you're thinking fear-based, destructive, angry, resentful, all of these type of thoughts that come from fear, from not feeling and knowing your connection with the one power, the infinite spirit within you, then you're going to create and manifest your own destruction, right? There'll be those who believe a lie and they will be damned by it. You know, there's those stands. We're living in a time where the shift in consciousness, when they say raising your consciousness, this is the time to raise your consciousness by thinking into higher. Think into higher things. Think about life. Right now, you have many people focusing on death, right? Think about it. Many people are focusing on death. How do you focus on death and expect focusing on death to be the solution to a problem? Yeah, it's obviously you have to focus on life, but many people don't understand what life is. They think life is all the things that they're afraid of losing, afraid of leaving. This human, mortal beliefs of sin, death, sickness, sorrow, all of these things are the vain imaginings which then create these conditions in your body. Even science is telling you that 85% of people's mental, illnesses and issues are psychosomatic. They even got the system inside the science that tells you about placebo and nocebo effects. What you're seeing with the TV is the nocebo. Nocebo means to do harm. If you are consistently being inundated or allow yourself to take in dangerous suggestions of danger, suggestions of this and that, it acts as a nocebo effect, where I could give you a cup of sugar water, but before I give you the cup of sugar water, I say, be careful of, careful when you drink this. It could give you the runs, or it could, make you get stomach cramp. It's only sugar water. You don't know that. You're just being given a nocebo effect, a dangerous suggestion before you've given the sugar water. You drink it, and then your mind creates a physical reaction based upon you believing what the nocebo suggestion was. Just equally, it can be opposite with a placebo, which means to please. That you could be given a sugar pill, think it's the correct medication for your cancer or whatever condition you got, and you get remission. But it was only a sugar pill. So they know that your mind has more power, right, than you even giving our own selves credit for. Yeah, acknowledging that you can create the cure or the poison in your own body, because through the endocrine system, you have your chemical factory, your chemical, you see, and it's a chemical reaction. Every thought's turned into a chemical messenger. So you can create DMT inside of your body through different breathing exercises, for example, natural DMT, and be on high. Or you can be in a depressive mode based upon where your thoughts, which I said in my first talk, that your thoughts are electrical and your feelings are magnetic. They draw, they magnetic, they pull. So you got that masculine, feminine principle within your being, which are the creative tools, which is your thoughts and feelings. and what you choose to do with your thoughts and feelings will be done unto you. And it's not, as I said, it's not a reward or punishment before it. We're talking about spiritual lords. We're talking about, you know, life is a game, and it's a game of giving and receiving, right? We breathe in and out, right? But you won't be able to play it effectively without the understanding of spiritual lords. But what's happened, we live in a world where we're just so material and think it's just physical laws based upon what the carnal mind, the human mind, has indoctrinated everybody with, you see? So the retrograde is gonna, you see, there's a lot of things people think they don't see, that what you're looking at isn't what it appears to be. Let me ask if anybody saw this thing, because I don't have a TV. I kicked that out about 15 odd years ago, all right? You know what I mean? So I don't have this pull, you know, that I need to watch something. That's the only way I can, you know, tune in and get any information. I mean, your best information you could get by tuning into yourself. Many of us don't want to be still enough and comfortable with ourselves. Just sit with, you know, for a few, I would sit hours, but you can sit for a few minutes, break it out through the day, and just be still and tune into yourself. But most of us tune out, right? We tune out and then get fed by external, the hologram, people giving you narratives, don't even know if it's true. Now everyone's a fact checker. And then now it's a thing where it's so intellectual and polarized that no one's actually saying, hang on a second, wait, is all of this even real? Okay, is all of this even real? Right? Because certain things sound too fantastic that, what do you mean this COVID is a smokescreen for the arrest of all the cardinals in the Vatican? What do you mean this COVID is only a smokescreen for the taking out of all of these corrupt politicians and judges and people feeding off of children's blood and sacrificing and doing all this murder? No, this is too horrific. What are you talking about? Yeah, but you can go and sit down and watch a horror movie that will do some stuff. You'll be, people sit there and watch that goriness and be thinking, well, that's only a movie. But if you go and say, well, actually, that's based on real stuff. Oh man, that's a bit too fantastic. Okay, let's break it down more basic. People eat meat. People have been eating meat for longest of time, okay? So you do accept that they do chop up a body of a living animal to put on your plate. But no, that's diabolical for that to be done to humans. Oh, who would want to do that? I mean, it's just, so this is the kind of mindset we're dealing with, based upon raised in a society that has just been feeding the conscious mind, the carnal mind, with all of this, you know, they're telling you what reality is. They even tell you how you must think and feel about yourself, switching the narrative of history, switching the story. I mean, and then, oh, you just believe it, you know? So, you know, I don't want to, you know, I could go into other areas of this, but it's just to say that with this Uranus going to be squaring Mercury retrograding in Aquarius, this is where people, you're going to have to ask, look, things are going to come out where folks are going to have to go, my gosh, I was wrong. Oh my gosh, that, man, what? You can't, and can you step back in yourself and go, you know what? I need to change the way I'm thinking here. I mean, that wasn't true. I'm realizing these beliefs are not doing me, you know, they're not doing me any service. In order for you to expand beyond the little pen light consciousness, only illuminating your fingertip, when you need to expand that light of awareness into a huge, you know, big, what do you call it? Them searchlights you see on them roofs, right? That shine up some big light in the sky, lighten it up. When we talk about expansion of consciousness, we're talking about the expansion of the light within you, the light of awareness. When you become more aware of that which you wasn't aware of, you now have a broader bandwidth of frequency to tune into. And at the same time, you're raising your vibrations, you're raising your consciousness through the increase of frequency. It's not about you jumping up in the way the literal mind will take it literally to think, I gotta climb higher, you know, like some physical thing when it talks about ascension. What ascension is the increase of vibrational frequency, yeah? Within yourself, as that increases, it's raising higher, like you turn the heat up on the stove, right? It gets higher in the vibration, therefore expanding your awareness to now be able to tune in to the broad electromagnetic spectrum, right? Being poured out from the universe through the heavenly bodies. Your own being is an electromagnetic energy field. You see? So when we think very mortal and fleshy about who he is and what are some, you know, what this is and stuff, we're like that little flash pen light, you know, focused on some, you know, think the whole world is your fingernail, you know, when it's like, no, man, you're all that is. All right. But so it's a thing where it's like, can you stand in the power of, you know, there's a saying, faith is the substance of things hoped for. I'd prefer to say desired. Huh? Evidence of things not seen. So can you stand in a feeling of security, love, assurance, trusting in the divine spirit within you, right? To your immune system is strengthened by love. Your immune system is weakened by fear and stress. Something so simple. But yet we forget it and we want to go outside of ourselves, dependent upon external things. When you have it all within you already. But it's, what are you doing with it? We weakening it or strengthening it by our own thoughts and feelings, which we think is nothing more than what? Some grain of rice in a can. These are creative, powerful tools in your consciousness that everything is created from. You're creating all the time. It's not, I'm creating, oh, now I'm not creating now, I'm creating now, but I'm not creating now. You're creating all the time, whether you're conscious of it or not. But based upon the way things have been used, like perverting the truth to make you believe that the creative force, power, source is something outside of you and separate. As long as you believe it's outside of you and separate, then what happens? We transfer our energy to what is not real. People praying to force gods. Force gods will always seen as that which is outside of you. Whether it's a statue, whether it's a personality, which is gonna cause some pain for a lot of people when things start to come out about their celebrities. And why they call them celebrities is because you celebrate celebrities. They even put it in your face to tell you what you're actually doing when folk don't realize what they're doing when they have programs called Pop Idol. Well, who you idolizing? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People are, so when they hear things like, you know, Tom Hanks, they're going to hear names. When they start to hear certain names, you think to yourself, people are going to get so upset. That was my favorite actor. That was my favorite singer. That was my favorite. And the thing is, you don't even know these people. You see what I mean? You've never met them. So what I'm saying is that we put things, we have been conditioned to put people or things in this world on pedestals. And then when we hear the reality behind about just what they're up to, okay? The cause and effects that's coming back to them. Yeah? People are like, no, I can't believe that. that, and such. You don't even know that. But you believe some negativity about so-and-so, the cat down the road next door. You'll go, oh my gosh, yes, boy, you know that somebody, yeah, I never really did like that the one day, you know. That's what you quickly say. But when it comes to someone you've only seen on the TV, and then you hear, well, you know, they was drinking blood, you know, and wrap up and do all of that. No, what are you talking about? Oh, you're mad. So really, everyone needs to take a look into themselves. And this is what this time is bringing. This is why everything is so intensified. Because really, you're dealing with cycles of consciousness. You have the dawning, you have the rising of consciousness, the zenith of consciousness, you have the twilight of consciousness, you have the sleep of consciousness. And then you have the grand rising of consciousness again. And this is what is known as the greatest cycles that everything else and all the other cycles are happening within, you know? So all I will, you know, so I can't tell people how to think and feel. I'm not saying, yo, believe me, we've had enough beliefs. Yeah, we need to see, when you ask the question, I've asked this question, what does it mean to know God? And I hear many different, you know, coming from the mind, people say, knowing thyself, to do good, and, you know, these various things. It's like a feeling, isn't it? It's a sensation, and yeah, nothing's wrong with any of those answers. But the truth of the matter, it is to know God means to experience God. That's the only way you're going to know. You can only know something by becoming one with it. And that's what was written in all the mystery systems. That all of even the scriptures, they're indirect. They're indirect ways of bringing you intellectual knowledge that can help open up your mind to more higher thoughts, that you can begin to vibrate higher through contemplating those higher frequency thoughts, which then generate higher frequency feelings. But it comes to the point where it says, it shows you intellect limited, can't go any further. You need to enter into the intuition. You need to enter into the stillness, to tune into the divine intelligence within. And then this is the only way you come to know the Most High directly. But we're taught, oh, fear God. You can't know the mind of God. All of this is being intentionally just taught to diminish you, to make people have diminished, they think in diminished ways. Oh, we're just little lowly worms, you know, we're just, you know, God is God. And God ain't got nothing to do with we. God is just, you know, we have to beg God for mercy. All of them type of things. That's all Roman Catholic Inquisition type of stuff. It's got nothing to do with the reality of what you call God. You see what I'm saying? So it even says, those who seek me, what? Seek me, feel after me. And I'm not far away from you. So it doesn't mean you're going out there looking for it. It's like you feel inward for God, because God's a spirit, formless awareness of being. That's who you are before you are cloaked in flesh, which is manifestation. So to wake folk up, always in the Bible, many stiff-necked fools. Yeah, it's repetitive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then there's always those who they realize, they wake up to themselves. They're the ones that they become the beacon to radiate, transmit that higher awareness into the energy field so others can pick up on it, but only if they're receptive. Yeah. So the thing is that people are believing a lie because they're not looking for the truth within themselves. We think it's out there. And it's all of this is a mirage. But how can I, to tell people, hey, yo, man, don't believe that, da. Well, the way they're already thinking and feeling, and it's like you have self-fulfilling prophecies. Think about it. It's even showing you that we create what we expect, right? Job, what he feared came upon him. but also what you, positive expectations brings good things to you. And if you knew that God can only bring you good, and you had conviction in that, then only good can come to you. But many of us have fear. We think in imperfect thoughts. We don't deal with the perfect ideas that come from superconsciousness. We're dealing with the imperfect ideas of the thoughts of the world. And it even says, do not be conformed to the world. Yeah? Don't conform to the world, because it's earthly thoughts which don't exist within the divine mind. Soul is imperfectness. You believe in sin, believe in sorrow, believe in death, believe in sickness. And as I said, whatever's impressed upon the soul, the subconscious, it pushes it out. It will express it out. You see what I mean? But folk don't have enough, when we say faith or trust or conviction, within themselves. And that's what needs to be tuned into. And this is why everything is increasing in the way it is, in such a way that it's bringing out it's bringing everything up. If you're going to heal anything, the illness, the pus, the toxicity has to come out first in order for the healing to be able to manifest through the toxicity being get rid of. So what I see is that the virus, the real virus, is the fear that is perpetrating through the air, through the atmosphere. Huh? You have the word influence, which means to flow into you. It means that people can influence you with their transference of their fear and paranoia. I know people who they're vibrating on a level where it's like we're living in a different world. We don't experience any of this. You see what I mean? And you're walking up and down in the same world as everybody else. I mean, I know through experience how vibrations, because everything is vibrations. Listen, man, I don't get troubled. I can stand right in front of, these dudes with a mask, and now you got these patrol, mask wearing compliance patrol, huh? And they just nod at me. Right? I just move on. Because I don't have this fear. I don't even have this, when people think, boy, I don't want another vaccine, boy, I don't want none of that. And you've got this resistance in yourself. It's like that resistance will draw to you what you're resisting. Huh? You just got to be neutral and just know, say, boy, I'm cool, I'm good, I'm safe, I'm happy, I'm full of, then you get people who are like, you happy in this situation? My God, they want now you to join them. Yes. Oh, this and that. And it's like, if you don't, then you don't have sensitivity. You don't have any feelings. Huh? You don't care. How could you be like that? It's like, geez. So people feel they have to play this game of trying to show that I have feelings and I care, and I'm not taking liberty, I'm not undermining or whatever your experience is. But it's just like you got a TV, you're watching channel 2, someone's watching channel 4, someone else is watching channel 7, someone else is watching channel 8. And some folk is having a good tune in to what they're interfacing with. Some folk are in distress and tension and, oh gosh, this is so depressing, right? And it's like, they want you just to show you got feelings. Well, you need to come on my channel and see what I'm on. And it's like, well, I suppose if I was on your channel, I feel that. But I'm chosen that. I'm chosen a different channel. And that's why I'm not feeling that. So it means I got choice. I can choose a different channel over another based upon my emotional indicator that labels me to know, hey man, does this feel truth? Does this feel expansive? Does this feel nourishing? Does this feel good to me? Yes, it does. Well, I'll stay right here. But if it doesn't, then you have an indicator letting you know that ain't in alignment with who you are. It's not in alignment with your inner being. That is some discordant stuff. But you can hang out in that if you want to. But it's all about the consequences. I mean, if you want to taste something bitter, then sow some bitter fruit. If you want to taste something sweet, then sow a sweet seed. You know what I'm saying, right? It is that simple, but people think, no, man, can't be that simple. Can't you see? They convince themselves that something is true that they.
Can I ask you something when you do get a chance? Sorry to butt in.
Sorry.
Very interesting. That's why I want to ask a question.
Has he muted himself?
No, because noise was coming from Mimi, so I was trying to mute Mimi, and I ended up muting Siam. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was me.
All right.
Quickly, Mimi, because I'm going to get Brother Siam to wrap up now. So your question? Mimi?
Oh, she's muted.
Oh, she's muted now.
Yeah. I don't know.
Right,
Oh,
so I think I'm on again.
Yes, you are.
Right, well, because you're so knowledgeable, I'd like to pick your brain. Right, so on the 8th of January, Mercury will be in Taurus or whosoever in
No,
Uranus.
Mercury will be in Aquarius. It's moving into Aquarius.
Right.
Yeah.
So Mercury is the planet that controls Virgo, which is my star sign. So how is that going to affect me, do you think?
Well, you see, the thing is this.
You'll have to call him personal for your personal reading, my sis.
No, but I can.
Now's not the time. Now's not the time.
I can answer it just generically because Mercury governs Gemini and Virgo, right? So Mercury is the way you process information, yeah. So operating through Virgo's more about purifying the mind from the egoic traits, right? Which came along with the teenage Leo, all right? Okay. So now the thing is, I'm not saying that Leos, I see a woman, ooh. She said, wow, you're talking about me, man. No, but you see, here's the thing. Everything's got a bit of a duality in it, in the sense that Leo, in its higher octave, is the inner light that we all have, the inner unique light. It's the sovereign being, it's the sun, okay? But when we're not tuning inward to seek the inner light, our own inner unique light, then it's this external, I need the spotlight on me. That's what I mean by Leo is the teenager that only thinks about itself, right? It's about me, right? In what it does, right? But
all right, Shares.
Can I interject?
Siam, you can't go into somebody's personal thing.
Right.
We haven't got the
No,
time.
I'm talking about the archetypes.
Yeah.
This doesn't have to be personal. This is all archetypes. We all have them in us. So I'm not being personal. It's just
just the spiritual force, the energy that's going to be generated on 8th.
Okay.
Should I buy a lottery ticket? Should I stay at home or what?
Okay, come. I'm going to try to interject here. And thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I celebrate the way Vasco presented, second to none, bringing all that information to us. And certainly, he did it with he has done a lot of research, and I really want to thank him and the young ladies who presented on abuse, which I wanted to talk about, but I would like to get in touch with them. You've all done very well. The interest has been held. I honor you all for the effort and what you have presented. God bless you all. I just want to say good night in a moment, but I'm going to hang on. I'm sure you're going to give your own thank you for them, sir, but I wanted to express my thanks. So let me hand back over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to say last words to wrap up now, Brother Siam.
Yeah, I'll just say that it's about just focusing on you, observing, look, what you're thinking and what you're feeling. It's you making a choice to realize, you know what, I can change where I'm at, but do I want to hold on to these beliefs that are not serving me? This retrograde gives you an opportunity. All retrogrades give you the opportunity to introspect. It's not blaming the retrograde for what goes wrong in your life. It's not like that doesn't control you, right? It's activating energies and forces within you that you are, or which is already a part of you. But it's about the progressive steps to enter into the higher octave of your being. So you go through these reflective modes. And if you don't do it yourself, you will feel like life is forcing you to like everything's just slowed down now, in the sense that folk have more time to spend within themselves. But some people don't feel comfortable to do that. You see what I mean? So this running away, running out there is something that is, for this whole year, has been telling you, you know what, y'all need to reflect, come back home to yourself, come back home to your center, and tune in to the spirit, the divine spirit within you. And it's showing you that all this mental activity, it's creating imbalance and unstableness. This can also be a time with this retrograde in Mercury and the square with Uranus, because you got to deal with the square, the higher octave and the lower octave, okay? The high octave is intuition. That's what you want to tune into, right? But when you're dealing with this, it's a case where you may end up having a lot of increase in what they call mental health issues, mental illness is popping up based upon people are so caught up in their mind and they're not within their body. You're not your mind and you're not your body. It's an instrument. But if you are identifying with belief systems that governs your thoughts and feelings that are not serving you, that are not based on, I could say, love, truth, you know, empowerment, positivity, you know, life. If you're caught up in a lot of backbiting, criticism, putting out, listen, man, the universal vibrations, it doesn't care about the mask people wear, you know, oh, I'm having this pleasant smile, or you're saying something with pleasant words. It's your vibration. It knows if it's your vibration it's matching up with. So people can try to pretend to be nice, so-called nice, or be saying something in a condescending way, but not saying it blatantly like that. The vibrations are being picked up by source, you see, but it never makes a mistake. So that's why it's about being in tune with the vibrational frequency you want to resonate on. When they say you get what you want, really you don't get what you want, you get what you are. Some of you may have heard this already. It means you have to be the vibration of that which you desire to be in harmony with, to draw into your experience. So take this opportunity to be still with yourself, be honest. You know, there are things we're thinking that don't serve you. There's things people thinking about themselves, which is a projection they project onto others, which are negative. It negates. That's what it negates. It takes away. So when you're sending that out, it's messing you up and it's messing them up. But if they're more positively fortified in themselves, that stuff will bounce right back to you. And right now, in this day and time, stuff is coming back quick. Stuff is coming back straight away. Even the stuff people think has got nothing to do with them, the thing with the election, just going to quickly end this thing. And all of this, all the hatred people were putting out, all of that energy. Later on, months now down the line, people are having issues in their own relationships. They're having all of that. They don't realize all of that's come back to you, you know, but it's manifested in a way where it's, oh, you're having problems with your family members or people at work or certain people, or you're falling out in a relationship, all of this type of stuff. And people don't realize it, but you see, they don't understand. It's their energy coming back. So there's so many different ways to say the same thing. And the thing is, as I said, when I opened up, we weren't given the spirit of timidity or fear. We were given the spirit of love, power, and a sound mind. So you can either choose the divine design of yourself, which is the perfect idea in divine consciousness, or you can choose to align with man's ignorance of the broader reality and take on those things to be true about yourself. And whatever you choose, it will be true for you. You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's a good way to finish. Thank you so much, Brother Sire. And as you said, it wasn't anything that you expected either.
Yeah,
to come in
I
and
just came to support, you know, because I
Brother
speak to Vasco earlier on,
yeah,
briefly, and I said, yeah, man, I'll tune in, you know, because we talk outside of this, you know, we've known each other for years.
Yeah,
we good.
Wonderful.
I have a poem I wanted to read because I think it's in line with what Simon's just been talking about, and I just want to share that with the people who are left.
Okay.
It's like a prayer, but it's entitled Praises.
Right.
That's, for me, it's coming from my heart. It was written some time ago, but you know, I think it's still relevant. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Is that okay?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of repetition, but it's different as well. So please listen. You know, please listen. Well. Praises. Free up the soul, enrapture me in love, soothe me in the light of life, and make me whole. Mind, heart, body, and soul. Divine Redeemer, strengthen my faith. Release me from all the chains that binds me. Open up the gates ahead and set my spirit free. Cleanse my path. Free up the soul. Enrapture me in love. Kiss me with the light of life and make me whole. Mind, heart, body, and soul. Holy Spirit, you are order in my life. You have strolled with me. You have sat with me. You have taught me wrong and right. I want to be the messenger. I want to be the dove that rejoices and praises the one who sits above. Let me be your witness. Let me tell them of your grace, of all the wondrous things you have done and the beauty of this place. Free up the soul, enrapture me in love, ease me in the light of life, and make me whole, mind, heart, body, and soul. Eternal Creator, touch your children now. Let them feel the healing force of your eternal power. Lift them up and make them see that we are all one, united in our union. Free up the soul, enrapture me in love, bathe me with the light of life, and make me whole. Mind, heart, body, and soul. Almighty Lord, creator of our minds, the joy I feel is so enriching. How can peace be wrong? Heal our hearts, uplift our souls, and make our bodies strong. Hear our prayers, hear our songs, I beseech you day by day. Help us on our way. Free up the soul, enrapture me in love, wrap me with the light of life, and keep me whole. Mind, heart, body, and soul. Good, thanks.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, very,
Fantastic.
very
Thank
nice.
you.
You sound like a
Brilliant.
very peaceful
Beautiful.
person.
Thank
I wish
you.
I could sing that way. My thoughts is all militant. to get justice.
Okay. Brother Siam, people are asking for your contact details, and are you on a radio station? So they need to hear more of your teaching.
I was on Blessed Radio. I was doing a radio show on Blessed Radio for about
Couple of
3
years, isn't it?
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 3 years. And it was only this April I left there. And I'm now kind of working on a podcast, you know, so I got podcasts soon gonna come out, you know.
Okay.
So I suppose I can, when that does, it can be put on all these different platforms. So when I do, I'll notify you.
Okay,
And,
all right.
you know,
I'll give you a call about coming back and doing a proper presentation.
Brilliant, thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. Thank you. Especially
All
when
right.
you said about the Leos.
and listen,
He'll have
no
to
offense
do-
to Leos. My dad was a Leo. My grandpa's a Leo. My sister's a Leo. My
Wow.
niece is a Leo. My great
Yeah, I'm a Leo as well. Thank you very much.
All right, you know, so I ain't got nothing wrong about Leos, and I'm Aquarius, opposite Leo. So
I know.
there's,
I know.
there's
That's all
a
I
mirror,
seem to
you know.
find is Aquarian people around me. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, but yeah, this is just all archetypes within ourselves, okay? And we're dealing with the divine idea. The divine ideas are perfect. We're talking about the divine ideas in the divine consciousness of divine intelligence, universal consciousness awareness. You know, this is the unseen mover, okay? So those are perfect ideas, complete, but they only can be activated through your recognition, meaning people need to think more like we think too low about ourselves based upon this erroneous religious teachings about God. And this makes one not realize their true birthright, because you have to claim it. And it's not an egotistical, when we say egotistical, people is the person, the mask. It's not about that conditioning self. It's about your innermost I. You see, source is always with you in the now, the I that will never leave you, the awareness of being. You know, it's like it's about recognition first, then realization, and from the realization, you materialize. You materialize the divine force, which is you manifesting your own true, unique, perfect expression of the divine will through you. The poetry, Patricia just said, is beautiful. It's resonant. That stuff is vibrationally resonant. It's reaffirming the truth of you. But folk would rather believe the worst and think this is a bit too much. Or maybe it's just some religious, it sounds pretty, but it's like, no, man, we need to change the diet of what we mentally and emotionally consume and deal with these perfect ideas and beautiful poetry. Beautiful because it's of truth. It's of truth. And we have the choice to align with truth or align with a lie. Your choice. You know what I'm saying? And this is the time we're in. This is the time we're in. Those of us who are in tune, they don't need anyone to tell them, I don't need to take no vaccine. Nobody need to tell you not to take something you know you don't need. You don't need no one to tell you that.
That's right.
So pushing against it means there's some fear. And what are you going to generate out of that? It's as if to say there's nothing else to focus on. Like there's only one channel on your TV set. This is what everything's turned into. Nothing else to talk about, nothing else to tune into. And wherever you focus your attention, energy flows to that. So I'm not saying don't inform folk, but you can be aware without being in fear. And being aware, you can see clearly where you want to go. Yeah. While being aware of, okay, everything else, but I know where I want to go. You see what I mean? I know where I want to be. And that's being aware without fear. I don't need to fuse with somebody else's lies.
That's right.
Simple as that.
Right.
Fuse with the truth. And thank you, Patricia. That was a beautiful poem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It was. I'd like to give thank you to Sister Hodaya, and no doubt people will be contacting you very, very soon. And thank you also to Elder Herikuti for his presentation, and also a big thank you to Elder Vasco Stevenson, and also a big thank you to Brother Siam.
Thank you all, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Also,
take care. Bye.
bye. A big thank you
I
to.
saw you before.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's been
Remember
on
you?
before. Yeah, a big thank you also to Sister
Yeah,
Shares. Sister Shares,
take
have you got
care.
anything to say?
Yes, generational. See?
No, I'm still trying to get over the Leo bit, but no. That's all. But no, I'm fine. No, I don't want to add too much. I'll wait till when Sion comes back on the next show, and then I will challenge him on some things.
So one thing I'll just say,
it's
Leo.
a good challenge. It's a good challenge.
That's so good.
Okay.
One thing I'll just say, Leo, and when you deal with fire signs, they always have this energy, they have this deep feeling of a special purpose.
Absolutely.
Right? And it's true.
Absolutely.
They have a special purpose.
Absolutely.
But it's activated when they tune in to realize their own inner unique light.
Yeah.
It has to come from within you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think
and then you know, it's the powerful creativity. You see what I mean?
Thank you. You've done a good save there. That was a very good save. All right. That's all I've got to say now. But I know Auntie Jean wants to wrap up. So, and I've got to go on the corporate plantation tomorrow. So yeah.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So good night, everyone.
Yeah, good night. Good night, sis.
Good night, sis.
Sister Patricia, you got anything to say?
No, just wonderful, wonderful listening to everybody. I mean, you know, we're feeding ourselves. You know, we're feeding ourselves, and it's really important that we acknowledge what we're doing.
Yes.
And what we are able to transmit to others around us. Yeah,
right.
we definitely have to raise our vibrations.
True.
And we do that here on the platform by learning, sharing, and engaging with others. And that's really, really important.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Give
I mean,
thanks.
I just want to say that for people here, if you're not engaged in an organization, whether it's Sister Space, you know, there's the African Emancipation Reparations Committee. They're looking for people to support the you know, that mission as well. Yeah, there's the Windrush compensation scheme. They're looking for people, you know, whether you know people who've actually had the awful experience of being denied their rights. You know, they're looking for people as well to help. So, you know, there's something that we can do. And I know when we contribute to somebody's, in supporting others, you know, we help ourselves. Yeah. So
Right.
it works both ways. So
Yeah.
peace.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
And we want to nourish.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nourish.
Junior, I don't know if you're still awake, because people are asking about getting involved or getting details for the NXG group. So I don't know if you want to take people's numbers so you can pass it on to admin if you're not admin.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, if you want to leave your number, I'll take the number and I'll add you to the group.
Okay, so
I have started, Jean, from last Sunday with a number on it. Should I put it in the chat?
Yes, you can put that in the chat. I did put some details in the chat. I'm not quite sure if they appeared. Okay,
I'll just put the number, which is if I read it out, then you'll say whether it's the right one or not. 07543 400 038.
Yes, correct. That's the number.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Patricia.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and thank you again, Junior, for putting you on the spot as well. but thank you.
That's okay.
You
Thank you
stepped
very
up
much.
you stepped up to the plate, so thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me along. It's been very knowledgeable, and yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay, give thanks.
Thank you.
And also give thanks. So he's gone now, but to Radical Ra, who also I put on the spot, and he came up trumps and he took out his guitar and let us know that everything's going to be all right. So thank you everybody else for joining us. It has been another marathon, but what's new? And it's good to know that people are still here and taking in the knowledge and taking in the information. And let's hope that you do something with that information. And let's hope that what Siam had to say has alleviated your fears. So you walk fearless amongst everybody. So
And
nothing
smile
can
at-
touch you.
Smile at everybody.
Yes, they don't like it when you smile.
Smile at everybody.
They don't like it. They don't
Be
like it.
fearless. Absolutely. You have to be
Yes.
fearless now. It's fearless, man.
We're
Seriously.
going to thank the presenter tonight,
Yes.
the main speaker. I don't know her well enough to do so.
Auntie Jean?
Sorry?
Yes.
Oh, well done, Auntie Jean. As
Okay.
usual, brilliant, 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 as usual.
Thank you.
Building this platform. You're doing a great job.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Auntie Jean, thank you for being consistent. Because many Black organizations, they're not consistent.
Thank you.
Thank you for being very consistent. And since I've known you, you've been consistent. So thank you for that.
Oh,
Black,
big thank
Black
you.
power.
Black power. Thank you. But I couldn't be here without everybody being here also. So thank you. It's been worth it. Because if the community is not there, then it's not worth it. So thank you. Thank you. You've encouraged me. You keep me going. So I don't know if anybody wants to save what's in the chat so that they can got the information.
Hi, Auntie Jean. Can I ask, is there a protocol for reading poems?
No, have you got a poem that you want to read quickly? Because we're here, it's late, so might as well go ahead.
This is what I done in COVID. I've been writing and publishing. Good evening, everybody. Debbie Allen, anti-racism activist, author, publisher, and I'll just read, because I'm anti-racism. So the title of this is called Please Take the Knee. That's the limited edition. It's available on Amazon. And I don't know if you can see that. That's the timer. So it says, set your timer. We're going to kneel for Floyd. The crowd at the rally graciously stooped. Who could be annoyed? How about you, officers? Aren't you joining in? Yeah, they had to. It would be a sin. Passers-by quickly knew what we were doing. All around the world, take the knee, ensuing. After about 3 minutes, a cramp on my right butt. Elders started twisting, but they kept their mouths shut. My knee started tingling, body weight set nerves off. I tried to mask the discomfort with a little twist cough. For the elders, those with health issues and sciatica, this discomfort could not matter. One took out a kerchief and mopped her brow. Can the youth of today take this baton now? Our elders came through insults, being spat at and beatings, the type of racism that was not fleeting. No blacks, no dogs, no Irish, go back home. Not many shared this pain, they journeyed alone. And so in the fact that there was no sharing, how have we prepared the next generation in caring? After 6 minutes, I turned to my mentor and gave a perturbed glance. My God, I gasped, he didn't stand a chance. If we can't kneel without stretching and twisting, how did that officer manage to leave his knee in? It's murder, I said. Who can disagree? Lock that racist up and throw away the key. Across the waters and here in the UK, police brutality happens every day. Black lives matter every day. And I pray that this movement is more than a distraction. People, you need to get involved. We need to take action. Every bullying, harassment, sexual incident, any microaggressions, report it all, talk your truth, heal from their transgressions. How will anyone know if you don't talk? How can there be healing, learning, and understanding if you don't talk your walk? Your journey, triumphs and pain, receive your accolade and bear your shame. But it's not shameful to hurt. You are human, and this alien behavior must be drawn in the dirt. Initiate the processes so it's all logged and counted. Despicable behavior can never be discounted. Your silence conceals what's really going on. For you to be honest can never be wrong. Upskirting, Me Too, glass ceiling, nepotism, talk about it all. If you don't talk now, how will they fall? We smoke screen, we hide, we pretend all is well. But Black minds matter. Our stories we must tell. This one is called Unfinished because the soil is still turning. This one is called Unfinished because my heart is still burning. I don't know how to put into words all I've been through, but I hope you're inspired to tell your story too. And I wrote this after a rally. My first, was it my first one in, after the death of George Floyd, there was a rally in Hillingdon, and every picture in the book is actually quite true. I've just converted it into a cartoon.
Okay.
And when I said the crowd graciously stooped and I shouted at some officers, well, it was there'd been some police officers at the anti-racism rally, and they walked straight through the crowd. And I was fuming because, you know, everybody was feeling the death of George Floyd. And as we took the knee, I shouted to the officers, "Aren't you joining in?" And I think it must have embarrassed them, and they took the knee with us. So thank you very much.
And thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your contribution.
I'll look
Very
out for
nice.
your name. I'll look out for your name in future so we can call on you for some more poetry as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And big thank you again to all the presenters. Big thank you again to Brother Sayom. Every time, full of information. And big thank you to everybody for joining us. And looking forward to seeing you next week, Friday, the Garvey Village. Okay. All right. Good thanks.
Yeah, good night, everyone. Take
Night.
care.
Thank you.
Have a healthy week.
And you too.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good morning.
Good night.
Signature tune, signature tune, signature tune.
You mean the anthem?
The anthem.
Okay. I'm gonna find where I've put in. All right. Okay. I'll play out with the anthem.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna find myself back again and get there. Where are you there? All right, see him there? All right. Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night. Good night.
Night.
Oh,
I don't know.
let me just do
turn
a.
off, I'm just waiting.
Bada. Hey yo, no matter where I go up and down the country, everybody's asking the same questions. After the marching and the protesting, what's next, brother? What's next? Well, all we need is one voice talking, We've been screaming for justice since the slave ships were brought in. Now the world's caught wind of what it's like when the system's racist and you're black and you're caught in it. No matter which patch I go, up and down the country, it's beautiful seeing black businesses grow. The same questions on everybody's lips though. After the march and protesting, then what's next, father? That's why we need one voice, a nationwide collaboration, and really we got no choice. Cause they love to see us scattered and separated, but we know unity is where power's generated. Trying to line it up for the next lot who's melanated. When we get together, Lord knows we know they hate it. We've been on the ropes like ducking and we're weaving. We can barely cope, but we just keep breathing. It's time to punch back, let's go. I'm flipping everything. Soul's on fire right now, I'm spitting everything. Every black business I know, I'm linking everything. North, south, east and west, on these, let's bring it in. We're frustrated, no doubt, cause up until now we couldn't see a way out. If you really wanna fight to change the system around, this is what batter's about, only the time is now. One voice, one voice.
All we need to sow these seeds.
One voice, one voice.
We'll be marching through these streets, these streets.
One voice, one voice.
I swear it's pay runs deep.
One voice, one voice.
To all my people.
All we need is one voice for the youth. They ain't got many options if we're really gonna speak the truth. We're quick to say they're rude, but if you listen a little closer, there's pain in his attitude. My younger, you ain't gotta fight your brother. Let's take that energy and both fight the government. Young sister, you ain't gotta be no IG model. Don't you know the crew got you, sister? Give her a cuddle. Everybody gotta die someday. What's your purpose, Don? Mine's my kid's future to make sure the hurt is gone. Hot plate of truth is the platter I'm serving from. Think I'm standing by and watching these murders going on. Look, so all community leaders, all public speakers, all master teachers, anybody with influence, chat to your people. Malcolm X was the preview, this is a sequel. By any means necessary, fight for my people. Look how much Marcus Garvey did without no streaming. Then I'm steaming, ancestors no more dreaming. We gonna unite the whole of our people with one voice, one voice.
All we need to sow these seeds.
One voice, one voice.
We'll be marching through these streets, these streets.
One voice, one voice.
I swear it's pay runs deep.
One voice, one voice.
To all my people.
One voice, one voice.
All we need to sow these seeds.
One voice, one voice.
We'll be marching through these streets, these streets.
One voice, one voice.
I swear it's pay runs deep.
One voice, one voice.
To all my people.
It's time to start having them uncomfortable conversations. Time to take the initiative. Time to lead the way. It's all about coming together. One voice, one momentum, one people. Time to start the conversation.
Okay. All right. Good night, all.
Night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night, Brian. Peace.